No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. He didn't know how he could have stood the 4 months there alone. She was company, and one could talk to her. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me. And if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work, but you see, there are so many things I can't do. I remember the day the chief of vocation took me before the council. I've tried him on a dozen things, he reported. People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm really not that dumb. There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do, the chief went on. Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had, back in the 20th century. As bad as that, observed one of the council members. You do have a problem. But we must find something for him to do, said another. We can't have an idle person in the state. It's unthinkable. But what? Asked the chief. He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots. There was a silence, broken at last by one little old council member. I have it, he cried. The very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure. But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. That's it. Exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do. But we will have solved the problem of his idleness. It might be a solution, said the chief, at least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something. So I became guard of the treasure, with a badge, and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it, anyway, were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them, so I knew I was breaking the law. But I figured that no one would ever find out. First, I fixed a place for her and made a brush screen so that she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then, one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch. She grew almost twice as fast as usual, and was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't her to talk to. I don't think she really understands me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure, or to add to it. Always 3 of them. That's why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Graham, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't, because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. "I've been sent to get something from the treasure," he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, "I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that." "Of course, I know it. But something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now, let me have it." I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Graham became quite angry. "You idiot," he shouted. "Why do you think I had you put out here?" It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure. But that would be dishonest. And there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know. His usually kind face had an ugly look I had never seen before. "I'm going to get part of that treasure. And it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now give me that key." It's a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. "No," I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long. And if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it was, it would be terrible indeed. He drew back and rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice. Then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Grem, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers, as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Grem would be dishonest, and I can't prove it, because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one is going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So, they think that Grem disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now, and more beautiful than ever, but I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
1,492,633 Marlon Brandos by Vance Aandahl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chester McRae. Good old Chet. Best man in accounting. 6 feet tall, brown hair, brown eyes, full of vim and vigor. That was good old Chet. "God!" he screamed. "They're strangling me, the skunks!" He rose from bed, his face dripping with sweat and his hands trembling like a frightened child's. "They're killing me!" He ran past the bathroom and vomited. His wife was standing by the door when he finished, but he walked past her as if she didn't exist. "Why, Chester, what's the matter with you?" she asked, trailing him into the bedroom. "I've never heard you talk like that before." For a moment she stood watching him in numb silence. "For goodness sake, Chester, why are you getting dressed at 3 o'clock in the morning?" "None of your business," he mumbled, setting a firm upper lip and gazing at her with lizard-cold Marlon Brando eyes. He picked up his tie, laughing at it with careless ease, and threw it across the room. "See you around, baby," he hissed, zipping up his trousers and walking past her. "Chester McRae, where are you going at this time of night? You've got to go to work tomorrow. Don't you love me anymore? Chester? But her words echoed emptily through Chester McRae's pleasant little suburban home. Chester was no longer present. Bartholomew Oliver. Good old Barth. Best man on a duck hunt since the guy who invented shotguns. 5'10", weak chin, gambler's mustache. Good man with small-town girls, too. Hey, Thelma, he said. You know what I think? Go to sleep. I think it'd be funnier than hell if I left you flat. What kind of wisecrack is that? And what do you think you're doing? I'm getting dressed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. So? I don't give a damn. You'll come back, drunken louse. He laughed softly and smiled at her in the darkness with ice-white Marlon Brando teeth. Then he was gone. Oswald Williams. Good old Ozzy. Best man in the whole philosophy department. 5'2", 107 pounds, milky eyes. Wrote an outstanding paper on the inherent fallacies of logical positivism. Louise, he whispered. I feel uneasy. Very uneasy. His wife lifted her fatty head and gazed happily down at Oswald. Go to sleep, she said. If you'll excuse me, I think I shall take a walk. But Oswald, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't be irrational, he whispered. If I want to take a walk, I shall take a walk. Well, I don't think you ought to, or you might catch a cold. He rose and dressed, donning a t-shirt and tweed trousers. With snake-swift Marlon Brando hands, he tossed his plaid scarf in her face. Excuse me, Louise, he whispered, but I gotta make it. Then, laughing softly, he strode from the room. At 3 o'clock in the morning, even a large city is quiet and dark and almost dead. At times the city twitches in its sleep. Occasionally it rolls over and mutters to itself, but only rarely is its slumber shattered by a scream. Johnny! Hey, Johnny! Cries Chester McRae. His eyes as dull and poisonous as 2 teeny toads. Let's make it, man. Let's split, whispers Bartholomew Oliver, one finger brushing his nose like a rattler nosing a dead mouse. I done make no move without my boys, says Oswald Williams, his hands curled like scorpion tails. Together they walk down the street, moving with slow insolence, their lips curled in snarls or slack with indifference, their eyes glittering with hidden hatreds. But they are not alone in the city. The college boys are coming in their dirty jeans and beer-stained t-shirts. So too are the lawyers in dusty jackets and leather pants. So come the doctors and the businessmen on stolen motorcycles, the bricklayers and gas station attendants, the beatniks and the dope pushers, the bankers and life-saving instructors, the butchers, the bakers, the candlestick makers. They are all coming, flocking into the city for reasons not their own, wandering in 2s and 3s and 20s, all of them sullen and quiet, all of them shuffling beneath darky-hulled clouds and ill intent, all of them proud and deadly and virile, filling the streets by thousands now, turning the streets into rivers of flesh. Hey, Johnny, says Chester, let's cool this dump. Man, let's make it with the skirts, says Bartholomew. I don't see no skirts, says Chester. You pig, snarls Ozzy. The mob is monstrous now, like a pride of lion cubs, beyond count in their number, without equal in their lion in strength, above the common quick in their immortal pride, milling through the hot black veldt, swarming in the cities, millions of them, more than the eye can see or the mind can bear. It seems that no man sleeps, that every male in the great city must walk tonight. Johnny, says Chester, I don't dig no chicks on the turf. Coley, what a drag, whispers Bartholomew. You goddamn logical positivist, snarls Ozzy. An uneasy sound ripples through the mob, like the angry hiss of an injured ego moving from street to street and swelling upward in a sudden angry roar. They want their women, the dance hall girls, the young waitresses, the nowhere chicks in $5 dresses, the Spanish girls with eyes as dark as the Spanish night. And then, as though by accident, one man looks up at the starry sky and sees her standing on a balcony far above them, 20 stories above them, up where the wind can blow her hair and billow her dress like an orchid of the night. She laughs gently, without fear, gazing down at the mindless mob of rebels. They laugh too, just as gently, their quiet eyes crawling over the side of her body far above. That's my chick, whispers Chester. Cool it, Daddy, says Bartholomew, slipping into a pair of dark glasses and touching his lips with the tip of his tongue. That skirt is private property. You boys may walk and talk, says Ozzy, but you don't play. You don't play with Rio's girl. Suddenly angry words and clenched fists erupt from the proud, quiet millions that flood the streets. Suddenly a roar like the roar of lions rises up and buffets the girl in the blue, the girl on the balcony. She laughs again, for she knows that they are fighting for her. A figure appears on the balcony next to the girl. The figure is a man, and he too is dressed in blue. Suddenly, just as suddenly as it began, the fighting ceases. My God, whispers Chester, his cheeks gone pale. What am I doing out here? Maybe I got the DTs, whispers Bartholomew, but maybe I don't. He sits down on the curb and rubs his head in disbelief. Oswald does not speak. His shame is the greatest. He slinks into the darkness of an alley and briefly wishes for an overcoat. The pride of the lion cubs had been routed, and now they scatter. each one scrambling for his private den of security, each one lost in a wild and nameless fear. In 2s and 3s and 20s, they rushed back to their homes, their wives, their endless lives. Far above, in the apartment with the balcony, a man in blue was chatting a girl in blue. That was scarcely reasonable, Dorothy. But Daddy, you promised to let me have them for the entire night. Yes, but I wasn't really going to let them hurt themselves. Really, I wasn't. But Dorothy, you know these things can get out of hand. Oh, but Daddy, you know how I adore strong, quiet, proud men. Rebellious men, like Marlon. Yes, and you know how I adore order and peace. There should be no more riots, and tomorrow our little puppets shall go back to their dull lives, as you so wittily put it, and everything shall be as I wish. 3 hours later, Chester McRae arose at the sound of the alarm, dressed in his stupor, and stumbled into his kitchen for breakfast. My goodness, Chester, said his wife, who had already arisen. You look grouchier than usual, ha ha. He smiled wanly and opened the morning paper. Halfway across town, Bartholomew Oliver was still asleep, casually lost in the pleasures of an erotic dream. But Professor Oswald Williams, his tiny jaw unshaven and his eager eyes shot through fatigue, had been hard at work for 3 hours, scribbling down his latest exposure of the logical positivist. End of 1,492,633 Marlon Brandos by Vance Aandahl.
Two-Timer by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Two-Timer by Frederick Brown. Part 1. Experiment. The first time machine, gentlemen, Professor Johnson proudly informed his two colleagues. True, it is a small-scale experimental model. It will operate only on objects weighing less than 3 pounds, 5 ounces, and for distances into the past and future of 12 minutes or less. But it worked. The small-scale model looked like a postage scale, except for 2 dials in the part under the platform. Professor Johnson held up a small metal cube. Our experimental object, he said, is a brass cube weighing 1 pound, 2.3 ounces. First, I shall send it 5 minutes into the future. He leaned forward and set one of the dials on the time machine. Look at your watches, he said. They looked at their watches. Professor Johnson placed the cube gently on the machine's platform. It vanished. 5 minutes later, to the second, it reappeared. Professor Johnson picked it up. Now 5 minutes into the past, he said, the other dial holding up the cube in his hand. He looked at his watch. It is 6 minutes before 3 o'clock. I shall now activate the mechanism. By placing the cube on the platform at exactly 3 o'clock, therefore, the cube should at least 5 minutes before 3 vanish from my hand and appear on the platform 5 minutes before I placed it there. How can you place it there, then? Asked one of his colleagues. It will, as my hand approaches, vanish from the platform and appear in my hand to be placed there. 3 o'clock. Notice, please. The cube vanished from his hand. It appeared on the platform of the time machine. See? 5 minutes before I shall place it there. It is there. His other colleague frowned at the cube. But, he said, what if now that it has already appeared 5 minutes before you placed it there, you should change your mind about doing so and not place it there at 3 o'clock? Wouldn't there be a paradox of some sort involved? An interesting idea, Professor Johnson said. I had not thought of it, and it will be very interesting to try. Very well, I shall not. There was no paradox at all. The cube remained, but the entire rest of the universe, professors and all, vanished. Part 2. Sentry. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold. He was 50,000 light years from home. A strange blue sun gave light, and the gravity, twice what he was used to, made every movement difficult. But in tens of thousands of years, his part of war hadn't changed. The flyboys were fine with their sleek spaceships and their fancy weapons. When the chips are down, though, it was still the foot soldier, the infantry, that had to take the ground and hold it. Foot by bloody foot, like his damned planet of a star he'd never heard of until they'd landed him there. And now it was sacred ground because the aliens were there too. The aliens, the only other intelligent race in the galaxy. cruel, hideous, and repulsive monsters. Contact had been made with them near the center of the galaxy, after the slow, difficult colonization of 12,000 planets, and it had been war at sight. They'd shot without even trying to negotiate or make peace. Now, planet by bitter planet, it was being fought out. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and the day was raw with a high wind that hurt his eyes, but the aliens were trying to infiltrate and every sentry post was vital. He stayed alert, gun ready, 50,000 light years away from home, fighting on a strange world and wondering if he'd ever live to see home again. And then he saw one of them crawling toward him. He drew a bead and fired. The alien made that strange, horrible sound they all make, then lay still. He shuddered at the sound and sight of the alien lying there. One ought to be able to get used to them after a while, but he'd never been able to. Such repulsive creatures they were, with only 2 arms and 2 legs, ghastly white skins, and no scales. End of Two-Timer by Frederick Brown.
This Way to the Egress by Andrew Fettler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This Way to the Egress by Andrew Fettler. In the middle of the night, the man said to the landlady over a soft-boiled egg and a slice of toast. Right under my window. He leaned forward. You know how children talk to themselves? Was it the same voice you heard the first 2 nights? Mrs. Tilton asked. I'm not sure about the first night. Might have been another voice that first night. And now it was a child? Yes. Mrs. Tilton rose to get the coffee. Are you quite sure? You don't think I'm imagining? We have no children, she said. A neighbor's, no doubt. There isn't a child in the whole village, Mr. Coate. That's what puzzles me. Don't you think we ought to report it? I'll get your coffee, she said, and went into the kitchen. I didn't actually see the child, he called to her, but I'm sure I heard the voice. The woman brought the cup of coffee. She had poured it in the kitchen. The first 2 mornings he remembered, she had set the coffee pot on the table. Aren't you having any? He asked. I had mine, thank you. Will you want anything else? He could see past her into the kitchen, the corner of a large wood-burning stove and a row of brass pots. The floor was flagstoned and a hand pump stood over a sink. Do you really grow your own strawberries? He asked. Yes. Would you like some? Very much. Mrs. Tilton went to get the berries. She had forgotten to serve cream with the coffee. The coffee had a bitter taste and a faint smell of iodine. But he was not used to natural coffee. And without cream. He took another sip and slowly stretched his stiff legs. In the window he saw lilac bushes in bloom. Picked this morning, Mrs. Tilton said, setting a bowl of strawberries before him. Oh, thank you. He sniffed at the berries. They smell of earth, he said, smiling at her. You might like a walk after breakfast, Mrs. Tilton suggested. Then you can have a restful nap at noon. Good idea, he said. Excuse me, but the coffee seems bitter. Mrs. Tilton looked at the old man as if she did not understand. I'm afraid I'm a nuisance, he apologized, but I take cream with my coffee. I'm sorry, I forgot. She brought a small cream pitcher. The old man turned the pitcher in his hand. It was lopsided and made of inferior clay. Do you make your own pottery, too? Such as it is. Charming. He set down the pitcher and leaned back with a sigh. You know, I pretended I didn't want to rest, but I could hardly wait to see the country again. You weren't born in the city? I was born in a village no larger than this. Of course, it's all gone now, swallowed up by the city. But in those days, it was an hour's hella ride from the city. I remember a thing or two. Mrs. Tilton watched him drink the coffee. Not many people left who remember those days, he said. For instance, did you know that unadjustables, they called them criminals then, were actually electrocuted? Strapped down to a horrible chair. Don't you want the strawberries, Mr. Coat? He looked down at the strawberries in the bowl. Just imagine. But he forgot what he had wanted to say. The woman went into the kitchen. He had just finished drinking the coffee when he heard the child's voice in the lane outside the window. The same voice. He crossed to the window and looked out. The lane was empty. Mrs. Tilton? He heard no answer. He went into the kitchen. The door to the garden stood open. He saw her working in a vegetable patch. Psst! Psst! She looked up. Did you see the child? He called. It must have turned into the garden. Mrs. Tilton straightened herself, holding her back with both hands. The child? The voice. I just heard it again. I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Coat. He looked around the kitchen. The antique flagstones, the brass pots, the stove, the hand pump. There was only one anachronism. On the wall by the door, stuck behind a cluster of radishes, was a World Union telegram. Out in the vegetable patch, he saw Mrs. Tilton was looking about for something. On an impulse, he took down the telegram and read, Recoat if voices persist, to third morning proceed. Euthanasia suggest using coffee formula 2. Advice Office of Chief Psych WMA. He stuck the telegram behind the radishes and looked out the door. Mrs. Tilton was coming with a basket on her arm. You heard the child again, Mr. Coat? Perhaps I was mistaken. Strange. I saw nobody. She put the basket on the kitchen table. It was filled with peas. Did you have enough coffee? He nodded. Aren't you feeling well? I am fine, yes. The executioner looked as if she could not make up her mind about him. Then she smiled. She brought out a wooden bowl and sat down at the table to shell the peas. Why don't you take your walk now? You'll enjoy our little marketplace. Yes. Such a nice day, he thought, shuffling to the window. Spring. He had enjoyed the market yesterday until he had noticed that there were no children about. No children at all. Only adult primitives and a few well-trained functionaries like Mrs. Tilton. In the sky in the window, he saw a rocket cutting a thin line as it left the atmosphere. I'll have your bed ready for your noon nap, she said. He turned from the window. Noon? You'll want a nice restful nap then. He had imagined the poisoned coffee would work faster. His heart beating, he said. Those are peas, aren't they? She nodded. Her hands were busy shelling. I hung your cane on the coat rack, she said. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tilton, I'd rather not go out today. I'd very much like to try shelling peas for you. Why, of course. Pull up that chair, why don't you? Sitting down, he reached his trembling hands into the basket and came up with a handful of the green wonders. Mrs. Tilton moved the basket nearer him. After a while, I'll go up to my room, he promised. I feel a little tired already. Certainly. He split a shell and slid his thumb under the peas. They rolled into his hand. He counted 9. He dropped them in the bowl, then put one in his mouth and chewed. It had a sweet taste. Thank you, Mrs. Tilton. Not at all, Mr. Coat. End of This Way to the Egress by Andrew Fettler. Recording by Matthew Seymour.
Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daryl Nobles. Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Larry Thomas bought a cuckoo clock for his wife without knowing the price he would have to pay. That night at the dinner table, he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hands to her mouth. "My God, what is it?" She looked up at him, bright-eyed. "Well, open it." Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. "A cuckoo clock?" Doris cried. "A real old cuckoo clock, like my mother had." She turned the clock over and over. "Just like my mother had when Pete was still alive." Her eyes sparkled with tears. "It's made in Germany," Larry said. After a moment, he added, "Carl got it for me, wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise, I wouldn't have—" He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. "I mean, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford it." He scowled. "What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want?" Doris sat, holding on to the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. "Well," Larry said, "what's the matter?" He watched in amazement as she leaped up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. "Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough." He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scoured in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed, drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisted together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said, and what she had said too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that about getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he felt that way, he needn't have got it in the first place. She clenched her fist. He was so mean, so damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges and the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo, waiting to come out. Was he listening? His head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out. Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. She could ask him. And she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward, but Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming toward him shyly. "Come on," she said. "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous, perfect. And the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up, he liked her. She was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you'll like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate wary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted to the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down and make sure that he had his thumb over the little door. He would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close." "Why not? Maybe you're afraid of him?" Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who or what had pecked at him? On Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right. Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently, Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake." She caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. An antique, or what? She took his arm, leading him toward the dining room. She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time, he says." Says what? Doris looked down. He always says he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale. She brightened. But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour. She gazed up at the clock. He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right. There was the sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. Chambers! I'll be damned! His eyes narrowed. What are you doing here? He came into the dining room. Doris drew her robe about her, helplessly backing away. Bob began. That is, we. He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly, the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved toward him. Shut that din off, he said. He raised his fist toward the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. That's better. Larry studied Doris and Bob standing mutely together. I came over to look at the clock, Bob said. Doris told me that it was a rare antique and that... Nuts! I bought it myself. Larry walked up to him. Get out of here. He turned to Doris. You too, and take that damn clock with you. He paused, rubbing his chin. No, leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it. In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time. Sometimes, even at 12 o'clock, when he should have been busiest. And if he had come out at all, he usually spoke only once or twice. Never the correct number of times, and there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things. And even the whirring of a clock sounded good to him, but he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him, he said late one night, to the closed little door. I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest. He paced back and forth. I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them, that young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women. He set his jaw. Isn't that right? The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. Isn't that right? He demanded. Don't you have anything to say? He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. All right, I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left. He grinned wryly. Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone. He scowled. Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out whether you like it or not. You hear me? 11 o'clock came. Far off at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself. But the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. All right, if that's the way you feel, Larry murmuring. his lips twisting. But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like. He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out, Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her, from the very start. They had got along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here. You know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to start on you first." He smiled. "Birds of a feather, that's what you are, the three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out, or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me." The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything, hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment the cuckoo paused. Its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except, of course, for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "Is it very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair? It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been? Suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive." "I don't mean suicide," Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him. End of Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Read by Daryl Nobles.
Rundown by Robert Laurie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rundown by Robert Laurie. The subway train announced its arrival with a screech of grating steel. The man was shoved from the car onto the platform by the 8 p.m. crowd. The noise and the abrupt handling of his body brought him to awareness. Not that he had been asleep or unconscious, although he might have been. He didn't know for sure. He found it hard to concentrate, but soon a sign over the platform came into focus. Westboro. It meant nothing to him. The second thing he became aware of did. Another train had replaced his, and directly in front of him was an army of people, dispassionate towards everything but its one objective, to get on. They came at him all at once, forming a pushing, elbowing, cursing, jarring mass of humanity. He glanced off one to collide with another. He escaped the punishment by a lunge to one side, which ended with a crash to the cold cement floor. He regained some semblance of steadiness on his feet and looked at the sign. It was still Westboro. It still meant nothing to him. He was lost. What was worse, he couldn't remember where he was lost from. He turned to walk. He didn't know exactly where, when he smashed into a little boy eating an apple. The boy reacted in a strange manner. "Leave me alone, you dirty man, you," the boy said. He dropped his apple and ran off, scared. The man flushed with embarrassment, but the boy's remark made him look down at himself. He saw a dirty man, filthy. His white shirt, it had been white once, was torn at the elbow and was covered with grime. His shoes at the toes were white where the black polish had worn completely off. His pants reflected no evidence of ever having been pressed, and the right leg was ripped from the knee down. Two girls in their teens passed and giggled. He was aware that others had noticed him. "Hey, look at the bum," a fat jolly rover called out to his 3 on-the-towning cronies. Bum, the man thought, and reached to his back pocket. No wallet. But not long ago he had one, he was sure, because the feel of its absence was there. Somebody must have taken it, or he might have lost it. In that crowd, or on the subway, or before, he couldn't remember where he had been before. The feeling of not remembering seemed familiar, and he tried hard to think. But there was nothing static in his mind that he could hold on to. His mind wasn't blank anymore, it was just a jumble. He somehow recalled he had been looking for his money. He fumbled through his other pockets. He found a dirty handkerchief and 2 cents. The feel of the coins brought everything back. Quickly, he felt his pulse. It was slower than he had ever known it to be. Sure, there were times before but then the doctor had always been nearby. And this time, the most serious time of all, he looked up at the Westboro sign. He was lost. Perhaps, up on the streets, he would recognize something. He began to take the stairs at a run, but his breath came too hard and he walked the rest of the way to the turnstile. The arm caught tight as he started to go through, and a sharp pain went through his groin. "That's the way you go in, pal," somebody offered, and the man winced at the few laughs he had drawn. He saw the exit sign and walked quickly toward it. The night lights were just ahead as he collided with a woman loaded with bundles. They spilled. "Sorry," he said, leaving her to her indignation, and at a faster pace he walked outside into the cool night air. He had stopped walking and was leaning against the door of the Inn of 6 Horses, which proudly displays its name and namesakes in blue and white neon. He had recognized nothing. He had tried getting to the doctor's by cab, but no driver would listen to him without first seeing the fare, even though he assured them all that he could get it from the doctor. A policeman had told him to move along or suffer the consequences of a thick nightstick. A drugstore proprietor had answered his request to use the phone by threatening to call the policeman with the thick nightstick. A dime. 1 dime. He remembered his Shakespeare. My kingdom for a horse? 6 horses. Maybe, just maybe, at the Inn of 6 Horses. A short man at the bar, composing one half of the clientele, was calling the bartender's attention to the fact that the 6 horses outside outnumbered the customers. "Go to blazes," the bartender commented on the short man's observation. "I should," said the short one. "Then George here would be Uncas, the last of the Mohicans, riding your 6 old white stallions." "How do you know they're stallions?" George said. He was lean, mean, and weary, looking as if he had just returned from a hard day of peddling vacuum cleaners. The door banged shut, and 3 pairs of eyes focused on a dirty man. "Here comes a touch," said Pete. "Please," said the man, his voice shaky and weak. "Before you go into your act, pal," Pete said, "understand this. Nobody gets nothing free here. This ain't no mission or nothing. This is a business like any place else. A real thriving business, mocked Shorty. Please, a dime. I need a dime. That's all A dime? George laughed. For what? A cup of coffee? This is a high-class place. Beer costs 15 cents here. Shorty joined in with a snort. Maybe he wants to call his girl. I need the dime, the man said, leaning on the bar for support. A matter of real life and death, huh? George said. Yes. Look. Here. I have 2 cents. You take them. Pete looked suspiciously at the 2 coins. We don't sell nothing that costs 2 cents. You take the 2 cents, but give me a dime. Please. Sharp businessman, noted George. This is rich, said Pete. Do you really expect to buy a dime for 2 cents? Shorty said, he just noticed how well you're doing. He figures you can afford the loss. Boy, it burns me up, said Pete. These professional bums make more in a week than I see in a month. You keep talking that way, and this clown will want to buy your business for the 2 cents, Shorty said. Ain't worth it, George said, and he banged his glass down. Fill it, he directed Pete. As Pete turned, the man made a lunge for George's change on the bar. Watch him, warned Shorty. George needed no warning. He had seen the man eyeing his money, and he had hoped for just such a move. With a right fist to the side of the man's head, George took revenge for a bad day's work. The man lay very still on the floor. What a paste, said Shorty admiringly. You could have killed him like that. He sure ain't doing much moving, said Pete, coming around to the end of the bar. I'd better take a look. Man, I didn't hit him that hard. Well, man, he sure asked for it, said Shorty. And me and Pete will be right here to tell the cops that the guy was a crook and tried to rob your money. Right, Pete? George, this guy's got no pulse, Pete said. What you gonna do, George? Shorty said. Just shut up and wait a minute, Pete said. I think he's trying to say something. The man's eyes pleaded with each of the 3. His lips quietly formed their message. Dime. Wow. Talk about persistence, said Shorty. George looked at his change on the bar. He picked up a dime. Hey, said Shorty, what are you doing? Shut up, said Pete. George's money is George's money. What he does with it is his business. Look, George said, I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I hit you so hard my whole hand hurts. So here, you can have the dime. I won't miss it. He pressed the dime into the man's hand. Holy cow, said Shorty. It was the first sound any of the 3 had made after the man had left, 15 minutes before. George stared into the mirror behind the bar, seeking some mighty truth in his own reflection. He says, unbutton my shirt. And then George fondled some coins in his hand. Then he takes that crazy dime, a plain old, regular, crazy dime. Pete poured himself a scotch. What kind of guy is it anyway? He said. Who walks around with a slot in the middle of his chest that he puts dimes into? Yeah, said George. And who ticks yet? End of Rundown by Robert Laurie. Recording by Matthew Seymour.
Unwelcome Tenant by Roger D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Howarth. Unwelcome Tenant by Roger D. The first Earthman to hit deep space discovered what was so terribly wrong with the world he had left behind. Why couldn't he turn back? It happened just before he reached the 0 point, the no-man's land in space where the attenuated gravity fields of 2 planets meet and cancel out. Maynard was dividing his attention equally between the transparent bubble that housed the mind's pendulum and the two ports, forward and aft, that broke the steel panelling of the control cubicle. He listened critically to the measured clicking of the Geiger counters and the quiet sibilance of the air purifiers, and in spite of his weightlessness and his total loss of equilibrium, he was quite calm. But deep inside him, under his trained calmness, Maynard felt a steadily growing triumph, a swelling exultation that was a thing quite different from scientific pride. The feeling that he was a pioneer, an advance guard for a conquering people, elated him and multiplied the eagerness in him when he turned his eyes to the forward port, where Mars hung, full and ruddy, a spotted, enigmatic disk of promise. Earth in his afterport behind him and below him, a soft emerald crescent in its thin first quarter. A warm green sickle that was home, a hustling, verdant young world, impatient to push its way across black empty space and satisfy its lusty curiosity among its cosmic neighbours. He was at the end of his second day out, and he had covered roughly half of the distance he must travel. The atomic jets had cut off long ago at escape velocity, and would not come on again until they were needed to slow his approach. The midpoint lay just ahead. In a matter of minutes now he would leave Earth's waning field and fall free into the grasp of the red planet. He was watching the cobalt ball of the mind's pendulum quiver on its thin quartz thread, with the first fluttering release of Earth's gravity, when the fear came. Terror struck him suddenly, galvanically, blanking out all reason and all sensation. The control cubicle whirled giddily before his eyes, and the abyssal panic that gripped his mind was a monstrous thing, boiling up out of unguessed subconscious depths. It froze him, breathing, like a man paralysed under an overwhelming electric shock. It was not fear of death. It was not even his own fear. It was the blind panic of something inside him whose existence he had never remotely suspected, something that shrieked soundlessly in senseless maniac terror and fought to tear itself free of him. He was torn by the struggle of an interminable instant, and then it was over. He felt it writhe loose from the encumbrance of his mind, like a madman writhing out of a straitjacket, and then it was falling back towards Earth, away from him. He could sense it plainly, once it was outside him, a malevolent, intangible thing that fell back swiftly toward the emerald crescent of Earth. He sat for a moment, dazed, while breath came back into his lungs, and the steel-panelled cubicle grew steadily again before his startling eyes. And, when it had gone in the distance, and he could no longer feel the frenzy of its terror, he felt the swift, unbounded freedom that a spirited horse feels when it has, unexpectedly, lost its rider. He was still Robert Maynard, but with a difference. He was free. The feeling of utter freedom staggered him. For the first time in his life he possessed himself entirely, without doubt or reservation, a complete and serene entity. He could feel his consciousness still expanding, reaching into every hidden corner of his mind and taking control of functions he had not dreamed of before. An analogy occurred to him, in perfect exactness of detail. He was like a man, waking from a vague world of sleep, to find that what he thought was a single small room was in reality a spacious house. There were other rooms than the cramped chamber he had lived all his life, rooms that had been tenanted a moment before by something else, but which lay open and ready for his own use now that their tenant was gone. A moment before his ego had occupied a meagre 1/12 of his brain. With its departure, the whole of his mind was his. As suddenly as that he knew what had happened to him, and why, and his incredibly multiplied intelligence arranged the details of it precisely for his consideration. He had been host to a parasitic intelligence, without knowing it, all his life. He had moved at its dictates, following his own will only when it slept, or was tired, or was distracted, never succeeding fully in any endeavour of his own, because it was in control and must be obeyed. He knew when he had explored the vacated premises of his newly freed mind that it was only one of many, that all Earthmen had tenants like it, intangible parasitic entities subsisting upon and controlling the human life force. He thought, no wonder we have wars on Earth. We have no common ground for agreement because we are under their compulsion. They know our inherent abilities and keep us at each other's throats, lest we learn of and destroy them. Everything that man has accomplished has been done in spite of them. He looked with new eyes at the instrument panel under the forward port, and was astonished at the crudity of the engines it controlled. He was primarily an astrophysicist, and his understanding of atomic propulsion had been negligible. Now its every function was clear to him at a glance. Experimentally he drew a graph of the arc that he described through space, and knew to a minute how long it would be before the braking jets slowed his speed for landing. He raised his eyes to the forward port where the ruddy disk of Mars hung framed against the black velvet backdrop of space, like a red jewel burning dully among a random display of lesser brilliance, beckoning him on with the future's illimitable promise. He sat quite still for a time on the padded control couch, thinking intently, testing the new powers of his mind as he might have flexed a newly discovered limb. His first conclusion was inescapable. His tenant had left him because it could not exist outside Earth's gravity. It had been forced to quit him or perish, and its departure had made him the first really free man. They were not invincible. They were not even particularly intelligent, in spite of their gift of parasitic control, or his own tenant would have known its danger. The fact that they were gravity-bound entities gave him the first vulnerable chink in their armour, an Achilles heel that offered eventual salvation for men. There would be other ways to be rid of them, and it was his responsibility, as the first free man, to see that others of his kind were freed as he had been. He pictured the harmonious integration of an Earth peopled by free men, and saw clearly the heights men might reach unhampered by their tenants. His own possibilities, when he had summed them up, awed him in that extent. There were no limits to what he could do, no bounds to the knowledge he could accumulate and use. This is what being a man is really like. I can liberate the world. Like Moses, I can set my people free. The thought set his face shining, suffused him with a glow of anticipated triumph. It was all so simple, now that he was free. In a few hours he would land on Mars, and in a matter of minutes he would set up a beam transmitter to report back to the scientific foundation that had sent him out. He could not tell his fellows the truth because they were still captive, and their tenants must not be warned. But he could invent a plausible story of easily acquired wealth on Mars that would bring other and larger commercial expeditions swarming after him. With the help of other freed men he could found a new civilization on the Red Planet, develop means to carry the fight back to Earth, and exterminate the tenants utterly. It would take time, but in the end men would be free. The mine's centrifuge spun slowly, and with the swing of its cobalt ball, Maynard felt the shift from terrestrial to Martian gravity. He felt the first tiny tug of weight, and the slow returning of equilibrium as his body oriented itself to the growing pull of the new attraction. With the return of equilibrium, he suddenly realized that he was upside down, and turned to the control board for correction. The cubicle righted itself, rotating gently until the ruddy, expanding disk of Mars hung below and ahead of the forward port. The mine's pendulum ceased to oscillate, the little cobalt ball hanging stiffly at the end of its taut quartz filament. He was well into the Martian attraction field by now. He made a quick calculation, which once would have taken painstaking hours, and knew that he would release the first braking blast from his forward jets in precisely 10 hours. The little ship would nose into a slowly tightening spiral, avoiding the odd planed orbits of the two tiny moons, and within minutes of establishing his declaration track he would be ready to land. He watched eagerly as the red disk of Mars swelled to a mottled globe, blurred already at the edges by atmospheric refraction. Down there on the dead ground of that ancient world he would set up his equipment and flash back his triumphant message to Earth, a fabulous exultant lie that would bring other men like him swarming to the red planet. Free men, supermen really, in a new free world. Nothing impossible then. Later he shut off the braking blast of the forward jets and felt the soft, rubber foam padding of the couch rise gently under him as deceleration ceased. He was well into his landing spiral, eating up the paltry thousands of miles that lay between him and the shining future. He lay back on the couch, smiling, his mind busy with the message he would beam back to Earth, planning already the campaign he would carry out. Years must pass before men were freed completely of their tenants, perhaps decades, but time did not matter. It was essentially a simple task, because he and those who came after him would be free of their compulsion, serene, unhampered supermen to whom time was nothing. In the end they could not fail. Something impinged sharply upon his new perception, a chill, groping tentacle of questioning intelligence. The smile froze on his face. He sat up stiffly, numbed with the unforeseen horror of what was happening to him. The groping ceased, and the hungry intelligence from outside poured into his mind like smoke into an empty room, smothering his feeble attempt at resistance. He rose and went to the forward port, staring dully down at the uprushing sandy wastes, and trying to recall what glorious thing it was that he had been thinking. Or had it been only a dream? Somewhere, in the farthest recesses of his blunted consciousness, a thought formed and floated like a bubble up into his awareness, but like a bubble it burst, and its meaning was lost on him. There were tenants on Earth, it said. Why not on Mars, too? End of Unwelcome Tenant by Roger D. Recording by Barry Howarth, Brisbane, Australia.
The Gun by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rohan. The Gun by Philip K. Dick. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. It was an atomic fission we saw, all right, he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. Any of you who wants to take a look may do so, but it's not a pretty sight. Let me look, Tance the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. Good Lord. He leaped violently back, knocking against Doral, the chief navigator. Why did we come all this way then? Doral asked, looking around the other men. There's no point even landing. Let's go back at once. Perhaps he's right, the biologist murmured, but I'd like to look for myself, if I may. He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse, an endless surface of grey, stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag, pitted fused slag, broken only by hills of rock jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent, dead. I see, Fomar said, backing away from the eyepiece. Well, I don't find any legumes there. He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. I wonder what the atmospheric sample will show, Tance said. I think I can guess, the captain answered. Most of the atmosphere is poisoned, but didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fission visible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing. He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. What did the telescope show, good or bad? Bad. No life could possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused. Could they have gone underground? The captain slid back the port window so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasionally heaps of rock. Suddenly Nasha jumped. Look, over there at the edge. Do you see it? They stared. Something rose up. Not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? Please turn the ship, Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. Turn the ship. Let's see what it is. The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. Piers, he said. Piers of some sort of stone. Perhaps poured artificial stone. Remains of a city. Oh dear, Nasha murmured. How awful. She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half-circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked, like broken teeth. There's nothing alive, the captain said, at last. I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on, the sender, and tell him what we found, and that we... He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing to the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second shell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and griders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the corner, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaps in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. Help me, Doral was shouting. Fire over here. Wiring ignited. Two men came running. Tance watched helplessly, his eyeglasses broken and bent. So there is life here after all, he said, half to himself. But how could... Give us a hand, Fomar said, hurrying past. Give us a hand, we've got to land the ship. It was night. A few stars glinted above them, winking through the drifting silt that blew across the surface of the planet. Doral peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Former were sitting at the table in the control room, pale and solemn, studying the inventory lists. Low on carbohydrates, Former said. We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside. Nasha went to the window. How uninviting it looks. She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. What do you suppose an exploring party would find? Fomar shrugged. Not much, maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic. Lethal. Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. Then how do you explain it? According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun, and gauged distance, the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target. True, Fomar added. Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry. The atmosphere itself gone, completely poisoned. The gun that fired the projectile survived, Nasha said. Why not people? It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe. Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water. There was a silence. A paradox, Nasha said. Anyhow, in the morning I think we should send out a search party. And meanwhile we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back. It'll be days before we can take off, Fomar said. We should try to keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party. Nasha smiled a little. We'll send you in the first party. Maybe you can discover what it was you were so interested in. Legumes. Edible legumes. Maybe you can find some of them. Only what? Only watch out. They fired on us once without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose that they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait. Interspecies warfare. Fighting within the race. We'll know in the morning, Fomar said. Let's get some sleep. The sun came up, chill and austere. The three people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down onto the hard ground below. What a day, Dorrel said grumpily. I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but... Come on, Nasha said, up beside me. I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance? Tance nodded gloomily. Dorrel caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching on the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. Listen, the captain is dying. No one knows except for the 2 of us. By the end of the day period of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know. Dorrel nodded. That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You will be captain in his place, of course, since you're the vice-captain now. No, I prefer to see someone else lead. Perhaps you or Fomar. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you, whichever of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility. Well, I don't want to be captain. Let Fomar do it. Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. I'm rather partial to you, she said. We might try it for a time at least, but do as you like. Look, we're coming to something. They stopped walking, letting Tance catch up. In front of them was some sort of ruined building. Dorrel stared around thoughtfully. Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here. They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. I think this was a farm, Trent said, examining a piece of wood. This was a part of a tower windmill. Really? Nasha took the stick and turned it over. Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time. Look, Dorrel said suddenly. Off there, a long way off. Isn't that something? He pointed. Nasha sucked in her breath. The white stones. What? Nasha looked up at Dorrel. The white stones. The great broken teeth. We saw them. The captain and I, from the control room. She touched Dorrel's arm gently. That's where they were fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close. What is it? Chance said, coming up to them. I'm almost blind without my glasses. What do you see? The city, where they were fired from. Oh, all 3 of them stood together. Well, let's go, Chance said. There's no telling what we'll find there. Dorrel frowned at him. Wait, we don't know what we would be getting into. They must have patrols. They probably have seen us already, for that matter. They probably have seen the ship itself, Tance said. They probably know right now where they can find it, and where they can blow it up. So what difference does it make whether we go closer or not? That's true, Nasha said. If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We have no armaments at all. You know that. I have a hand weapon, Dorrel nodded. Well, let's go on then. I suppose you're right, Tance. But let's stay together, Tance said nervously. Nasha, you're going too fast. Nasha looked back. She laughed. If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast. They reached the outskirts of the city at about middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Dorrel stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. Well, there it is, what's left of it. There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They had been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained. Only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Dorrell spat in disgust. More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all. But it was from here that the firing came, Vance murmured. Don't forget that. And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience, Nasha added. Let's go. They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. It's macabre, Dorrell muttered. I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die. It was murdered. I wonder what the city was called, Nasha said. She turned aside, going up the remains of a stairway from the foundations. Do you think we might find a signpost, some kind of plaque? She peered into the ruins. There's nothing there, Dorrell said impatiently. Come on. Wait, Nasha bent down, touching a concrete stone. There's something inscribed on this. What is it? Vance spurred up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. Letters, all right. He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a small bit of paper. Dorrell glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was, Franklin Apartments. That's this city, Nasha said softly. That was its name. Vance put the paper down in his pocket as they went on. After a time, Dorrell said, Nasha, you know, I think we're being watched, but don't look around. The woman stiffened. Oh, why do you say that? Did you see something? No, I can feel it though, don't you? Nasha smiled a little. I feel nothing. Perhaps I'm more used to being stared at. She turned her head slightly. Oh. Dorrell reached for his hand weapon. What is it? What do you see? Vance stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. The gun, Nasha said. It's the gun. Look at the size of it. The size of the thing. Dorrell unfastened his hand weapon slowly. That's it, all right. The gun was huge, stark and immense. It pointed up at the sky, a mass of steel and glass, set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned to the wind, a network of rods atop a high pole. It's alive, Nasha whispered. It's listening to us, watching us. The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so that it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. But who fires it? Vance said. Dorrell laughed. No one. No one fires it. They stared at him. What do you mean? It fires itself. They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. I don't understand. What do you mean, it fires itself? Watch. I'll show you. Don't move. Dorrell picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment, and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly the great barrel moved. The vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. You see, Dorrell said, it noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. It probably had a bead on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again. I understand about the rock, Nasha said, nodding. The gun noticed it, but not us, since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again. Then the end will come. But what's this gun for? Vance put in. There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead. It's a machine, Dorrell said. A machine that was made to do a job, and it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles. The enemy, Nasha said. Their own race. It's hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, fired at themselves. Well, it's over with, except right here, where we're standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out, and by that time we'll be dead, Nasha said bitterly. There must have been hundreds of guns like this, Doral murmured. They must have been used to sight the guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping, an institution, like the church and the state, men trained to fight, to lead armies, a regular profession, honored, respected. Vance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. Quite complex, isn't it? All those vanes and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of telescopic sight. His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly the gun shifted, the barrel retracting. It swung. "Don't move," Doral cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood, rigid and still. For one terrible moment it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out and the gun became silent. Vance smiled foolishly inside his helmet. I must have put my finger over the lens. I'll be more careful. He made his way up onto the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. Where did he go? Nasha said irritably. He'll get us all killed. Vance, come back, Doral shouted. What's the matter with you? In a minute. There was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. I think I found something. Come up and I'll show you. What is it? Doral, you said the gun was here to keep the enemy off. I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off. They were puzzled. I think I found what the gun is supposed to guard. Come and give me a hand. All right, Doral said abruptly. Let's go. He seized Nasha's hand. Come on, let's see what he's found. I thought something like this might happen when I saw the gun was. Like what? Nasha pulled her hand away. What were you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found. I do. Doral smiled down at her. Do you remember the legend that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, the serpent that watches it, guards it keeping everyone away? She nodded. Well? Doral pointed up at the gun. That, he said, is the dragon. Come on. Between the three of them, they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Doral was wet with perspiration when they finished. It isn't worth it, he grunted. He stared into the dark, yawning hole. Or is it? Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. Come on, Vance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it without success. Give a hand. All right, they came gingerly after him. Doral examined the door. It was bolted shut. Locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. Now what? Nasha said. Doral took out his hand weapon. Stand back. I can't think of any other way. He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently it began to crumble. Doral clicked the weapon off. I think we can get through. Let's try. The door came apart easily. In a few minutes they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls, huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Vance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. What exactly are all these? He murmured. Something valuable, I would think. He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. Look at this. They came around him. Pictures, Nasha said. Tiny pictures. Records of some kind. Vance closed the spool up in the drum again. Look, hundreds of drums. He flashed the light around. And those crates. Let's open one. Doral was already prying at the wood. The wood turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture, a boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them. one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last Dorl replaced the board. "All these other crates," Nasha said. "More pictures. And these drums? What are in the boxes?" "This is their treasure," Tance said, almost to himself. "There are their pictures, their records. Probably all their literature is here. Their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe." "And their history," Nasha said. "We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they were." Dorl was wandering around the vault. "Odd," he murmured. Even at the end, even after they began to fight, they still knew, someplace down inside them, that their real treasure was this, their books and pictures, their myths. Even after their big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything else was gone. "When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here," Tan said. "All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about—" He stopped. "Yes," Dorl said dryly. "We'll be leaving about 3-day periods from now. We'll fix the ship, then take off. Soon we'll be home. That is, if nothing happens, like being shot down by that." "Oh, stop it," Nasha said impatiently. "Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home, sooner or later. We'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice." Dorl nodded. "What's your solution, then?" "As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down." His face twisted bitterly. "They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it will lie here until it rots. It serves them right." "How?" "Don't you see? This was the only way they knew, building a gun, and setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy, coming to take their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them." Nasha was deep in thought, her mind far away. Suddenly she gasped. "Dorl," she said, "what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all." The two men stared at her. "No menace?" Dorl said. "It's already shot us down once, and as soon as we take off again—" "Don't you see?" Nasha began to laugh. "The poor foolish gun. It's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone." "You?" Her eyes were flashing. "With a crowbar, with a hammer or a stick of wood. Let's go back to the ship and load up. Of course we're at its mercy when we're in the air. But that's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky, shoot down anything that flies, but that's all. Against something on the ground it has no defenses. Isn't that right?" Dorl nodded slowly. "The soft underbelly of the dragon, in the legend. The dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach." He began to laugh. "That's right. That's perfectly right." "Let's go then," Nasha said. "Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here." It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night the captain had died, and the crew had ignited his body according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently from the ship a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the grey slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon they had all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sights shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally the warheads themselves were carried off and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal-armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, the sun was dipping into the grey mists that drifted across the planet as they came back up the stairs again. For a moment they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoving outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get into the air. With all of them working together, it just took 5 more days to make it space-worthy. Nasha stood in the control room. watching the planet fall away behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking?" Doral said. Nothing. "Are you sure?" "I was thinking that there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it. I suppose there was. It's unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far. But then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky. And then it was too late. Not quite too late, after all. Their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all of that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature, without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose, but those wings. It looked very old. It will change us a great deal." "When we come back we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Doral. "You'll lead us back there, as a good captain should." "Captain?" Doral grinned. "Then you've decided." Nasha shrugged. "Omar argues with me too much. I think, all in all, I'll really prefer you." "Then let's go," Doral said. "Let's go back home." The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, a single half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, the red warning light flashed down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, hundreds of miles from the city, another warning light flashed on, far underground. Automatic relays flew into action. Gears turned, belts whined. On the ground above a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring cables. Behind it a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights, and behind came more carts with more relays, with some firing controls, some with tools and parts. Screws, bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city, to the damaged gun. End of The Gun by Philip K. Dick.
The Automatic Maid-of-All-Work by M. L. Campbell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melinda Cumming. The Automatic Maid-of-All-Work by M. L. Campbell. Yes, I mean what I say. An automatic maid-of-all-work, invented by my husband, John Matheson. You see, it was this way. The old story of servants. Ever since we began housekeeping, we've had every kind, and if we did get a good one, something would come along to take her off. You know John has invented lots of things. There's that door spring now. Not much when you look at it, but it brings in quite a little income. He used to say that he was spending his spare time on an automatic maid-of-all-work. Of course, I laughed, said I wished he would, and thought no more of it. Well, the day the last girl left, John announced that the automatic maid-of-all-work was completed, and that he would stay home next day and show me how to work it. Of course, I didn't believe in it. It was a queer-looking thing with its long arms, for all the world like one of those old-fashioned windmills you see in pictures of foreign countries. It had a face like one of those 24-hour clocks, only there were no hands. Each number was a sort of electric button. It was run by electricity, you know. The battery was inside. I didn't understand it very well. I never could see anything in the way of machinery. I never pretend to listen when John tells me about his inventions. The figures, as I said, were buttons, and you just had to connect them with some wires inside. There were a lot of wires, each for some kind of work which would be done at the hour indicated by the button you connected it with. This was handy, so that we would not have to get up in the morning till breakfast time, and would be handy in lots of ways.
"Now, look, Fanny," said John. "Do try and understand how it works. You see this wire now? I'll connect it with button number 6, and at that hour the maid will light the fire, sweep the kitchen, and then the dining room. Now this button, number 7, will be the one to set the alarm to. It will sound for about 10 minutes. I'd sound it now, only it makes a fearful noise. Then the maid will go upstairs to turn down the beds. A convenient arrangement in many ways. Then it will go downstairs, lay the cloth for breakfast, make the tea and toast, bring in the things, and ring the breakfast bell. You'll have to leave all the breakfast things on one shelf, of course, and measure the oatmeal, and tea also. We won't set any more buttons tonight. It's just as well to be around at first, to see that all goes right. There may be some adjustment necessary."
We went to bed then, and it was daylight when I awoke. I was conscious of a peculiar whirring noise, but I hadn't got thoroughly awakened when I heard the most awful screams and thumps, and the 2 boys came running into our room in their night-dresses, and after them the Automatic Maid-of-All-Work. By this time I was out of bed, but John sleeps very soundly. He started as the maid jerked the bedclothes down and laid them over the footboard, but he wasn't quick enough. It took him under the arm, it had an awful grip, too, and laid him across the footboard after giving him a thump or 2, as I do the pillows. John had watched me do it, and had the thing to perfection. He didn't suppose it would be tried on him, though. He didn't seem quite prepared for such a performance, for he flounced around so that he and the bedclothes, pillows, and all landed in a heap on the floor. By this time the boys had got over their fright, having been treated in the same manner, and we all laughed. John can't bear to be laughed at. However, we proceeded to dress after the maid had gone downstairs. I could see John was a little nervous, but he didn't want to show it, so he waited till I was ready. The boys got down first, and we could hear them laughing.
"I dare say you'll have to arrange the table a little, Fanny," said John as we went down, "but that won't be much to do when all the things are on."
Well, we went into the dining room, and sure enough, the table was set, and pretty well, too, only that the butter dish with the butter was upside down on the table, and the coal scuttle was set at John's place instead of the oatmeal dish. That was because John, who always leaves things in ridiculous places, had left it standing on the back of the stove after putting in the coal ready for the morning fire. The porridge was standing cooked on the stove. We had got an arrangement with a white earthen bowl set into a kettle, and the bowl had just to be removed and carried in. However, the coal scuttle had stood in the way, and John had to carry it out and bring in the porridge. The toast was scorched a little, but the eggs were boiled just to perfection, and we enjoyed it all immensely. Meanwhile, the maid was upstairs making the beds, and such beds you never saw. You'd think they'd been cast in a mold. The maid came downstairs just as we were through, and then John pulled another wire. After doing so, he acted rather strangely. He didn't seem to be able to let go the wire for a minute. It gave him a shock, you know. After that, he handled the wires more carefully. Then the maid proceeded to clear the table. Here was a slight complication, however, for the maid washed everything, and though we had eaten up nearly all, still there was some butter in the dish, a bowl of sugar, and the salt cellar. However, as there was lots of good hot water, the dishes after they were wiped were as clean as could be. But John suggested that for the present, until he could make some improvements, the eatables had better be removed first, for,
"Of course," he said, "there will be some imperfections. Now, Fanny, I suppose you want to wash, don't you? You have the clothes ready, I see."
Yes, but it seems to me the dining room is not swept very clean. Anyway, the crumbs ought to be swept up.
Exactly, returned John. Only, you see, I fixed it so that it would just run around the table once before breakfast, then afterwards you can have all the furniture moved out and the whole room swept every day.
Well, the maid proceeded to remove the furniture. It went to the middle of the room, then began to circle around, removing everything it came in contact with and setting things out in the hall. John dropped the leaves of the table and all went well till it came to the stove and attempted to remove that also. But something was amiss and it veered off to one side. John started forward to turn it off that track, but it promptly picked him up and removed him. I forgot to say that a revolving brush in the bottom was sweeping all this time, and now the thing was making the last circuit as I thought, for it had touched the wall on 3 sides. And I was wondering how it would get into the corners, while John watched the stove, and wondered if it could pass between that and the wall with coming in contact with the stove. But there, the passage was not wide enough, and the stove, a little open grate, was picked up and removed. The pipes fell down and made a lot of dirt, but that was pretty well swept up, as the maid had to make 2 or 3 more circles to allow for the corners. John replaced the furniture, as he had not provided for that part of the work. The stove we decided to carry out for the season, but in the meantime he had started the maid at washing. You see, there was no time lost between things, and I tell you those clothes were washed, and so was John's coat, which, being a pretty good one, he had taken off and laid on the bench. Then we had the kitchen scrubbed, the same apparatus which did the sweeping doing that also. John adjusted it so that the furniture was merely pushed aside. The worst of the thing was that you could not stop the maid when it got going till it had run down, and what was more, if you interfered with the wires when it was going, you were apt to get a shock from the battery. This was inconvenient sometimes. For instance, after the kitchen was all scrubbed, the thing still ran around the walls scrubbing as hard as ever. John said the only thing was to pull another wire and set it to work at something else. It would run harmless to keep it employed. Just then John was called out to speak to a man about some coal, and I undertook to head the thing across the middle of the room. Unfortunately, it rushed straight into the dining room, water pail and all. I didn't care much. I wanted a new carpet for that room anyway, and I knew that sooty spot would never come out. The water in the pail was very dirty by this time. John had not thought of its having to be changed. Presently John returned, and we got into the kitchen again. There was another funny thing about it. Whenever anyone got going ahead of it in the same direction, it was sure to follow, and the only way to get out of its road was to double back on your own track and dodge it. It was the current of air it followed. John said he had a reason for making it that way. While sweeping the kitchen, it got after one of the boys once, and it dodged around the tables and chairs just as he did, till John told him to turn and go back. It got after Bruno when he got out of the dining room into the kitchen. He had just come in from the barn to get something to eat. He turned tail and howled, but he could not get out of the way till he jumped out of the window. The cat fared worse than Bruno, though, for she was picked up along with the wiping cloth and rubbed over the floor for about 3 yards before she managed to get free. There was quite a hole in the window, and we have not seen the cat since. John said there was a fine arrangement for answering the door. Of course, in some instances we would have to go ourselves, especially if any old lady or timid person who had not made the acquaintance of the maid were expected. But if the postman or parcel delivery, it would be all right. Anyone could send in a card, too, you see. But the best of all was the arrangement for putting tramps off the premises. John was just explaining how this was done when Fred exclaimed, "There's an old fellow now. I wonder if he's coming here." Yes, sure enough. He turned in at the gate, and presently there was a ring at the doorbell. Beggars are so impudent, and this was an old offender, so I didn't say anything when John pressed the wire, and we all followed to the door to see the effect, John remarking that it wouldn't hurt him. The door was opened quite quietly, but closed with a bang after the maid. At first, upon reopening the door, we thought it had missed fire, for the tramp, looking somewhat scared, stood at one side of the doorway, but the maid was scuttling down the path with some limp figure in its arms. I was sorry to recognize an uncle of John's, from whom John had expectations. I knew his bald head. The maid had him by the middle, and his feet and head hung down so that his hat dropped off. He was too much surprised to attempt resistance, and the maid deposited him in a heap in the gutter and then returned. We were so bothered by the turn of affairs had taken that we forgot to get out of the way. Fred received a slap which sent him sprawling. John was lifted bodily after the manner of his uncle and laid upon the table, while I, my skirts being caught, was forced to run backwards in a very undignified manner till, by grasping the doorknob, I wrenched myself free at the expense of a width of my skirt. I stood hanging on to that doorknob as if I expected momentarily to be snatched up and thrown out the window, when my eyes happened to fall upon Tommy. He was lying on his back on the floor, his legs slowly waving in the air. He made not a sound. The expression on his face gave me such a start that I relaxed my hold on the doorknob, thinking that he was injured internally. But he raised his hand and feebly waved me aside. He was simply too tired to laugh any more, and was obliged to lie down and wave his legs to express his feelings. Fred had begun to whimper after picking himself up, but catching sight of Tommy, laughed instead. Until something in their father's eyes caused both of the boys to take themselves out of doors. However, they perched upon the fence just outside of a window and looked in.
"You see, Fanny, we must expect some complications at first," said John. "But after a while we'll get used to running it better."
This he said as the maid started out of the front door again, after having buzzed around the hall for a minute. For, as I told you, it was necessary to start it at some new work in order to stop what it was doing, and in the meantime, while we were recovering our breath, it was making trips through the hall to the front gate, and hence to the gutter, and back again. John was explaining that we could arrange the length of the trip as we pleased, and it need ordinarily be only to the door to see what was the matter. It seems that the maid had encountered at the gate the form of a stout, elderly female with a basket and an umbrella, and of course had proceeded to remove the obstacle. However, the obstacle refused to be removed, and they were having a lively time of it. A crowd was beginning to collect, and a policeman appeared around the corner. He interfered in behalf of the stout female and attempted to arrest the maid. The maid, however, made short work of him. It did not succeed, it's true, in depositing him in the ditch, but it spoiled his hat and caused him to beat a hasty retreat. Then, having removed all obstacles, traversed the remainder of the limit and returned to the house, followed by another angry policeman, who, after considerable persuasion, was induced to depart. After the door closed on the policeman, John looked at me, and I at him. The maid had accomplished several revolutions around the dining room and was about to return.
"Mercy, Fanny, you're always talking about how much there is to do. Can't you think of something I'm not supposed to know?"
"No," I answered grimly, but an idea struck John, and he immediately hurried to pull another wire. He did not accomplish it with impunity, however, and I'm sorry to say he made use of some expressions as he danced around for a minute, which I was glad the boys didn't hear. The maid now went out to the woodshed, and John fixed the handle of the axe into the attachment at the end of one of the arms. Here was something out of the ordinary, and John brightened up considerably as the axe began to move up and down with a regular double motion, reached forward, struck a stick at random with the axe blade so as to catch the stick, drew it forward into position, and struck it, splitting it in the center and threw the pieces with two other arms into the corner, and so on till the pile began to get low. Any sticks that were not split fine enough, John threw back. All proceeded well enough till the last stick was split. Then the maid started to buzz around in search of more. It attacked the sawhorse and demolished it, ran into a tub and reduced it to kindling wood, ripped up a barrel of ashes and raised a terrible dust which completely drove John into the house. All this time he was trying to get near enough to start it off on another track, but it wheeled around and flung the axe so menacingly that John got excited and lost his head. When the dust had subsided sufficiently, we went out again. By this time the maid had anchored beside the new woodpile and was splitting it over. This would not have mattered much. We didn't mind the wood being reduced to matches, but it was close to the shed window, and the sticks were being flung through, carrying broken glass with them into the street. John did not care for another visit from the policeman, but he was completely nonplussed. Just then he heard a stifled chuckle, and looking over his shoulder he saw several boys perched on the fence, and among them our own, who immediately dropped down. But what maddened John was the sight of a newspaper reporter also, who was evidently sketching the scene. Then the air began to be filled with flying missiles, which John threw at the maid, till by some lucky hit some of the machinery was jarred, and the maid rushed wildly around the shed, the axe now slashing about with a motion evidently intended for some other office than woodchopping. John ran to shut the door in the face of the reporter, who was filling sheets with sketches. The maid, however, started after him. John stopped, tried to dodge, hesitated, then ran out of the back gate and down the road, the maid thrashing at him with the axe. This was serious. I ran to the gate and anxiously looked after them, while the boys and reporter followed in the wake of the maid. I very much feared the maid would run into something and do some damage, but I soon saw that, as, of course, John avoided all obstacles, so did the maid, and simply followed him. I wondered why he did not reverse and pass the maid, thus putting it off the track. Presently, however, John returned alone, and looking somewhat travel-stained. He pushed past me and went upstairs to the bathroom. I did not dare to follow to ask questions, but Fred and Tommy also returned soon and told me what happened after I lost sight of them. It seems that first of all, the axe flew off the handle and chopped a rooster, which was scurrying out of the way, almost in two. Then they caught up with a cow. It was quite a bit out of town, and she started to run in the same direction. John swerved to one side, and the maid caught up with the cow and belabored her with the axe handle. This maddened the cow so that she made for the river and rushed in, the maid after her. They slashed about in the stream for a minute. Then the maid sank, and the cow appeared on the other side. Next morning, about an hour after John went downtown, he sent up a new carpet for the dining room. We have a German girl now, and I don't know but that she's better than the Automatic Maid-of-All-Work. End of The Automatic Maid-of-All-Work by M. L. Campbell.
The Second Voice by Man Rubin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Second Voice by Man Rubin. Crawford completed the rehearsal in less than an hour. He listened to the orchestra run through its selections, okayed the song the guest vocalist had chosen, then finished up with a long dialogue between Spud and himself. When it was over, he checked timing with the program director, made a few script changes, and conferred briefly with a special service officer about the number of troops the auditorium could hold. Everything was running smoothly. It was going to be a neat, action-packed show. Backstage, he looked at his watch. He had almost 2 hours before the regular show began, and he was restless. 2 hours at Harlow Field could seem like 2 years. Guards and restrictions all over the place. Harlow Field was the largest experimental base in the world, a veritable garden of atoms, the proving grounds for every secret weapon ever imagined. The security and the tight regulations gave Crawford the jitters on each of his visits. He smoked a cigarette and tried making small talk with some of the soldiers on backstage detail. He posed for a picture and gave an interview to a reporter from an army newspaper, then excused himself and went to his dressing room with Spud propped in the crook of his arm. He was used to it now. The applause, the audiences, the pictures, the autographs, the fuss. Everywhere the response was the same. They had either seen him in the movies or on television or in the nightclubs where he first broke in his act. Now they wanted to establish an identity with him, to touch the merchandise, to stand close so that they could write home about the visiting celebrity. Crawford was a realist. It was all part of being a name. It had taken him just 5 years to make the big time. 5 years of road shows, coast-to-coast tours, one-night stands, and a dummy named Spud to make him the hottest ventriloquist in the business. His act was tight, well-paced, and popular. He had a weekly radio show, a television program, and a 7-year contract with a major Hollywood studio. He was riding high. Still, he hadn't forgotten the soldiers. 2 months each year he took time off to travel the USO circuit. His agent tore his hair, reminding him of the financial losses, but the USO had given him his first break, so he always answered their call. He liked enthusiastic audiences, and the cheering of laugh-hungry men made him happy. Entertainment was his business, and he enjoyed exhibiting his talent. The wider the audience, the better he liked it. His dressing room was located back of the auditorium. He closed the door behind him, put Spud on a chair, and began getting out of his rehearsal clothes. He lit a cigarette and looked at himself in the mirror. He was tired and needed a shave. In the last week the pace had been fast. The USO tour still had a few days to run, but he was looking forward to its end. A vacation, the luxury of relaxation would all be his then. He opened a drawer of the dressing table and pulled out a bottle of scotch. There were 2 hours to be killed before the show. He drank a shot and thought about it. A shower, a shave, a good dinner, and a walk around the base would consume the time. After the show, he would drive back to town and check in at a hotel for a good night's sleep. He was putting the bottle back in the drawer when a knock sounded on the door. He said, "Come in," thinking it was one of the cast, and didn't turn around. He heard the door open, glanced into the mirror, and glimpsed Colonel Meadows, the commanding officer of Harlow Field, and a man in civilian clothes he didn't recognize. He turned around, reached for a bathrobe. "Don't mind us, Robbie," said the colonel. "Just dropped by to say hello." He was a small, plump man, and his face was always red and perspiring. Crawford knew him slightly from the other 2 times he had played Harlow Field, but this was the first time the colonel had ever paid him a backstage visit. "Got a fan here who wants to meet you," continued the colonel. "Shake hands with Dr. Paul Schalt, one of our base scientists. He and I just caught your rehearsal. Fine, very fine." The doctor's name struck a chord, and Crawford dug deep until it focused. Dr. Paul Schalt was a physicist working with the Army. He specialized in the development of radar, was the chief developer of the electrical detonator used in atomic bombs. "I enjoyed your performance very much," said Dr. Schalt. "Your voice is extraordinary." He had a smooth, angular face, black hair, and black penetrating eyes. "Amazing range." "Thanks," said Crawford. "And the clearness of tone is phenomenal," said Dr. Schalt. "Has it always been like that?" Crawford nodded. "When I was a kid it embarrassed me, my voice," he said, smiling. "A trick voice, everybody called it. But it's a definite asset to a practitioner of the art of ventriloquism." "You should have seen Dr. Schalt while you were on stage," said Colonel Meadows, beaming at him. "He was running all over the auditorium, testing your voice with one of his gadgets." Crawford grinned. "I didn't realize I moved my audience so." Dr. Schalt laughed. "What Colonel Meadows says is true. I'm very interested in your vocal range. While you rehearsed, I tested the quality and sound of your tone." He stopped, looked around the room until he discovered Spud where Crawford had put him on the chair. He walked over to the dummy and touched the wooden head with his hand. "Actually, it's a second voice, that sound and vibration you use for Spud. It's perfect. Perfect for what I need. That second voice." Dr. Schalt put the dummy back in the position he had found him in, reached into his pocket, and brought out a small, glass-enclosed instrument which he held in front of him. "You know what this is?" he asked, approaching the dressing table. "Never saw it before," Crawford said, examining the gadget. A small arrow flickered nervously within a glass cage. "It's called a voice oscillator," explained Dr. Schalt. "It's sensitive to the slightest tonal inflection. We use it to measure the pitch and volume of a human voice." "What's all this got to do with me?" Crawford asked. "This. We want to use the voice of Spud for an experiment. A very important experiment. With your permission, we'd like to do it immediately." "Well, I'm afraid that's impossible," said Crawford. "I have a show in about—" "Our equipment is all set up," interrupted the doctor. "The entire test will take 45 minutes. We'll have you back in no time." Crawford frowned. He was tired and he looked forward to relaxing a while before the show. "Couldn't we make it some other time?" he said. The colonel spoke then. "Robbie, do you remember reading 4 years ago that our radar system was able to beam signals to the moon and have them returned?" "Sure," said Crawford. "It got a big play in all the newspapers." "Well, our scientists are now ready to conduct a similar experiment," said Colonel Meadows. "This time to Mars." "To Mars?" repeated Crawford, wondering what it had to do with him. "Only this time we plan to send a voice, a human voice that can travel through interstellar space," said Dr. Schalt. "But that's impossible," Crawford exclaimed. "With the average voice, yes," said Dr. Schalt. "Cosmic disturbances would drown out a normal voice amplified 1,000 times beyond its regular frequency. But a voice in a higher octave, like your second voice, well, we believe there's a certain resonant intonation which can be curved and regulated in any direction in the voice you use for your dummy." Crawford nodded. "Spud's voice contains that quality," continued Dr. Schalt. "I believe it can reach Mars and bounce back. I'm asking you to be the first man ever to throw his voice to another planet." There was quiet for a moment when he finished. Crawford's cigarette had gone out, and he relit it. The smoke steadied him. Outside, in the auditorium, the orchestra had begun to rehearse again. "Where's the station set up?" asked Crawford finally. "It's right here on the field, Robbie," Colonel Meadows said quickly. "We've had it under wraps for the last 8 months. It'll be a tremendous thing if it works." Crawford dragged on his cigarette a last time and stamped it out. He walked over to Spud, lifted the dummy into position in the crook of his arm. "What do you say, Crawford?" asked Dr. Schalt. There was a note of urgency in his voice. "I don't know," said Crawford slowly. "My crazy voice is my bread and butter. Can't you use somebody else? Somebody whose voice isn't his life?" "We've wasted weeks testing every man on this field," said Dr. Schalt solemnly. "The average voice becomes static as soon as it gets past Earth's atmosphere. But your voice can break through. I've studied every vibration, every quiver of it. It bends and flexes with each cosmic pressure. You must let us try." Crawford looked at Colonel Meadows. "Robbie, I promise you there's no danger involved," the colonel said. "There's been a great deal of time and effort put into this project, and we'd like to see it work. This week Mars and Earth are the closest they'll be for the next 3 years, so it must be done now. It's your duty to help in this important project." Crawford nodded. The matter of patriotism and duty had not occurred to him. "Of course, Colonel. I'll be glad to help." He looked down at the dummy. "What do you say, Spud? Want to be the first voice to reach Mars?" "Sounds crazy," came the high squeaking reply. "But it ought to put us in the history books." Spud's glass eyes shifted to the other 2 men in the room, and one lid winked. "Calling Mars! This is Spud O'Malley, old quiver voice himself, coming in for a landing." "Good, you'll do it," said Dr. Schalt excitedly. "And if we succeed, the publicity will be worldwide."
"Sure," said Crawford. "An actor likes publicity. But are you sure my voice won't be strained?"
"I'm sure," Dr. Schalt said. "You'll be talking into a microphone in the same tone you use for a broadcast. Nothing more."
"How long will it take?" asked Crawford.
Dr. Schalt checked his watch. 15 minutes for the voice to reach Mars and 15 minutes for its return. He took out a black notebook from his jacket pocket and began to outline the plan while Colonel Meadows put through a call to the laboratory. Spud's voice was to be relayed directly to a giant amplifying unit which would project it into space. Those regulating the voice in the control room would hear nothing but vibrations because of the high frequency it would immediately attain while passing through. Only on its return from Mars would Spud's voice become audible on Earth. It sounded fantastic, but Dr. Shout spoke of it as if it were a certainty, and Crawford knew he was recognized as a great scientist. A few minutes later, Colonel Meadows hung up the phone. He said excitedly, "Everything's set. All the equipment is ready and there's a command car waiting outside." Crawford caught a quick glimpse of himself in the mirror. No shower, no shave, no quiet dinner, no walk. All that would have to come later. He'd been hooked. "I'm ready any time you are," he said. He folded Spud in his arms and followed the two men to the door. They did not speak much in the car. The laboratory was on the northern rim of the field, a 10-minute drive from the auditorium. Approaching the building, Crawford noticed the high radar towers and the steel fences surrounding its frame. They rode past 3 different guard posts and numerous military policemen before the car halted at the main entrance. Immediately, they were ushered into a small broadcasting studio, which was soundproofed and closed off by a heavy metal door. This was Dr. Shout's home grounds, and he took charge. A microphone had been set up, and Dr. Shout had Crawford test Spud's voice while a technician in the control booth measured it acoustically. After an exact tone had been determined for the amplification unit, Dr. Shout briefed him on some details, patted him on the back, and disappeared into the control booth, followed by Colonel Meadows. Crawford lit another cigarette and smoked nervously while he awaited the go-ahead signal. There was a dry tightness in his throat, and he concentrated on relaxing his tension. High on the studio wall, a large clock hacked away at the seconds, and behind the glass facade of the control booth he could see Dr. Shout and his assistant manipulating dials on an intricate panel. It was almost 3 minutes before he heard another sound beside the creak of his own impatient footsteps. Then Dr. Shout's voice came on the feedback, the speaker system connecting the studio with the booth. "Crawford, talk into the mic when we flash you the sign. Keep talking for a minute. And remember, it's just another broadcast. Good luck." Crawford nodded, deposited the cigarette in an ashtray. He moved into position and slid his fingers along the inner wires of Spud's back until they fitted into place. Spud's head came alive. Dr. Shout brought his right hand down in a long, sweeping motion. A bright red bulb above the control booth winked into life. Robbie Crawford went into his act. Inside the booth, Dr. Shout, Colonel Meadows, and a technician watched Crawford performing in pantomime and listened to the strange vibrations emanating from the speaker. They could distinguish no understandable sound, for the amplifier had lifted the voice beyond human hearing as it released it to the stratosphere. They sat quietly, content to wait for the voice to return from its long, lonely journey. Crawford spoke until he saw Dr. Shout signal for a conclusion. A moment later, the red bulb blinked out, and the broadcast was ended. Crawford felt cold, and his hands were perspiring freely. He saw the beaming face of Colonel Meadows motioning him to come inside the booth. He wiped his face and coughed to relieve the tension in his throat. The colonel was the first to greet him as he entered the booth, and his handshake was enthusiastic and firm. Dr. Shout remained bent over one of the instrument boards, rotating a dial, but looked up and nodded excitedly. "It will be another 10 minutes, he said. "Sit down. I've sent out for some supper." "How did it go?" Crawford asked. Good. By now it's halfway to its destination." An orderly came in with a tray of sandwiches and coffee, and for the next few minutes they ate, and Dr. Shout described the intricacies of the operation. The technician stayed glued to the receiver, earphones resting lightly across his head. After 10 minutes, Dr. Shout stood up and looked at his watch. "It's time," he said. "Turn up the resonator." He moved closer to the receiving set as the others gathered around him. The low hum of the monitor signal became louder as the technician switched on a new lever. The static emerging from the speaker thickened, obliterating all other noises. Another 2 minutes went by. Crawford watched it all, aware of the tension and anxiety on each face, feeling the throbbing excitement himself. So they stood, tensely expectant, awaiting the return of his voice. Suddenly the technician whispered, "I've got it. It's coming. I hear it returning." He swung around, offering his earphones to Dr. Schalt, who grabbed for them hurriedly. The scientist raised the cups to his ear and waited. The room fell into deeper silence. Yes, it's the voice. Turn up the resonator to full volume. We've got it. The voice is completing the circuit, Dr. Schalt said tensely. The technician turned another dial as far as it would go. The sound of the static rose to a roar. Then abruptly the static broke, died out, and a strange new sound came in. It was Spud. Spud's voice creeping back from a trip to Mars 35 million miles away. Hello, this is the voice of Spud O'Malley. I speak to you from Harlow Field in the United States of America. My voice is being sent to you by a newly invented amplification unit developed by Dr. Paul Schalt at this experimental base. This is the first time such an operation has ever been tried. We extend our heartiest greetings, our deepest felicitations. It went on, the high squeaking voice, friendly, humorous, alive, sending back to them the words that Crawford had spoken into the microphone a few minutes before. Crawford studied the faces of the other men. They had worked and planned a long time for this single moment, the realization of a long-pursued dream. Colonel Meadows was rubbing his hands together gleefully. The voice was reaching its climax. Success was assured. History had been made. There was a little silence as Spud finished speaking. The technician reached across leisurely to shut off the resonator. Suddenly the voice started again. The technician's hand froze in mid-air. The same high squeaking tone, the same inflections, the same pitch. But this time it was commanding, authoritative. This is Mars! We have received your voice. We know of you, know your language. We want you to know that we do not like intruders. We want no contact with you. Seek us out no more. The voice was received clearly. It fits our frequency well. We will keep it so that no more communication from you is possible. Let this be a warning. Stay away. We do not want you. The voice stopped and there was silence again. Then Colonel Meadows chuckled. Very clever, Crawford. You really startled me for a moment. Yes, said Dr. Schalt, smiling. So you made a little joke at the end. Very clever. Crawford's back was to them as he stared at the loudspeaker. His face was contorted in a surprised grimace, and the flesh was suddenly white and lifeless. He turned to face them, his body rigid and his mouth trembling as he whispered, That voice, that last voice, it wasn't mine. That wasn't me speaking. Dr. Schalt laughed. A superb actor. A great performance, Mr. Crawford. We are most grateful to you. Robbie's a born comedian, added Colonel Meadows, his eyes sparkling with the humor of the situation. Never misses a chance to clown. Don't you understand? It wasn't my voice, screamed Crawford. He looked from one man to another, his eyes pleading for belief. The second part was not mine. They stared at him, their smiles fading. Colonel Meadows said, What do you mean, Robbie? Didn't you hear when I spoke? I never said those last things. Didn't you hear what I said? The technician answered him. Oh, we didn't hear a thing, Mr. Crawford. The amplification was too high. It was nothing but mumbling when it passed through this room. He looked at Dr. Schalt for confirmation. I explained that to you myself, said the doctor. You could have recited the Gettysburg Address, and we'd never have known until it returned. Crawford stared down at the limp form of Spud hanging across his arm. He ran a hand across his eyes, dropped the dummy onto the desk. Turning back to Dr. Schalt, he began to speak in a taut, controlled voice. Dr. Schalt, I swear to you that was not my voice at the end. I finished with a goodbye. The voice that spoke after that moment of silence was somebody else's voice. It's up to you to find out whose. Don't be absurd, said Dr. Schalt irritably. That was your voice, your pitch, the voice of your dummy, Spud. He wasn't going to be taken in by any warped sense of humor. Robbie Crawford was the best ventriloquist in America. He was also noted for his practical jokes. An experiment of this magnitude shouldn't be treated so lightly, he added acidly. You've got to believe me, screamed Crawford. His voice was choked and his pale face was glistening with perspiration. It was somebody else imitating my ventriloquist voice. I swear it was not me. Colonel Meadows sat down abruptly. The technician ran from the booth and returned a moment later with a glass of water. Colonel Meadows motioned for him to give it to Crawford. The ventriloquist gulped down the water, then went over and sat down beside the colonel. "Look," he said quietly, "I'm not joking, and I'm not out of my head. It was a shock to hear a voice so like my own, to hear it threaten us, to know that it's traveling from another world. It's like hearing an echo that shouldn't be." The colonel exchanged a puzzled look with Dr. Schalt. After a moment, the doctor reached down and picked the dummy up and brought it to Crawford. "Crawford, listen to me." His voice was gentle, sympathetic. "Perhaps you've been working too hard. These USO trips, the rehearsal, the excitement of the last hour. Maybe you forgot what you said, or said more than you recall." "I remember everything I said," Crawford said quietly. "I stopped when you gave me the signal. That voice came after I stopped. Can't you check?" A phone in the back of the control booth rang sharply and Colonel Meadows answered it. He spoke for a few moments, then hung up. "That was the stage manager calling from the main auditorium. You've got 10 minutes before the show. How do you feel?" Crawford blinked in surprise. He had almost forgotten the program. He tried to rise, found his legs trembling. "He's in no condition to put on a show," said Dr. Schalt. "Better postpone it." No, I'm okay," protested Crawford, walking around the small floor, exercising his hands. "It's my show. They're waiting for me. Let's get going." In the car, during the ride to the auditorium, he did not speak. He sat with Spud resting snugly against his chest, drumming his fingers on an armrest, while Colonel Meadows and Dr. Schalt talked, tried to convince him of the invalidity of his reasoning. There was a simple explanation for the voice. Either he had forgotten part of his speech, or maybe some amateur radio ham had somehow managed to pick up their signal and was playing a joke. He was too intelligent a man to be frightened by such coincidence. They spoke to him reassuringly all during the ride. At the stage door he thanked them, then went inside the auditorium to give his performance. The ovation that greeted him was tremendous. The orchestra played his theme, and an army announcer introduced him as the #1 ventriloquist in the world. He walked out slowly from the wing, waving and grinning at the audience with Spud sitting erect on his arm. The soldiers roared and whistled as Spud's head spun, drooped, and tilted in the opening routine that he was famous for. Crawford stopped in the middle of the stage, rested his foot on a chair that had been provided, sat Spud on his knee. The applause dwindled gradually, and the other members of the cast moved into their positions. The army announcer walked forward to engage Crawford in conversation, to feed him questions that would be answered in Spud's high, squeaky voice. "Hi, Robbie, Spud," said the announcer. "What took you so long getting here?" It was Spud's answer. All eyes focused on the dummy's face as it bent forward and its mouth opened slowly. A wooden hand moved up and scratched a wooden head. But only a gurgle came out of the open mouth. The announcer looked at Crawford, motioned him to speed up. "Speak up, Spud. Can't hear a word you're saying. No time to be bashful." Again the dummy's mouth opened, the head bobbled, and the eyes blinked. The gurgle became a half-strangled gasp. It whined unsteadily a few moments, then broke off completely. The cast in the wings began to stir nervously. Crawford was obviously straining. A vein throbbed in the center of his forehead, and his lips were tight over his teeth. "Stage fright," he said in an aside to the audience. Turning his head aside, he coughed and cleared his throat and pretended to whisper with Spud. "Speak up, Hal. This is what we rehearsed for." The mouth of the dummy flapped up and down without cadence. The soldiers snickered, squirmed restlessly. A sound started, a low, plaintive wail that broke into a dirge and finally into a wild shriek from Crawford's lips. He screamed and kicked over the chair his foot was balanced on. The dummy toppled to the floor. I can't! My voice is gone!" He was screaming and clutching at his throat, trying to loosen his collar. The curtains closed behind him as the soldiers leaped to their feet all over the auditorium. He screamed, "I've lost my second voice! They took it from me! The Martians stole my voice!" The announcer grabbed his arms then and tried to lead him from the stage. Crawford shoved him away. "They took it! cried Crawford. "No matter what they tell you, the Martians took Spud's voice. It fitted their frequency. They'll use it to reach Earth. I can't get it back." Colonel Meadows and several MPs who were stationed in the wings came out and dragged him from the platform. The GI audience remained silent a moment longer, then broke into loud, nervous rumbling. Seconds later, Colonel Meadows returned to the microphone and held up his hand until the confusion died down. He explained briefly about Dr. Shout's experiment and how Crawford had been asked to participate. He told how a human voice had been sent to Mars for the first time, and how Crawford had suffered a temporary shock on hearing his voice return from this journey. He assured the audience that Crawford would receive the best medical care and would probably be back performing at the field in a few short weeks. He asked the soldiers to remain in their seats and let the show continue out of respect for a great performer. The orchestra began the refrain of a popular song, and the guest vocalist appeared wearing a white strapless evening gown. She blew warm, friendly kisses to the soldiers. The response she received was a healthy one. And the show went on. End of The Second Voice by Man Rubin.
Cosmic Tragedy by Thomas S. Gardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Cosmic Tragedy by Thomas S. Gardner. The big man with the iron-gray hair stared morosely at the porch window and across the roofs of Greater New York. Far down the canyon streets, a few motor cars still ran, and over the swinging aerial bridges scattered pedestrians carefully wended their way. Their grotesque figures with the heavy metal helmets that reminded the watching man of the half-mythical sea creatures from the past, or divers that used to explore wrecks, were far different from the jostling crowds that had crowded the ways only a few short days ago. But that was before the plague of the Whispering Death. John Cortlandt, United Utilities Power magnate, sighed as he turned from the quiet streets below. Somberly, he regarded a tiny light beam that came from the mirror of the galvanometer that trembled and danced continually. He mused over the events of the past few days, and wondered at their meaning. Like a caged tiger he paced the metal-lined room, waiting for the word that would spell success or disaster. 5 days before it had first appeared, a whispering, a singing, a vibrating had manifested itself. It was not local, but appeared simultaneously all over the earth. This whispering, as of elfish voices, was not annoying at first, but it changed and alternated from a shrill whine back to the eerie murmuring that was first noticed. Young Cavendish, at the Black Laboratories, had first tracked down the cause of the strange sounds. As to its ultimate origin, that was still veiled in mystery. At the end of the first day, people had become nervous. At the end of the second, many were on the point of breaking. And then mankind began to go insane. It was too much for their nervous system, and the vibration seemed to affect the inner ear. Suddenly, a well-ordered planet became a center of bedlam and chaos. Order could not be restored because there was no one to handle affairs. If Dr. Hankins had not discovered that iron would shield the wearer from the vibrations, mankind would have been doomed. As it was, only a few of the Earth's heavy population had been able to get the protecting helmets, and some had lived in metal-lined rooms. This discovery of the shielding effect of iron led to the discovery that an electromagnetic radiation between infrared and shortwave radio was acting on the ozone molecules to set them into vibration. To cap it all, the ionizing heaviside layer that protected the Earth from the ultraviolet rays of the sun was decomposing also. Thus, to the plague of the Whispering Death was added the threat of sunburn, a horrible burn that killed the skin and ultimately the patient. Savagely, John Cortlandt kicked at his chair as he paced across the room. There was one slender hope, a thin thread that might save them at last. Europe was prostrated, Asia in turmoil, and America in chaos. All depended on the theory that the origin of the destructive vibration that had set their ozone molecules into their dance of death had intelligence back of it. The source of the radiation could not be found at this time, but that was not needed. If they could use the incoming radiation field as a carrier and heterodyne on it a superimposed vibration, perhaps the source could be destroyed. Japan had furnished the formula for the opposing field, and United Utilities Power, the energy. All the great power stations on the planet had been connected up into a unit. All the tremendous kilowatts of energy had been flowing for hours into those great reservoirs of bound energy, the artificial space field invented by Minsky of Stalingrad, and the great glass globes at Schenectady had taken this power and had built up a voltage unthinkable. The earth was going to hurl the thunderbolts of Jove. For hours now he had restlessly awaited the signal to release this energy in answer to the whispering death. For hours the stunned planet had awaited the moment of decision, when he would release all this pent-up energy that Niagara, Victoria, and countless other waterfalls, and many great steam power plants that had been harnessed for man's use. The carefully pre-calculated voltage would hurl an electron stream at a target. The desired wavelength would be emitted by the target, and would automatically heterodyne itself on the invading field. This frightful stream of energy would blast its generators into atoms, but it must suffice. It was Earth's dying stroke. A bell tinkled, and eagerly John Cortlandt rushed to answer. A quiet voice said, "We are ready. The potential has reached maximum." The 0 hour had arrived. Nervously, John Cortlandt looked around the room at the familiar articles, and once out the window at the sunlight, and then back in. He threw the switch. For the great leader of the once powerful Murians gazed through the matter shield across space to the planet hanging in the heavens. A great green disk outlined in pearly light, with green continents and bluish-green seas, pointed clearly to its nearness. The artificial satellite that housed the observatory was circling this planet with incredible velocity. This was just what they had been looking for, an inhabitable planet with intelligent beings on it that could aid them in their problem. Long ages ago they had left their planet just before their sun had become a nova and had exploded. Only a few of their peoples had been saved, and at the thought the great goggly eyes filmed in sorrow. The great journey in space had tried them all. Generations had been born, and some had died. By necessity, they had kept their population down until they could come to a system which might support them. They not only needed an inhabitable planet, but an intelligent people on this planet, so they could rebuild their civilization quickly. They were friendly and had no wish to harm the dwellers on this planet. He did not entirely agree with the council that they should get into communication with these people before landing. Four thought that they were wasting time to encircle this beautiful world while attempting to communicate with them. Their atmosphere analysts had shown them small quantities of ozone, and they were bombarding the ozone with a controlled radiation. This caused them to act as receivers and converters so that intelligent communication could be set up. It was just like a radio without a receiving set. Ozone molecules did it all just before decomposing. To one side he could see the huge transformers and generators of the tiny moonlet's driving plant and ray generators. The actual projector hung like a tiny mushroom some distance from the generating plant. The inclined buildings, due to the high radius of curvature of the moonlet, looked as though they were falling down all the time. Tiny figures of Merians ceaselessly worked about the great machines that had carried them for ages. For days now, they had been keeping up the barrage, hoping to get a response. Their electro-telescopes had shown them that this planet housed a people as intelligent as their own. Their great cities, ships, and power stations made them long to be with the planet's peoples. Together they could do wonders, and here they were waiting in space. Why this waste of time? Of course, the Council was right in believing that the sudden appearance of unfamiliar beings might start an interplanetary war, and they could not fight a war. Their resources were practically exhausted, their peoples few, and they had no desire to cause trouble. They only wanted peace and a place to live. He shrugged his scaly shoulders and cocked his vertical eyes at the meters covering the walls. No response to their messages yet. What could be the matter? Of course, the planet had a denser atmosphere than that which they were accustomed to, but no matter. They could adjust themselves to it. Strange about the messages, though. They had been exactly within the audible range of the Merians, and their antennae had had no difficulty in reading them. Of course, the planet's men would receive them just the same. Still, the prediction of Tum Tak that the denser atmosphere would increase the pitch of the ozone molecules had to be considered. However, this increased pitch should not harm the inhabitants. Their antennae received them very well, tests demonstrated. They had not tested them for the effect on the inner ear structure, for they had never possessed them. Their sound transmission had been direct. If they did not respond within a few more revolutions about the planet, they would be compelled to go down into the atmosphere. Wonder what that unusual activity about the power plants and the great crystal globes on the one major continent meant anyway. Perhaps they were preparing to answer their calls. But why so much power as they seemed to be accumulating? What a peculiar field. That was unknown to them. Why these people would pump more power into one great field than the Merians had developed for ages. Great peoples, these inhabitants of the third planet. Well, he would take one more glance at the great crystal globes before turning over his place to his aide. There it was now. The crystal globes were surrounded in crimson flame. They disappeared in blinding incandescence. And horrors! Simultaneously their projector had been surrounded by a halo of radiation that arced across to the generators. These exploded, showering molten metal on the frightened Merians. 4 did not see the full charge arrive, blasting the moonlet into incandescence and destroying the last of the Merians. The great flame came into being in space between Earth and Moon. The Earthlings were greatly mystified at it, but the whispering death had ceased. They were satisfied. The end of Cosmic Tragedy by Thomas S. Gardner.
Double Take by Wilson Parks Griffith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Rogers. Double Take by Wilson Parks Griffith. When the travelers from outer space dug into the pile of moldering rock, they found the metal capsule their senses had told them was there. Battered and corroded though it was, the shadow vibrations showed that it had once been smooth and shiny. As smooth, shiny, and impervious to wear as 20th century Earth technology could make it. At the time, the mayor of Chicago had ceremoniously tossed a handful of lake sand into the hole, had his picture taken smiling against the skyline, and had moved away to let the workmen fill the hole with cement and place the marker, the time capsule had been bright with the hopes of civilization sending its proud present into the uncertain future. Time passed. The tiny radio transmitter in the capsule began throwing out its wide signal at the exact instant planned for it many centuries before. No one heard. Eventually, the tiny powerful batteries gave out. The signal died. Time passed. When the travelers from outer space took the capsule back to their ship and opened it, they found the contents in perfect order. Even the reel of magnetic tape had not succumbed to the centuries. In due course, the travelers examined the tape, divined its purpose, and constructed a machine that would play back the recording. Out of 1 million evolutionary possibilities in a universe of planets, the chances of 2 intelligent races being even roughly similar are astronomically remote. A being develops sense organs for no other reason than to make it aware of its environment. The simplest primitive being's awareness of its environment centers around food, its means of survival. It develops organs and appendages that will enable it to ferret out, obtain, and ingest its food. As the food differs, so then does the eater. The travelers had no ears or eyes as such. They had other organs for other purposes, but the net result was that they saw and heard quite as well, even better, than Earthmen. Perhaps that explains why the travelers gleaned so much more from the tape recording in the 20th century capsule than its originators had planned or intended. Not just any radio show could be placed in the time capsule. What picture of contemporary 1960 mankind would the men of the future derive from a soap opera, a news analysis, or top comedy show? Certainly not a flattering one, and so, reasoned the brass in charge of the project, not a true one. No, the only answer was to produce a special documentary program, painting on a broad canvas the glories that were the common man's birthright in an enlightened democracy. As July 4th was only a month away, the idea was a natural. The program would be carried simultaneously on 4 networks, then placed in the time capsule so that historians of the future would have something solid on which to base their conclusions. A famous poet radio writer was hired to write the script. Hollywood's greatest young male star donated his services, with much attendant publicity, as narrator. A self-acknowledged genius who directed radio shows for a living condescended to lend his talents to production. Numerous other actors, musicians, technicians, and assistants were hired, none well known, but all quite competent. July 4th, the big day, arrived. The cast went into rehearsal early in the morning. By the second complete run-through, just before the break for lunch, the show was hanging together nicely. After 4 hours of polishing in the afternoon, it was ready to go on the air. Everyone's nerves were raw, but the show sounded great. Naturally, when a room full of creative people have been rubbing against one another for a full day, a lot of emotions are generated. The listening audience never knew about it, but it took the actors, directors, musicians, and technicians several days to get the session out of their systems. During rehearsals, the young Hollywood star developed a consuming lust for one of the minor actresses. One of the minor actors developed a consuming lust for the young Hollywood star. Everyone immediately hated the director, and he, lofty and all-wise, contemptuously hated them in return. By 8 o'clock that night, showtime, the splendid documentary on the splendid American people was not the only thing that was at peak pitch. It was the only thing, however, that the radio audience heard. It was magnificent. Future students hearing the tape could not but conclude that here was the golden age. Man, at least American man, circa 1960, noble, humble, and sincere, was carrying in his bosom the seeds of greatness. Difficulties still existed, of course, but they were not insurmountable. A few deluded people seemed to be working against the common good, but the program left no doubt that this would be cleaned up in short order. The millennium was at hand. When the travelers from outer space, who were a team of historians doing research on the history of life throughout the universe, listened to the tape recording, their ears heard none of the program as it had been originally broadcast. They were no less fascinated, however, for what they heard was the thought patterns of the people who had been connected with the program. These thoughts, in the form of electrical impulses, were also recorded on the magnetic surface of the tape, and were the only sounds audible to the travelers. What a pity these future historians didn't get mankind's version of the life of mankind in 1960, after the producers had gone to so much trouble to tie it up in a package for them. Their conception of Earth culture was based on the thought impulses they heard, and their history of Earth was written accordingly. The last paragraph is worth noting. In the main, it is quite fortunate for life in the universe that these primitive people destroyed themselves before they learned how to leave their planet. Lustful, murderous, and guilt-ridden, they are perhaps the worst example of intelligent life that we have ever discovered. And yet, paradox supreme, they had one quality that we ourselves would do well to emulate. That quality we can only surmise, for nothing on the recording spoke of it, yet it is obvious, for if they hadn't had this quality, there would have been no recording left for us at all. How strange that these tortured people should practice an unparalleled example of life's highest achievement, complete honesty with themselves and others. End of Double Take by Wilson Parks Griffith. Recording by Jeff Rogers.
The Miserly Robot by R.J. Rice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.com. Recording by Molehill Mountain. The Miserly Robot by R.J. Rice. The Old Robot was one of the few remaining handmade productions of the Rotulian era, an era which had seen each individually constructed robot reach the zenith in the various professional fields. An era totally unlike present-day Cornusia and its slipshod electro-assembly line robotic productions. And indeed slipshod were these productions, many Cornusians agreed. Loudly and indignantly they howled that the stupid Cornusian robots, conspicuous by their dress, multicolored sport coats, striped trousers, curling shoes, and brightly feathered hats, did nothing but prance around all day and engage in horseplay. Not so the old robot. From that long-ago day when his final bolts had been lovingly tightened by grimy machinists and tabac-chewing electronicians, he had been fabulous. Even the Rotulian elders, accustomed as they were to robotic achievements, had been stunned by his rapid rise in the fields of finance and economics. And even the irascible bearded banker, Tesmant Lowndes, after an 80-year association with the robot in investment circles, would admit, although grudgingly if questioned, that the robot was sharp with the credit. Upon the early demise of the elder Lowndes, at age 90, and there were raised eyebrows in Cornusian society at such an early departure, his will, officially striped in red and green and properly opened in the presence of the required 7 witnesses, was found to state unequivocally, "It is my last testament, under the laws of Cornusia, that my long-time and good friend Nestor shall operate the finances of my estate for my son Harry, sole survivor, until—" And there followed, set down in tiny multitudinous lines of legal terminology peculiar to the age, the conditions and the length of the operation of the estate. So it was that the robot Nestor became involved, through no fault of his own, with certain people who— "Nestor," said Harry Lowndes to the robot who had entered the study in answer to the pull on the bell cord, "I must have an advance on my allowance." Nestor stopped just inside the door. He was a small and chunky robot, much older than the slender 6-tube types presently in use. His somber clothing, unlike the gaily clad, stupid Cornusian robots, gave evidence that he was a production of the Rotulian era. A blue serge suit decked his blocky metal frame. A conservative black and white zebraic tie, a type popular with professional men, was knotted neatly into a spotlessly white button-down collar and draped in grateful folds over his odd screen. Thick horn-rimmed focals perched on his stub nose and magnified his magenta eye sockets. He was carrying 2 bulky ledgers, a huge, well-worn legal-looking volume, and half a dozen much-thumbed copies of the Uni-World's Financial Journal. As Lowndes finished speaking, Nestor shuffled toward the desk, set the armload down, and stepped back, removing his black bowler and exposing to Lowndes' view a worn, blue-gray pate from which tiny specks of iconium flaked, a sign of rapid aging in the Rotulian robot. "Master Lowndes," said Nestor, "an advance will be impossible, according to the terms of your late father's will." Lowndes interrupted, red-faced. He slammed his fist down on the desktop. All right, Nestor," he growled. "So my father left you, his financial advisor, in charge of the estate. I'm not complaining, you're making credits, but can't you loosen up a little bit? All I need is 500 advance on next month's allowance." Nestor leaned forward to place the black bowler on the corner of the desk. "I'm sorry, Master," he said, straightening back up slowly. "The will allows you 1,000 credits." "I know what the will allows me," yelled Lowndes. "Master," said Nestor, "I am trying to preserve the estate. Your interests are paramount with—" "Nestor, I've got to have 500 credits." The robot did not answer. His odd lights flickered. Lowndes cooled down. "Nestor," he asked, "can't you find a loophole in the terms of the will?" He pointed to the legal-looking volume sitting on the desk. "How about digging through that?" Nestor did not answer. His odd lights still flickered fitfully. "Nestor, I am sorry I spoke shortly to you." Silence. Lowndes stared at the motionless robot. "Now, look here, Nestor. You heard me apologize." Still silence. "Please, Nestor," Lowndes pleaded. "I know you can figure out a way. Just this once. Please, Nestor." Suddenly, Nestor's cranial lights lit up. His odd lights flashed on. He looked like a Christmas tree. His relays began to click-clack. His odd box hummed. He sounded like a swarm of bees. Lowndes stared in amazement. Nestor's deep thought processes never failed to fascinate him. As he watched, abruptly all the lights cut out. The relays gave a final clack. For a minute, there was silence. Then Nestor spoke. "Master, I have converted a majority of the holdings, yet 500 cash credits remain in Central National Repository. Under provisions of Section 4, Paragraph 7, Subparagraph 18 of the Quarto Code, this amount could be carried to the ledgers as a gift to you, deductible. Your signature would not be required for the cash transfer." Lowndes' eyes gleamed. "I'm proud of you, Nestor. How long will it take to get the credits?" "Master, as I mentioned, I have converted all but—" "For Pete's sake, Nestor, I've got to have those credits by 7 tonight." "Master, please. Allow me to explain the disposition of the converted assets. I am certain that we are facing a recession comparable to that suffered by the ancients in the 29th year of the 20th century. Therefore, I have withdrawn—" Again Lowndes broke in. "Look, Nestor, tell me later. Let's get the 500. "Perhaps we should reconsider, Master. Even though legal, this action is irregular." "Reconsider? What do you mean, reconsider? You figured it out, didn't you? Nestor, someday you'll blow your tubes from worry. Now how about getting those credits?" "All right, Master. I shall go." The robot shuffled from his study, his tempite joints creaking with age. Lowndes stared after him. So Nestor was converting assets, he thought. He'd bet a herd of 2-headed Venusian horses that the robot would more than quadruple any investment. He'd probably buy into some new uni-space enterprise. Even though it rankled to have the robot controlling the finances, still he had to admit that old Nestor was a financial wizard. Under the terms of the will of the departed elder Lowndes, Nestor was to control the estate investments until Harry reached the age of 30, or until Nestor ceased operating. And in the meantime, though it was at times galling to have to live on the allowance, Harry termed it a dole, of 1,000 credits a month, he consoled himself by reflecting that Nestor couldn't possibly last much longer. He'd already had several major overhauls. Besides, he, Harry, would be 30 in 3 more years. Anyway, Nestor wasn't too hard to get along with. He was just too conscientious. But he was making credits by the barrelful. Harry thought, "I've been pretty lucky talking Nestor out of the 500. Maybe I found the secret of handling him. Anyway, I'd better watch myself. If I couldn't pay Slyman, I'd really be in the soup." At the thought of Slyman, he scowled. Too bad I can't take Nestor down there and clean out that sharp-suited gambler. Too bad the law forbids calculators like Nestor to enter establishments such as Slyman's Snake Eyes Club. Wow, what Nestor wouldn't do to Slyman's roulette wheel. And as for the dice game, well, he'd pay Slyman the 500 and that'd be all. He was through. From now on, he'd better devote his time to Judy. Of course, he reflected, she was a trifle expensive for his 1,000 credit allowance, always wanting jewelry and those cute Martian minks. But his thoughts shifted. She'll be plenty burned, he thought, because I didn't show up at the Crinkled Worlds Club last night. I should never have stopped in at Slyman's when I had a date with her. Apologies are definitely in order. I'd better talk to her and get out of the dog. The video screen hanging on the wall shrilled. He got up from the desk, walked over to press the on switch. The head and shoulders of an attractive female appeared on the screen. Her shoulder-length auburn hair framed a face dominated by green eyes and sulky red lips. "Judy," said Lowndes enthusiastically. "I was just thinking of you." "Don't Judy me, you beast," she flung back at him. "Why, sweets, what's wrong?" he asked innocently. "You know well what's wrong," she flared. "I waited for you at the club last night, but you never showed." Her temper, clued by her auburn hair, was showing. "And I waited for my birthday present. But I suppose it never occurred to you," she stressed the you nastily, "that last evening was also my birthday." "Sweets, I'm sorry." He sidled away from the green eyes glaring at him and added, "I'll see you tonight at 8:30. She snorted. Then, noticing his furtive movement away from her, she yelled, "Harry Lowndes, you come right back here in front of this screen where I can see you. I want to know where you were last night." He came back, a sheepish grin spread over his face. "I stopped at Slyman's," he said. Her carmine lips tightened. "Slyman's? All right, Harry Lowndes, how much did you lose?" 500. Her green eyes flashed. "Lost 500? She screamed. "That 500 would have bought me a birthday present." Her voice dropped several octaves. "I'm through, Harry. I'm sending your ring back in the morning." He was shaken. "Sweets, it'll never happen again. I'm paying Slyman off tonight, and believe me, Sweets, it is the last time." "I mean it, Harry." He groaned. "Judy, please. What are our plans?" "Plans? Did you think I'd marry you on a pitiful 1,000 credits a month?" He was desperate. "Judy, you can't do this. I'll speak to Nestor. I'll get him to increase the allowance." She laughed at him, biting sarcastic laughter. "Speak to Nestor? You couldn't get Nestor to do anything. He controls your estate. Or didn't you know?" "Judy, please, listen. I will—" "Goodbye, Harry. Your ring will—" He tried desperately to hold her on the screen, cutting in with, "Judy, it will only be a year or two until Nestor quits operating. Then we will have the estate." She was furious. Her anger, smoldering now, erupted, white-hot. "You actually expect me to wait for that senile walking adding machine to run down?" She was raging now, whiplashing him with abuse. "Why, you spineless worm! You cheap excuse for a man! If you were half the man you pretend to be, you'd make that stupid robot quit operating. Goodbye!" The impact of her words had stunned him. He walked to the desk, slumped limply, held his head in his hands. Unseeing, he stared at the ledgers, the much-thumbed journals. His eyes were bleak. Even now, still reeling under her scorn and smarting under her abuse, he thought of her. Recalled his last glimpse of her, auburn-haired and red-lipped. Flinched at the memory of her green eyes glittering with rage, boring into him. He groaned, ran his hands through his dark hair, and then rose. His face was grim. He walked to the garage, rummaged in the trunk of the little ground scooter, pulled out the 3-pronged ironite wheel wrench. He carried it back up to the study, laid it beside the desk, and sat down to wait for Nestor. The old robot shuffled into the study, his diaphragm tubes pulsing under the strain of the 4-square trip to Central National. He pulled a thick roll of orange-colored credits from the pocket of his blue serge coat and handed it to Lowndes. "There you are, Master," he wheezed. "Thank you, Nestor," Lowndes replied. He walked toward the study windows, glanced out into the sun-lighted patio, then turned back to face the robot. "Nestor," he said, "a problem has come up. Do you think it could be possible to increase the allowance? You see, I am planning marriage." Nestor's magenta eye sockets flickered slightly after Lowndes had finished speaking. "Might I offer a suggestion, Master?" he asked. "Go ahead." "Master, it is rumored in the city that you have been frequenting the establishment of Slyman the Gambler." Lowndes glared at the robot. "What are you talking about? What's Slyman got to do with all this? I asked you if you couldn't work out a liberal increase. I want to get married." "I have an answer for you, Master, but I thought it politic to mention that the odds at Slyman's are definitely against you." "Forget about Slyman," snarled Lowndes. "How about the increase?" The robot's words thudded into Lowndes' brain. "An increase is impossible, Master," he said. He went on, his odd tones crackling. "Indeed, I may have already overstepped in gifting you the 500 credits. The testament and tort attorneys may never allow it, especially since it was in payment of a gambling debt. Good day." Nestor reached for the black bowler he had placed on the desk and set it neatly in the center of his worn pate. He picked up the armload of books and journals and headed for the door. He turned back for a moment to face Lowndes and add, "And, Master, if you will forgive my impertinence, I should like to say that I do not believe a marriage with Miss Judy would be prudent." In that moment, Lowndes' face turned livid with anger. Seizing the heavy wheel wrench, he lunged for the blue-clad robot. He brought the wrench down squarely in the center of the black bowler. The heavy, pronged ironite wrench crashed into Nestor's cranial tubes, drove through the blue-gray worn pate, sliced into the fragile, old-style gretile metal, battered and shredded the robot's upper works into a twisted mass. Again and again, in maniacal fury, Lowndes slammed the ironite prongs down. Nestor crashed to the floor in a final hiss and crackle. Lowndes stared at the robot's smashed remains, stared at blue-gray old-fashioned gretile metal scattered in a twisted heap of powdered tubes, shredded relays and curling tensite wires. Off to one side the ledgers lay where they had fallen. He reached out and picked up one of them. He thumbed through the pages, ran his eyes over the list of holdings set down in Nestor's precise hand. What was this? The page titled Central National showed withdrawals. Where was the balance? His eyes riveted on the final figure. 0. He threw the ledger down, reached hurriedly for the other. Ha! Here were further listings. He flipped rapidly through page after page, intent on the balance. Page after page, One World Banking, Coxcom Trust, Martian Financial Institute, Venusian Investors, Cornusian Text Fund, but what was this? All showed withdrawals. All showed balance 0. Balance 0. He sagged against the corner of the desk, his face pale. His hands shook. Where were the credits? What had Nestor done with them? Sweat broke out onto his forehead. Steady. Steady. He dragged himself back from panic. His mind worked. Let's see. Central National is the biggest of the repositories. Nestor held the working capital down there. If he converted the credits, they'd know. He'd tell them. He's dealt with them for over 80 years. I'd better go down and find out. I'll tell them... He was busy, his mind churning and twisting, concocting a story. He felt much better as he walked toward the study door. Thoughts intent on Judy, green-eyed, red-lipped, curvaceous Judy, and on the credits certain to be invested somewhere in the maze of holdings, he stepped over the pile of smashed tubes, twisted relays, and scorched tensite wires that had been Nestor. He eyed the pile. Nestor, he reflected, has met with an unavoidable accident. An accident, coincident with a tube failure on Nestor's part, whereby the ground scooter broke its electronic control and ran over the robot. And in the same line of thought, I shall have to drag him over and stack him in front of the garage and use the wheel wrench on the fenders and the headlamps of the scooter. They shall have to be battered to show that. He was smiling as he started for the big, 8-sided structure, Central National, a 4-square trip, and one which Nestor had made earlier in the day. Vice President Smilligan, a thin, narrow-shouldered man who affected a pince-nez, greeted Lowndes. He offered a cool hand. "Mr. Lowndes, this is indeed a pleasure. We don't see you down here very often. Have a seat." "No, not very often," said Harry, dropping the hand and sitting down. "Nestor handles the accounts." "Well, Mr. Lowndes, what can we do for you?" "Mr. Milligan, Nestor has suddenly blown a tube and has decided to turn in for an overhaul." "Sorry to hear that. These tube failures can be so sudden. Matter of fact, I believe I saw Nestor in our investment department an hour or so ago." "That's right, he was," said Lowndes. But after the tube blew, he became very concerned as to whether the balance he showed in the ledgers was correct. Lowndes smiled. "I told him I'd find out, Mr. Milligan. Sort of humor him, you know." Milligan rose, pulled his pince-nez out of his suit pocket, and placed it squarely on the tip of his nose. He looked over at Lowndes and said, "Mr. Lowndes, you are fortunate to have Nestor handle the financial affairs for the estate. Your father showed exceptional judgment in the selection. Naturally, we at Central National were elated. Why, we've held your family's finances and dealt through Nestor for over 80 years. In fact, ever since your father organized Lowndes' methodical investments." Milligan started for the door. "Now," he said, "if you'll excuse me, I'll go and check on the accounts balance." He came back frowning. He removed the pince-nez from his nose and held it in his hand. He appeared concerned. "Mr. Lowndes," he said, "Nestor has closed out the accounts. Every credit has been withdrawn, not only here but in all our correspondent repositories." He paced back and forth in front of Lowndes. He stopped, peered down, and added, "A 500,000 withdrawal, Mr. Lowndes." 500,000, repeated Harry. He reached for his handkerchief. His forehead was beginning to bead with sweat. "We have explicit confidence in Nestor's ability, Mr. Lowndes, but—" Milligan looked sharply at Harry. "Are you sure he hasn't had an unreported tube failure during the past few days? After all, withdrawing 500,000 credits—" He broke off. 500,000 credits, said Harry. "I agree with you, Mr. Lowndes. Indeed a sizable amount." Milligan gave a weak laugh. "Naturally," he continued, "we are loath to lose an account of this size. That is the reason I inquired as to possible failure on Nestor's cranial range. His actions certainly have been strange." Lowndes interrupted. "What? What's strange? He was all right this morning." Milligan was agitated. "Are you sure, Mr. Lowndes? First of all, Nestor told Farrell, our investment man, that we Cornusians were headed for a recession of even greater severity than that experienced by the ancients in the 29th year of the 20th century. Lowndes' hands were shaking. He fumbled for a Martian rolled plover, lit it, and inhaled the greenish fumes. "Why?" he said. "Nestor told me the same thing this morning. What does that prove?" Milligan stared at the greenish fumes with distaste. He did not smoke. He said shortly, "Allow me to continue, Mr. Lowndes. I am as distressed by this affair as you are. After all, 500,000 credits." He broke off, eyed the green flames curling up from the tip of Lowndes' plover, then continued, "Frankly, Mr. Lowndes, I've never heard of anything so fantastic." Lowndes couldn't control his hands. He dropped the plover on the carpet. He stood. He couldn't control his shaking legs. He grasped the edge of Milligan's desk. "What do you mean you never heard of anything so fantastic?" he croaked weakly. "What'd Nestor tell Farrell he was going to do with the credits?" Milligan's face blanched. His voice, in turn, quavered. "What? You mean you don't know? Why, Nestor told Farrell he was going to tell you in case an emergency came up. Farrell said Nestor walked out of here with a great big grip jammed full of the credits. Said he was going to bury them. Said he'd be back and redeposit them after the recession was going good, when a credit would be worth a credit. End of The Miserly Robot by R.J. Rice.
Voyage to Procyon by Robert Silverberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Voyage to Procyon by Robert Silverberg. In the deepest level of the mighty Starship One, Peter Conroy lay hidden in a cornfield. Around him waved the tall stalks of ripening corn. High overhead, near the distant ceiling of the level, blazed the actinic lights that irradiated the broad field. And nearby, Conroy could hear the stealthy footsteps of Bayless Kent and his men, searching desperately for him. They had to find him, and Peter Conroy had to keep from being found. Crouching low, he edged forward between the bending stalks. Kent thought he had Conroy hemmed in, that he had the entrance to the cornfield guarded. Conroy grinned. He had been brought up in the agronomy section. Kent and his men hadn't. It made a difference. He looked around carefully, then began moving slowly away from them, on his hands and knees. If he could only reach the irrigation tube in time, he thought. If. It had been more than 50 years since the Starship One had left Earth. For more than half a century the great ship had been headed toward the star Procyon and the planets around it, habitable planets detected by the lunar telescope. 50 years, and there were still 100 years of flight yet to come before the huge ship reached her destination. Conroy, and all the others of his generation, had been born on the ship, as had most of their parents before them. The ship, with its vast farms, its great factories, and its clusters of living centers, was all the world they knew. But Bayless Kent and his little party of malcontents wanted to change all that. They wanted to go back to Earth. Suddenly something crackled under Conroy's knee, and he froze. A dry leaf, nothing more. But had the others heard it? He couldn't be sure. The searchers were making quite a bit of noise themselves, and perhaps they might have thought it was one of their own group who had made the sound. He decided to risk it, and moved on. Just ahead of him was the irrigation tube. Again, Conroy called on his special knowledge of the agronomy section. This particular acreage of corn was in the harvest season, almost ready to cut. There wouldn't be any water in the irrigation tubes now. The tube was a little over 3 feet across and dropped down into the sublevels of the ship, where the water purifiers were. Conroy peered into the tube's depths for a moment, then lifted up the hinge cover, lowered himself into the tube, and braced his feet against one side and his shoulders against the other. Closing the cover, then, in total darkness, he began to lower himself down the tube. Hands, shoulders, feet, hands, shoulders, feet, over and over again, as mountain climbers work their way up and down crevices. After several minutes he was startled by a sudden glow of light from above. He glanced up. The opening of the tube was nearly 100 feet overhead now. He wondered if they would be able to pick him out of the darkness, this far down the shaft. "Can you see him?" called a voice that echoed through the steel tube. Conroy could see a head silhouetted against the light. "It goes straight down. There's no ladder," came the reply. It was Bayless Kent's voice. "I don't see him down there." "What kind of tube is this?" the first voice asked. Hal Lester, Kent's chief henchman. "Irrigation, I think." "Well, if he has managed to get down it, he's gotten clean away. Bayless, I told you we shouldn't have let Conroy know our plans." "Never mind that now," Kent snapped coldly. Search the cornfield. He must be here somewhere, and we've got to find him before the local agronomist comes by on his inspection rounds." There was the sound of the door being lowered, and darkness came again. Peter Conroy heaved a sigh of relief and continued working his way down the tube. He knew these tubes well. His father had been an agronomist, and, until Peter had taken up navigation, he had helped his father on the farmlands. The ship was like a sealed world, a hollow metal planet 5 miles in diameter that was carrying its crew through space on the generations-long voyage to Procyon. Or would the ship ever get to Procyon? Was Bayless Kent going to succeed in his plan to force the commander to reverse the ship and return to Earth? Not if they depended on Peter Conway to navigate for them, they wouldn't. Conway, working his way down the tube, suddenly felt emptiness as he lowered one foot. He had come to the end of the vertical tube. Twisting himself upright, he dropped the remaining 6 feet into a huge arterial tube that ran horizontally into this section of the ship. The escape hatch shouldn't be too far from here. Pipes needed cleaning after the irrigation period was over, and the tubes had entry ports for the purpose. Conroy strode down the tube in total darkness, keeping one hand against the side. He opened the hatch and found himself in one of the pumping rooms. "Halt right there," a voice said. "You're under arrest." It was one of the pumping room guards, leveling a snub-nosed stun gun at him. "Who are you? You know it's illegal to be in the irrigation tubes without authorization." "I know," said Conroy. He knew he had no time to make explanations. He had to get to the ship's commander. He stepped forward too quickly for the astonished guard to react. His fist plowed into the man's chin, and his other arm deflected the snout of the stun gun just enough to send the neutrino stream over his left shoulder. The gun clattered to the floor. The guard turned, aimed a wild swing. Conroy walked inside the other man's guard and dropped him with a short punch to the stomach. Whirling, he grabbed the stun gun and gave the man a brief, numbing blast. Opening the entrance to the tube, he dumped the unconscious guard in, saluted the disappearing man with grim irony, and slammed the door closed, jamming the lock. It would be quite some time before the guard found his way out of the tubes. He put the stun gun in his belt and pulled his tunic down over it. Then he headed for the levitator shaft that would take him up to officer's territory. It was not easy for a young officer to get to see the captain. The old man held many lives in his hands, and he was busy most of the time. But Peter Conroy didn't dare trust his message to one of the underlings. He had no way of knowing how many of them were already sympathizers with Bayless Kent. Undoubtedly, many of the young officers were with him. Kent's idea was simple. Why should the younger generation spend their entire lives cooped up on the Starship One, he asked. If the ship were turned around now and full power were applied, they could be back on Earth in a little over 10 years. That, of course, would use up all the fuel that would normally be used in the next 100 years. But what would it matter if they were back on Earth? And Bayless Kent had also pointed out that there was no longer danger of a counter-revolution. Once the ship started back, it would have burned so much fuel that it could only continue on to Earth. It couldn't try for Procyon again. To many of the young men it seemed like a good idea, but they needed a navigator. The logical one, they thought, was Peter Conroy. But Conroy, shocked at the idea of mutiny against the captain, had made the mistake of telling Bayless Kent to his face that he would have nothing to do with the plot. They had been in a shopping center at the time. Kent had simply drawn his gun and marched Conroy to the agricultural section. The idea had been to kill him and bury him in the field. The body would not be found for at least a year, possibly never. Conroy had barely managed to escape with his life. And now he had to get word to the captain before Bayless Kent did anything desperate. He walked down the long corridor toward the captain's quarters. There were officers bustling around the corridor, moving from one office to another. Most of them were administrative officers, doing their job of governing the people of the ship. The guard at the door to the administration office saluted him and said nothing as he went inside. He walked over to the appointment desk. "I'd like to see the executive officer, please," he said. He had to see the exec to get permission to speak to the captain. He expected to have to wait quite a while, even for the exec, and so he was quite surprised when the pretty blonde sergeant told him to go right in. "He's in conference," she said, "but he wants you there." "Thanks," Conroy said, puzzled. He walked into the exec's mahogany-paneled office and found himself staring squarely down the muzzle of Bayless Kent's pistol. "Well, well, the prodigal returns." Kent's lean face wore an ugly sneer. "Get your hands above your head, Conroy." "How did you get here?" Conroy demanded. "And where's the exec?" Kent shrugged. "How did we get in? Very simple. I told the exec I had important news of a mutiny, which I did. The exec has been, disposed of." "And I suppose you're going to kill me now?" "No," Kent said surprisingly. "Things have changed." His eyes narrowed. "One of my men got a little overenthusiastic. I'm afraid the chief navigator has been killed." "And you think I'll navigate for you?" "You'll have to," Kent said in a blunt tone. "You see, we're going to turn the ship around. If you don't navigate, the ship will never get back to Earth." He smiled coldly. Surely an idealist like yourself would never allow a shipload of innocent people to drift through space for all eternity. Conroy felt a chill at Bayless Kent's words. He knew that Kent was right. He had to do it unless he could stop Bayless Kent first, and it didn't look as though he had much chance. There were 5 men against him. "What are you going to do?" Conroy asked. "Lock up the main officers?" "I'm afraid we'll have to kill them," Kent said flatly. "But why? Once you turn the ship around and start back, there won't be anything they can do." "Not to the ship," said Kent, "but they could have us killed anyway. And after all, the main reason for this mutiny is to make sure that we see Earth again before we die." Kent signaled to 2 of the men. "Take him back and lock him up in the cell. Watch him while the rest of us finish the job." He gestured behind himself. The executive officer was the law enforcement officer aboard the ship, and behind his office the detention cells were located. Conroy felt the 2 men grab his arms and push him through the open door into a cell. One of his captors pressed a vibro key against the locking plate, and the magnetic field came on, clamping the door tight against the frame. "That ought to hold you," the man said hoarsely, and with his companion returned to the exec officer's cabin, leaving Conroy alone. Conroy sat down heavily on the metal bench along the side of the cell, and strained his ears for voices from without. He couldn't hear anything. Evidently Kent and his henchmen had set about their mutinous work. Conroy scowled. He knew what he was up against personally. They would lock him in the navigation observatory for the next 10 years, keeping him prisoner while he guided the starship back to Earth. In all probability, they would shoot him as soon as he was no longer needed as a navigator. It would be, he thought, better to die now. But if he did, there would be no one to navigate the ship, and once the fuel gave out, all the people aboard would be forever lost. Of course, it might be possible to figure a way out in 10 years. And even if he didn't, he could leave a message in the navigation log for the officials on Earth to decode. But what good would that do, really? If this expedition failed to reach Procyon, a century of human effort would have been wasted. Conroy decided He'd have to take his chances now. This was the time to act. He had one asset, the stun gun. They hadn't bothered to search him, so he had been left with one weapon, of sorts. The trouble with the stun gun was it wasn't deadly. He couldn't simply point it at the guard who had the vibro key and force his way out. All the guard had to do was refuse to hand the key over. If Conroy stunned him, he wouldn't be any better off than before. He had to think up some alternative plan. He doubled over, clutching at his stomach and still grasping the stun gun in his hand. Oh! The guard came over to the door of the cell and peered downward suspiciously. Don't pull any phony sickness with me, Conroy. I'm not going to come into that cell. Conroy hadn't expected him to. Only a fool would fall for that ancient gambit. But it served Conroy's purpose to have the guard come close to the door. With one smooth motion, he pulled out the stunner and fired. The guard looked astonished for a bare instant, then dropped senseless. Quickly, Conroy ran over, put his arm through the bars, took the key, and applied it to the plate. As the field shut off, he heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing down there? Conroy swore silently. It was the other guard. He straightened up and surreptitiously pocketed the vibro key, remaining inside the cell with the door open. He waited for the other guard to approach. What happened here? The guard said, running up with a drawn pistol. I didn't do anything, Conroy said. He just kneeled over like that. He shrugged innocently. The second guard frowned and reholstered his pistol in order to bend over his fallen companion. That was just what Conroy had been waiting for. He jerked up the stun gun and fired. And nothing happened. The gun's charge was gone. Hey! At the sound of the click, the second guard snapped his head up and went for his gun. Conroy hurled the useless stunner straight between the bars of the cell. The butt of the gun struck the guard between the eyes, and he dropped to the floor on top of his companion. Acting quickly, Conroy threw open the door of the cell and scooped up the ray pistols of the two guards. Then, shoving them both within the cell, he locked them in with the vibro key. He smiled. So far, so good. He turned to run back toward the exec's office. There was no one there. He eased the outer door, gun in hand. Everything looked normal enough in the outer office. Hiding the ray pistol in his tunic, he strode boldly out. The blonde at the desk said, Why, yes, sir. The captain and the other main officers left here several minutes ago. Was anyone with them? Yes, there was, she said. Lieutenant Bayless Kent and some other junior officers. Conway nodded. That was as expected. Did they say where they were going? There seems to be something wrong with the atomic furnace at number 19 thrust tube. I heard them say they were going down to check it. Thanks. He had no time to call anyone, no time to explain. He had to move fast if he was going to save the captain and the others. Somehow, the thought of Kent's murdering the captain was inconceivable. The old man had been on the ship half a century. He was the last survivor of the original crew, and was as much a part of the great starship by now as the drive engines and the navigator's turret. Conway could see the whole fiendish plan. Bayless Kent had forced the ship's officers down to number 19 thrust tube, one of the huge projectors that drove the mighty ship through space. All Kent needed to do would be to kill them with the ray pistols and claim that something had gone wrong with the atomic furnace. It would be impossible to disprove. And then Bayless Kent would become captain, unless Peter Conroy could stop him. He raced through the gleaming, twisted corridors of the giant ship, running frantically down and down toward number 19 thrust tube. He pushed his way past surprised crew members, circled into the lower levels of the ship, and made his way through the network of passages that led to the blast tubes. Finally, he reached power section The guard at the door was one of Kent's men. He looked up, startled, as Conway appeared. "What are you doing?" Before the man could do anything, Conway cut him down with a shot from his ray pistol. This was war, civil war, and there was no time for subtlety. He stepped over the body and flung open the door of number 19. He took in the situation in a glance. The staff officers, including the captain, were lined up against one wall, and 4 of Kent's men were aiming their ray pistols. Kent was saying, "Ready? Aim," but the last word was never uttered. Kent was beginning to form it when Conway got both his pistols out and started to fire. His first bolt smashed down the nearest executioner. A fraction of a second later, the man next to him dropped. Their attention deflected from the victims to Conroy. The other 2, and Kent, whirled to face the newcomer. 2 more bolts blasted out. The first one dropped one of the remaining gunmen, the second singeing Bayless Kent's shoulder. Conroy hit the floor as a buzzing blast bolt from the third man ripped over his head and splattered into the wall behind him. Firing from the floor, he put a bolt through Kent's remaining man. A moment after the gunman had raked the officers with his blaster. Some of them were dead. Conroy had no way of telling which ones. He had a more urgent problem. Bayless Kent was coming toward him, and the blaster needed recharging. There was no time to perform the operation. He hurled the dead pistol at Kent's midsection and plunged after it. Kent met him head on. Even with a numbed shoulder, Bayless Kent was a formidable antagonist. His big fist pounded into Conroy's stomach, driving him back against the blaster-seared wall. He felt heat radiating through his uniform, then pushed away and stepped forward. His fist traveled in a short arc and crashed into the already singed shoulder of the other man. Kent roared in pain, and Conroy mercilessly drove a fist into his stomach, sending him spinning dizzily backward. Conroy followed with a final punch, and Kent cracked heavily against the metal wall of the unit and slumped to the floor. Conroy looked around. The mopping-up operation was complete. As for the ship's officers, the wide-beam blaster had done its job well. 3 of the men were shapeless corpses, leaning against the wall, and 2 of the others were badly wounded, and one of these 2 was the age-bent figure of the captain. The old man was still alive. Conroy knelt by his side. "Captain! Captain Conroy!" Peter shouted. The old man opened his eyes. "Hello, son. That was a beautiful job you did." "But I was too late." The old captain shook his head. "No, I didn't have much time anyway. I'm a very old man now." He raised himself on one elbow. "Who else is left?" Conroy glanced around. "Supply officer, power officer, maintenance officer," he said. "And you." "I don't count," the dying captain said. "You'll be able to scratch me from the list soon." He frowned. "No exec? No navigator?" The captain leaned back and closed his weary eyes for a moment, then opened them again. "It looks like it's up to you," he said. His veined, aged hand went up to his collar and removed the golden star cluster of his rank. He handed it to Peter. "Carry on, Captain Conroy." He closed his eyes in death. Conroy stood up slowly, tears in his eyes. The golden cluster gripped tightly in his hand. The ship would continue on to Procyon now. "I will, grandfather. I will." The end of Voyage to Procyon by Robert Silverberg.
Clean Break by Roger D. Aycock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeff Rogers. Clean Break by Roger D. Aycock. Nothing more exciting ever happened to Oliver Watts then being rejected by his draft board for a punctured eardrum until, deferring as usual to the superior judgment of his Aunt Katisha and of Glenna, his elder and militantly spinster sister, he put away his lifelong dream and took up, at the age of 25, the practice of veterinary medicine. The relinquished dream was Oliver's ambition, cherished since childhood, to become some day a hunter and trainer of jungle animals. It had been discouraged firmly and at length by his Aunt Katisha, who maintained that the skin of the last male Watts was not to be risked in a pursuit so perilous, and his Aunt Katisha won. He would do far better, Oliver realized finally, to resign himself to the quiet suburban life of Lansdale, Florida, and to perpetuate the Watts line by marrying some worthy and practical local girl. The quiet life, it developed, was that of a DVM. The worthy and practical girl, Miss Aurilla Sims of Tampa, to whom he was now engaged. To put it plainly, Oliver was, until the moment of his great opportunity, a good-humored stooge with a cowlick and a sense of responsibility, whose invariable cue was family obligation and whose crowning virtue was docility. He was maneuvered into becoming a DVM, though, to tell the truth, the profession suited him well enough, being the nearest possible approach to realizing his ambition. Solely because the veterinary college in Tampa was near enough to Lansdale for commuting, and because his later practice could be carried on under the guiding aegis of his personal matriarchy. The virtuous and vapid Aurilla Sims became his fiancée by the same tactics and for the same reasons. Oliver had considered rebellion, of course, but common sense discouraged the idea. He had no intimates outside his family, nor any experience with the world beyond Lansdale and Tampa, and his fledgling self-confidence invariably bogged down in a welter of introspective apprehensions when he thought of running away. Where would he go, and to whom would he turn in emergency? Such was the character and condition of Oliver Watts when his newly undertaken practice of veterinary medicine threw him into the company of Mr. Thomas Fernay, and of a girl whose name, as nearly as it can be rendered into English, was Pearl High C Trill and A above. Their advent brought Oliver face to face for the first time in his sedentary life with high adventure, with adventure so high, as a matter of fact, that it took him literally and bodily out of this humdrum world. The initial step was taken when Mr. Fernay, known to Lansdale as a wealthy and eccentric old recluse who had recently leased a walled property on Federal Route 27 that had once been the winter retreat of a Prohibition-era gangster, was driven by emergency to call upon Oliver for professional service. Mr. Fernay usually kept very much to himself behind his iron-grilled gates and his miles of stuccoed wall. But it happened that in pursuit of his business, whose true nature would have confounded Lansdale to its insular core, he had just bought up the entire menagerie of an expiring circus billed as Scuderian Brothers, and it was the sudden illness of one of his newly acquired animals that forced him to breach his isolation. Mr. Fernay called at the Watts place in his town car, driven by a small, dark, and taciturn chauffeur named Bivens. He found Oliver at work in his neatly ordered clinic at the rear of the big house, busily spooning cod liver oil into a trussed and thoroughly outraged chow named Champ. "I have a sick animal," Mr. Fernay stated tersely. He was a slight man with a moderately long and wrinkled face, a Panama hat 2 sizes too large, and a voice that had, in spite of its excellent diction, a jarring timbre and a definitely foreign flavor. Oliver blinked, surprised and a little dismayed that fate should have sent him so early in his career a known and patently captious millionaire. Bivens, waiting in visored and putteed impassivity to reopen the door for his master, was silently impressive. The town car, parked on the crushed shell driveway outside, glittered splendidly in the late afternoon sunshine. "I'll be happy to call later in the day," Oliver said. He removed the padded block that had held Champ's jaws apart, and narrowly missed losing a finger as the infuriated chow snapped at his hand. "My aunt and sister are bringing my fiancé down from Tampa for dinner this evening, and I can't leave the clinic until they get here. Someone might call for his pet." Mr. Fernay protested his extremity of need. "The animal suffers periodic convulsions," he said. "It may be dangerously ill." Oliver unstrapped Champ from his detention frame and dodged with practiced skill when the chow tried to bite him on the thigh. He had taken it for granted, having heard none of the gossip concerning Mr. Fernay's recent purchase of the Scuderian Brothers menagerie, that the sick animal in question was a dog or cat or perhaps a saddle horse, and the bald description of its symptoms startled him more than Champ's predictable bid for revenge. "Convulsions? What sort of animal is it, Mr. Ferney?" "A polar bear," said Mr. Ferney. "Polar bear?" echoed Oliver, and in his shock of surprise he dropped the detaining strap and let Champ loose. The dog sprang across the room, without a breath of warning, as chows will, and bit Bivens on the leg just above his puttee. The chauffeur screamed in a high and peculiarly raucous voice and jerked away, jabbering in a vowelless and totally unfamiliar foreign tongue. Mr. Ferney said something sharply in the same grating language. Bivens whipped out a handkerchief, pressed it over the tear in his whipcords, and went quickly out to the car. Oliver collared the snarling Champ and returned to his cage, where the dog pressed bristling against the bars and stared at Mr. Ferney hungrily with wicked muddy eyes. Mr. Ferney's shocked voice said, behind Oliver, "What a ghastly world, where even the pets—" He broke off sharply as Oliver turned from the cage. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Ferney," Oliver apologized. "If there's anything I can do—" "A dressing for Bivens' leg?" Mr. Ferney gathered himself with an effort. "It is nothing, a scratch that will heal quickly. But my bear, you will come to see him at once?" At another time, the thought of absenting himself without due notice to his Aunt Katisha and Glenna would have prompted Oliver to refuse, but the present moment called more for diplomacy than for convention. Better to suffer matriarchal displeasure, he thought, than to risk a damaged suit by a millionaire. "I'll come at once," Oliver said. "I owe you that, I think, after the fright Champ gave you." And belatedly, the realization that he might handle a bear, a great live lumbering bear, surged up inside him to titillate his old boyhood yearning. Perhaps it was as well that his aunt and sister were away. This chance to exercise his natural skill at dealing with animals was too precious to decline. "Of course, I won't guarantee a cure," Oliver said, qualifying his promise, "because I've never diagnosed such a case, but I think I can help your bear." Oddly enough, he was almost sure that he could. Oliver, in his younger days, had read a great deal on the care and treatment of circus animals, and the symptoms in this case had a familiar sound. Mr. Ferney's bear, he thought, in all probability, had worms. The Ferney town car purred away, leaving Oliver to marvel at his own daring while he collected the instruments and medicines he might need. In leaving the clinic, he noticed that Mr. Ferney's chauffeur had dropped his handkerchief at the doorway in his hurry to be gone, but Oliver, by this time, was in too great a hurry to stop and retrieve it. His Aunt Katisha might spoil the whole adventure on the instant with a telephone call from Tampa. Bivens could wait. The drive, after a day spent in the antiseptic confines of his clinic, was like a holiday jaunt. The late June sun was hot and bright, the rows of suburban houses trim and clean as scrubbed children sunning themselves among color-splashed crotons and hibiscus and flaming poincianas. Oliver whistled gaily as he turned his little white-paneled call truck off the highway and drove between twin ranks of shedding cabbage palms toward the iron gates of the Ferney estate. A uniformed gateman who might have been a twin to Bivens admitted him, pointing out a rambling white building that lay behind the stuccoed mansion, and shut the gate. Oliver parked his truck before the menagerie building. It had been a stable in the heyday of the Prohibition-era gangster, when it had held horses or cases of contraband, as occasion demanded, and found Bivens waiting for him. Bivens, looking upset and sullen in immaculate new whipcords, opened the sliding doors without a word. The vast inside of the remodeled stable was adequately lighted by roof windows and fluorescent bulbs, but seemed dark for the moment after the glare of sun outside. There was a smell, familiar to every circus-goer, of damp straw and animal dung, and a restless background stir of purring and growling and pacing. Oliver gaped when his eyes dilated enough to show him the real extent of Mr. Ferney's menagerie holdings. At the north end of the building, 2 towering Indian elephants swayed on picket, munching hay and shuffling monotonously on padded, ponderous feet. A roped-off enclosure held half a dozen giraffes which nibbled in aristocratic deprecation at feed bins bracketed high on the walls, and beyond them 3 disdainful camels lay on untidily folded legs, sneering glassily at the world and at each other. The east and west sides of the building were lined with rank after rank of cages holding a staggering miscellany of predators, great-maned lions with their sleek green-eyed mistresses, restless tigers undulating their stripes back and forth and grinning in sly, tusky boredom, chattering monkeys and chimpanzees, leopards and cheetahs, and a pair of surly black jaguars whose claw-scored hides indicated either a recent difference of opinion or a burst of conjugal affection. The south end of the vast room had been recently partitioned off, with a single heavy door breaking the new wall at its center. On either side of this door the bears held sway. Shaggy grizzlies, black bears, cinnamon and brown, speckled Andeans, and sleek white polar bears padding silently on tufted feet. The sick bear sulked in a cage to himself, humped in an oddly dog-like pose, with his great head hanging disconsolately. Oliver sized up the situation, casting back to past reading for the proper procedure. "I'll need a squeeze cage and a couple of cage boys to help immobilize the brute," he said. "Will you—" He was startled, and turning, to find that Bivens had not accompanied him into the building. He was not alone, however. The door at the center of the partitioning wall had opened while he spoke, and a slender blonde girl in the briefest of white sunsuits was looking at him. Apparently she had not expected Oliver, for there was open interest in her clear green eyes. She said something in a clear and musical, but completely unintelligible, voice that ranged, with a remarkably operatic effect, through 2 full octaves. Oliver stared. "I'm here to doctor the sick bear," he said. "Oh, a native," the girl said in English. Obviously she was trying to keep her voice within the tonal range of his own, but in spite of the effort it trilled distractingly up and down the scale in a fashion that left Oliver smitten with a sudden and unfamiliar weakness of the knees. "May I help?" she said. She might, Oliver replied. She could have had, as readily, he might have added, a pint of his blood. Many times while they worked, finding a suitable squeeze cage and dragging it against the bear's larger cage so that the 2 doors coincided, Oliver found the prim and reproachful image of Miss Aurella Sims rising to remind him of his obligations. But for the first time in his life, an obligation was surprisingly easy to dismiss. His assistant's lively conversation, which was largely uninformative though fascinatingly musical, bemused him even to the point of shrugging off his Aunt Katisha's certain disapproval. The young lady, it seemed, came from a foreign country whose name was utterly unpronounceable. Oliver gathered that she had not been long with Mr. Fernay, who was of another nationality, and that she was homesick for her native land, for its saffron sun on turquoise hills and umber sea, which could only be poetic exaggeration or simple unfamiliarity with color terms of newly learned language, and that she was, as a consequence, very lonely. She was, incredibly, a trainer of animals. "Not of such snarling fierce ones as yours," she said, with a little shiver for the polar bear watching them sullenly through the bars, "but of my own gentle beasts who are friends." Her name was a startling combination of soprano sounds that might have been written as Pearl High C Trill and A above, but which Oliver was completely unable to manage. "Would you mind," he asked, greatly daring, "if I called you Pearl instead?" She would not. But apparently Mr. Fernay would. The millionaire, who had entered the menagerie unheard, spoke sternly to the girl in his own raucous tongue, and pointed a peremptory finger toward the door through which she had come. The girl murmured, "I Doxanes am I," in a disappointed tone, gave Oliver a smile that would have stunned a harem guard, and disappeared again into her own territory. Oliver, being neither Chesterfield nor eunuch, was left with the giddy sensation of a man struggling to regain his balance after a sudden earth trembler. His client reoriented him brusquely. "Treat my bear," Mr. Fernay said. "I've been waiting for your help," Oliver said defensively. "If you'll send around your menagerie manager and a cage boy or 2. "I have none," Mr. Fernay said shortly. "There are only the 4 of us here, and not one will approach within touching distance of a brute so vicious." Oliver stared at him in astonishment. 4 of them meant only Bivens, the gateman, the lovely blonde creature who called herself Pearl High C Trill and A above, and Mr. Fernay himself. "But 4 inexperienced people can't possibly look after a menagerie of this size," Oliver protested. "Circus animals aren't house pets, Mr. Fernay. They're restless and temperamental, and they need expert care. They bite and claw each other." "There will be more of us later," Mr. Fernay said morosely, "but I doubt that numbers will help. We had not anticipated a ferocity so appalling, and I fear that my error may have proved the ruin of an expensive project. The native beasts were never so fierce on other—" He broke off. "I am sorry, you will have to manage as best you can alone." And he left the menagerie without looking back. To deal tersely with subsequent detail, Oliver did manage alone, after a fashion up to a point. It was a simple matter, once he found a 4-foot length of conveniently loose board, to prod the unhappy bear from his larger prison to the smaller. The process of immobilizing the brute by winching the squeezed cage tight was elementary. But in his casting back, Oliver had overlooked 2 vitally important precautions. He'd forgotten to secure the gear fastenings, and he'd neglected to rope the smaller cage to the larger. The bear, startled by the prick of the needle when Oliver gave him a sizable injection of Nembutal, reacted with a frantic struggling that reversed the action of the unsecured winch and forced the 2 cages apart. The door burst open, sprung by the sudden pressure. The bear stood free. A considerable amount of legitimate excitement could be injected into such a moment by reporting that the bear, at last in a position to revenge itself for past indignities, leaped upon his tormentor with a blood-freezing roar, and that Oliver, a fragile pygmy before that near ton of slavering fury, escaped only by a hair, or was annihilated on the spot. Neither circumstance developed, however, for the reason that the bear was already feeling the effects of the anesthetic given it, and wanting nothing so much as a cool, dark place where it might collapse in privacy, and Oliver, caught completely off guard, was too stunned by the suddenness of catastrophe to realize his own possible danger. What did happen was that Pearl High C Trill and A above chose that particular moment to open her door again and look out. Her fortuitous timing altered the situation on the instant. The bear, bent only on escape and seeing comparative gloom beyond the door, charged not at Oliver but through the opening, and Oliver, still too confused to think past the necessity of retrieving his error, ran after it, brandishing his length of board and shouting wildly. The smaller area beyond the partition was dimly lighted, but to judge by its straw-covered floor and faint animal smell, was evidently a special division of Mr. Fernay's menagerie. The light was too dim and the emergency too great to permit Oliver more than a brief and incredulous glimpse of the improbable beast placidly munching hay in a corner. His whole attention was centered first on the fleeing bear, and then upon the prostrate form of Pearl High C Trill and A above, who had been violently bowled over by the bear's rush. "Pearl!" yelled Oliver, petrified with horror. The bear stood swaying upright over her, threshing its tufted forepaws for balance, and showing yellow tusks in a grimace that stemmed from drugged weakness, but which passed quite creditably for a snarl of demoniac fury. Obviously, something had to be done. Oliver, galvanized by the realization, came to the rescue with a promptness that amounted to reflex action. "Down, boy," he said, and dealt the bear a sharp blow across the muzzle with his board. The bear dealt Oliver a roundhouse clout in return that stretched him half-conscious beside Pearl High C Trill and A above. Then, at precisely that moment of greatest dramatic impact, it shook its head dizzily and passed out cold. The girl scrambled up and knelt beside Oliver to listen to his heartbeat, found that he was alive, and raised her voice in an urgent arpeggio that held, in spite of its operatic timbre, a distinct note of command. In answer to her call, the great beast in the corner, built something on the order of a hippopotamus, but with unorthodox variations in that it boasted 6 legs to either side, and was covered with close-curling bright blue wool, trotted out of the shadows and scooped up the unconscious bear in its 4 powerful anterior arms. A word from Pearl High C Trill and A above sent it to the main menagerie quarters, where it stuffed the limp bear into its old cage and trotted back to its mistress with a look of adoring deference on its round face. The girl gave the creature a random trill of commendation, and, displaying surprising strength for one so slight, herself dragged the reviving Oliver back to the scene of his unfinished diagnosis. The order given her earlier by Mr. Fernay was not forgotten, however, for she did not linger. "Not handsome, no," she murmured, locking the partition door behind her this time. "But oh, personal deity of unmarried maidens, such headlong bravery!" Oliver roused 10 minutes later to find himself alone with a memory of nightmare and a sleeping bear that offered no resistance whatever when he funneled a quantity of tetrachloroethylene down his throat. He was still alone an hour later, and still trying dizzily to separate fact from fancy, having tried the partition door and found it locked, when the bear returned to semi-consciousness and submitted groggily to a follow-up dosage of purgative. Oliver would have liked to stay long enough to learn the results of his diagnosis, and to see Pearl High C Trill and A above if she should reappear, but a glance at his watch electrified him with the realization that he had been away from his clinic for more than 2 hours, and that his Aunt Katisha and Glenna might by now have the state police beating the Palmetto Flats for his body. Accordingly, he left the Fernay estate in a great hurry, pausing at the gate only long enough to leave word for Mr. Fernay that he would ring later in the evening to check his patient's progress. It was not until he had returned home and found his Aunt Katisha still out that his overworked nerves, punished outrageously by shock, violence, and confusion, composed themselves enough to permit him a reasonable guess as to what actually had happened. And by that time his conclusions had taken a turn so fantastically improbable that he was lost again in a hopeless muddle of surmise. He poured himself a glass of milk in the kitchen. He preferred coffee, but his Aunt Katisha frowned on the habit, and took his grisly suspicions down to the clinic, where he felt more at ease than the antimacassar austerity of the house. There he mulled them over again, and time was able to weave into the pattern the disjointed impressions carried over from his period of semi-consciousness and dismissed until now as nightmare figments from the delirium of shock. Their alignment with other evidence increased his conviction. Mr. Fernay and Ménage, Oliver concluded with a cold thrill of horror, were not human beings at all, but monsters. The pattern became even more disturbing when he considered various sources of local saucer sightings and fireballs, which linked themselves with chilling germanity to the events of the day. First there had been Champ's instant distrust of Mr. Fernay and Bivens, and his attempt to rout them for the aliens they were. There had been Bivens' anomalous scream when bitten, a raucous sound certainly not human, and Mr. Fernay's grittily inconsonant order spoken in no identifiable earthly tongue. The isolation of the Fernay estate took on a sinister and significant logic, as did its understaffed condition. There was the evident but baffling reluctance of Mr. Fernay and his myrmidons, with the notable exception of the golden-voiced Pearl, to approach even safely caged beasts, and the greater mystery of why a man so terrified of wild animals should have bought a menagerie in the first place. Considering the part played by Pearl, High C, Trill, and A above in the scheme of things so fantastic, left Oliver more disturbed than ever, but for a different reason. That she was unarguably as alien as the others made her equally mysterious, but connoted no share in whatever devious plot occupied the Fernay faction. A re-examination of Mr. Fernay's harshly dictatorial attitude toward her, coupled with Oliver's own uncertain memory of the moment when the girl had come to his rescue, convinced him that she was not ipso facto a member of the extraterrestrial cabal, but was its prisoner instead. Visualizing the probable fate of a beautiful girl held captive by aliens, and forced by them to train outlandish, half-remembered brutes like the one behind the partition, rather strained Oliver's talent for surmise, but at the same time moved him to the uneasy conviction that it was his duty to rescue her in turn. The thought that he might already be too late appalled him. The slender blonde beauty of Pearl, High C, Trill, and A above was distractingly fresh in his mind, the eager arpeggiation of her voice an indelible memory. Recalling the smile she had given him in parting stirred an internal warmth unguessed at before, an emotional ignition certainly never kindled by his fiancée or family. Aurella Sims, Glenna, his Aunt Katisha. Thought of his obligations brought him back to reality with a jar. The appalling gulf between fact and fancy made clear to him with sudden and shocking clarity the non-entity's role that had been played and must be played all his life by Oliver Watts. He was the perennial romantic introvert, dreaming impossible dreams compounded of escape reading and frustration, grabbing timorously at any thread of adventure that might lead him to forget for the moment the drab monotone of his existence. His mouth twisted wryly. There was, of course, no fantastic alien plot incubating on the Fernay estate, no sun-suited damsel in distress awaiting rescue at his inept hands. He'd imagined the romantic aspects of the episode, the unearthly tongue, the improbable beast. No one required, or ever would require, anything of Oliver Watts, except his Aunt Katisha and Glenna, who demanded obedience, and Aurella Sims, who expected conformity. As if on cue, the Watts family car swung off the highway and rolled down the crushed shell driveway past the clinic. Oliver's Aunt Katisha got out, leaving Glenna and Aurella Sims to wait, and strode into the clinic office. "I see you've managed to spoil another one," she said acidly, pausing long enough to retrieve the handkerchief Mr. Fernay's chauffeur had lost earlier. "Moreover, I called twice this afternoon and found you gone. Where?" Oliver, as usual, weathered the storm in silence. Somewhere near the end he managed to squeeze in the information that he had treated a sick animal at the Fernay place. A saddle horse, he said, lying automatically as the lesser of two evils. His Aunt Katisha, her inquisitorial duty discharged, dropped the discolored handkerchief pointedly on Oliver's desk and rejoined Glenna and Aurella Sims. The car drove away. Oliver, left alone in the growing dusk of evening to his miserable introspection, found his wandering attention returning unaccountably to the crumpled handkerchief, and drew it closer for a better look. It was only a harmless square of linen, smudged with dust and spotted with blood from Bivens' chow-bitten leg. But with his closer look, Oliver's world sprang up and exploded with a shattering bang in his startled face. The dust was quite ordinary, but Bivens' blood was not. It was green. He was never quite sure, later, just what happened next. He retained a vague memory of roaring away in his Aunt Khadijah's car through a reckless showering of crushed shell. Sometimes he could recall the cool onrush of wind whipping his face and the frantic dodging of approaching headlamps on the highway. But in the main, his descent upon the Fernay estate was a blank. Only one fact stood out with freezing clarity, excluding any thought of his Aunt Khadijah's certain wrath or of Aurella's maidenly reproaches. Pearl High C Trill and A above was in deadly danger, and there was none but Oliver Watts to rescue her. There was a brief instant of lucidity as he approached the Fernay gates through the cabbage palms and was forced to choose a course of action. The attendant certainly would not admit him without orders from Mr. Fernay, who as certainly would not give them. The walls were much too high and sheer for climbing, and, to make the need for haste even more critical, it was only too obvious that the Fernay gang was about to depart. A tremendous saucer-shaped ship had landed by the menagerie building, where it sat with circular peripheral ports aglow and lines of bold, enigmatic hieroglyphs fluorescing greenly on a smooth undersurface. Jointed metal figures scurried here and there, chivying the last of Mr. Fernay's herbivores up a ramp into the belly of the ship. The predators, in cages drawn by other sleek robot stevedores, followed in orderly procession. Oliver solved his problem of entry by driving headlong through the iron grillwork. There was a raucous yelling from the gateman, a monstrous rending of metal and jangling of broken glass. Aunt Khadijah's car slewed erratically down the Fernay Drive, turned over twice and pitched Oliver out, stunned for the second time that day, into the greenish glow shed by the saucer ship's lights. He struggled back to awareness to find his head pillowed on something soft and wonderfully comfortable. A circle of startled faces, most of them dark facsimiles of the putteed Bivens, stared uncertainly down at him. In the near foreground stood Mr. Fernay, wringing his hands and muttering grittily to himself in his own dissonant tongue. Mr. Fernay, seen now for the first time without his too large Panama, exhibited, instead of hair, a crest of downy blue feathers and pronged antennae that vibrated softly in the evening breeze. "Where is she?" Oliver demanded. He scrambled dizzily to his feet, and the circle of faces melted backward hastily. "What have you done with Pearl, you monsters?" Pearl High C Trill and A above, on whose lap Oliver's head had been pillowed, stood up to move between Oliver and the patently apprehensive Mr. Fernay. She wore a light maroon cape over her sunsuit against the mild chill of evening, and could not possibly have looked less like a damsel in distress. She seemed, as a matter of fact, quite happy. "I hoped you would come to see me again before blast-off," she said. Her voice skipped, tinkling with pleasure, from octave to octave. "But so suddenly, so dashing, so impetuous." "You're going away willingly?" Oliver said dumbly. "Then they're not forcing? You're not a prisoner after all?" Her laugh was an arpeggio blending of surprise and amusement. "A prisoner of these semi? No, I am a performer in their company, hired by Axtell, Mr. Fernay, to train and exhibit animals native to my own world." "But I heard Fernay threaten you in the menagerie building this afternoon. His tone—" "The semi tongue sounds dreadful because it is all consonants, and not based on pitch and nuance as mine is," she said. "But the semi themselves are only tradesmen, and are very gentle. Axtell, Mr. Fernay, only feared that I might say too much to you then, when it was important that the natives should not suspect our true identity." "It is true," Mr. Fernay nodded, sounding relieved. "We must avoid notice on such worlds as yours, which are too backward to appreciate the marvels of our show. We stop here only to scout for new and novel exhibits." "Show?" Oliver echoed. "You mean, all this is... "What else?" asked Mr. Fernay. He pointed with his antennae to the fluorescent hieroglyphs on the undersurface of the saucer ship. "See, in our Lingua Galactica it reads, 'Scurf Brothers Interstellar Circus, the galaxy's greatest.' It is the best on the circuit." He indicated the circle of identical Bivenses. "These are the Scurf Brothers, our owners. I, sir, am business manager." "But not always a good one," one of the brothers said pointedly. This time he has bought an entire menagerie of such fierceness that our trainers cannot exhibit it. He will have to be sold to some frontier planet zoo, and our loss will be staggering. It was left for Pearl High C Trill and A Above to deal with the problem, which she did with universal feminine practicality. Oliver made your bear well, she pointed out, and he's afraid of nothing, nothing. Could he not train his own fierce beasts as well as I trained my gentle ones? Oliver said, Huh? The Scurf brothers, of course, implored Oliver on the spot to join them at any salary. Pearl High C Trill and A Above said demurely, in 3 octaves and for all the world to hear, And I'm lonely, Oliver. Oliver never had a chance. Life in Lansdale goes quietly on, the ripples made by Oliver's departure long since smoothed away by the years. Miss Arella Sims has married the Methodist minister who was to have married her to Oliver. Aunt Katisha and Glenna have resigned themselves to Oliver's escape, and have taken over the job of assisting Arella to superintend her husband's career, an occupation eminently satisfactory to all because the placid cleric never dreams troublesome dreams of adventure, as Oliver did, to try their matriarchal patience. But life is never dull for Mr. and Mrs. Oliver Watts, whose breathtaking performances currently electrify the thrill-hungry cultures of 1,000 worlds. They have traveled from Sirius to Sagittarius, and at this writing have 2 children, a golden-haired daughter of 4 named Pearl High C Trill and A Sharp Above, and a tow-headed boy of 2 who has a cowlick like his father's and whose name is Butch. They are very happy, and there has been no talk between them, though they are wealthy enough in galactic credits by now to have bought half a planet for a home, of settling down to the quiet life. They are quite satisfied to leave such consequential decisions to those who like change for the sake of change, or who, unlike Oliver, never know when they are well off. 1 clean break to a lifetime, Oliver maintains, is enough. End of Clean Break by Roger D. Aycock. Recording by Jeff Rogers.
The Moon is Green by Fritz Lieber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.G. Parenti. The Moon is Green by Fritz Lieber. Anybody who wanted to escape death could, by paying a very simple price. Denial of life. Effie, what the devil are you up to? Her husband's voice, chopping through her mood of terrified rapture, made her heart jump like a startled cat. Yet by some miracle of feminine self-control, her body did not show a tremor. Dear God, she thought, he mustn't see it. It's so beautiful, and he always kills beauty. I'm just looking at the moon, she said listlessly. It's green. Mustn't see it. And now with luck he wouldn't. For the face, as if it also heard and sensed the menace in the voice, was moving back from the window's glow into the outside dark, but slowly, reluctantly, and still fawn-like, pleading, cajoling, tempting, and incredibly beautiful. Close the shutters at once, you little fool, and come away from the window. Green as a beer bottle, she went on dreamily. Green as emeralds. Green as leaves with sunshine striking through them and green grass to lie on. She couldn't help saying those last words. They were her token to the face, even though it couldn't hear. Effie? She knew what that last tone meant. Wearily she swung the ponderous lead inner shutters and drove home the heavy bolts. That hurt her fingers. It always did. But he mustn't know that. You know those shutters are not to be touched. Not for 5 more years at least. I only wanted to look at the moon, she said, turning around, and then it was all gone. The face, the night, the moon, the magic. And she was back in the grubby, stale little hole, facing an angry, stale little man. It was then that the eternal thud of the air-conditioning fans and the crackle of the electrostatic precipitators that sieved out the dust reached her consciousness again like the bite of a dentist's drill. Only wanted to look at the moon, he mimicked her in falsetto. Only wanted to die like a little fool and make me that much more ashamed of you. Then his voice went gruff and professional. Here, count yourself. She silently took the Geiger counter he held at arm's length, waited until it settled down to a steady ticking slower than a clock, due only to cosmic rays and indicating nothing dangerous, and then began to comb her body with the instrument. First her head and shoulders, then out along her arms and back along their underside. There was something oddly voluptuous about her movements, although her features were gray and sagging. The ticking did not change its tempo until she came to her waist. Then it suddenly spurted, clicking faster and faster. Her husband gave an excited grunt, took a quick step forward, froze. She goggled for a moment in fear, then grinned foolishly, dug in the pocket of her grimy apron, and guiltily pulled out a wristwatch. He grabbed it as it dangled from her fingers, saw that it had a radium dial, cursed, heaved it up as if to smash it on the floor, but instead put it carefully on the table. "You imbecile, you incredible imbecile," he softly chanted to himself through clenched teeth with eyes half closed. She shrugged faintly, put the Geiger counter on the table, and stood there slumped. He waited until the chanting had soothed his anger, before speaking again. He said quietly, "I do suppose you realize the sort of world you're living in?" She nodded slowly, staring at nothingness. Oh, she realized all right, realized only too well. It was the world that hadn't realized, the world that had gone on stockpiling hydrogen bombs, the world that had put those bombs in cobalt shells, although it promised it wouldn't, because the cobalt made them much more terrible and cost no more. The world that had started throwing those bombs, always telling itself it hadn't thrown enough of them yet to make the air really dangerous with the deadly radioactive dust that came from the cobalt. Thrown them and kept on throwing them until the danger point, where air and ground would become fatal to all human life, was approached. Then, for about a month, the two great enemy groups had hesitated, and then each, unknowing to the other, had decided it could risk one last gigantic and decisive attack without exceeding the danger point. It had been planned to strip off the cobalt cases, but someone forgot, and then there wasn't time. Besides, the military scientists of each group were confident that the lands of the other had got the most dust. The two attacks came within an hour of each other. After that, the fury of doomed men who think only of taking with them as many as possible of the enemy, and in this case, they hoped all. The fury of suicides who know they have botched up life for good. The fury of cocksure men who realize they have been outsmarted by fate, the enemy, and themselves, and know that they will never be able to improvise a defense when arraigned before the High Court of History, and whose unadmitted hope is that there will be no High Court of History left to arraign them. More cobalt bombs were dropping during the fury than in all the preceding years of the war. After the fury, the terror. Men and women with death sifting into their bones through their nostrils and skin, fighting for bare survival under a dust-hazed sky that played fantastic tricks with the light of the sun and moon, like the dust from Krakatoa that drifted around the world for years. Cities, countryside, and air were alike poisoned, alive with deadly radiation. The only realistic chance for continued existence was to retire for the 5 or 10 years the radiation would remain deadly, to some well-sealed and radiation-shielded place that must also be copiously supplied with food, water, power, and a means of air conditioning. Such places were prepared by the far-seeing, seized by the stronger, defended by them in turn against the desperate hordes of the dying, until there were no more of those. After that, only the waiting, the enduring, a mole's existence without beauty or tenderness, but with fear and guilt as constant companions, never to see the sun, to walk among the trees, or even know if there still were trees. Oh yes, she realized what the world was like. You understand, too, I suppose, that we were allowed to reclaim this ground-level apartment only because the committee believed us to be responsible people, and because I've been making a damn good showing lately? Yes, Hank. I thought you were eager for privacy. You want to go back to the basement tenements? God, no. Anything rather than that fetid huddling, that shameless communal sprawl. And yet, was this so much better? The nearness to the surface was meaningless, it only tantalized, and the privacy magnified Hank. She shook her head dutifully and said, "No, Hank." "Then why aren't you careful? I've told you a million times, Effie, that glass is no protection against the dust that's outside that window. The lead shutter must never be touched. If you make one single slip like that and it gets around, the committee will send us back to the lower levels without blinking an eye, and they'll think twice before trusting me with any important jobs." "I'm sorry, Hank." "Sorry? What's the good of being sorry? The only thing that counts is never to make a slip. Why the devil do you do such things, Effie? What drives you to it?" She swallowed. "It's just that it's so dreadful being cooped up like this," she said hesitatingly, "shut away from the sky and the sun. I'm just hungry for a little beauty." "And do you suppose I'm not?" he demanded. "Don't you suppose I want to get outside too and be carefree and have a good time? But I'm not so damn selfish about it. I want my children to enjoy the sun, and my children's children. Don't you see that that's the all-important thing, and that we have to behave like mature adults and make sacrifices for it?" "Yes, Hank." He surveyed her slumped figure, her lined and listless face. "You're a fine one to talk about hunger for beauty," he told her. Then his voice grew softer, more deliberate. "You haven't forgotten, have you, Effie, that until last month the committee was so concerned about your sterility that they were about to enter my name on a list of those waiting to be allotted a free woman? Very high on the list, too." She could nod even at that one, but not while looking at him. She turned away. She knew very well that the committee was justified in worrying about the birth rate. When the community finally moved back to the surface again, each additional healthy young person would be an asset, not only in the struggle for bare survival, but in the resumed war against communism, which some of the committee members still counted on. It was natural that they should view a sterile woman with disfavor, and not only because of the waste of her husband's germplasm, but because sterility might indicate that she had suffered more than the average from radiation. In that case, if she did bear children later on, they would be more apt to carry a defective heredity, producing an undue number of monsters and freaks in future generations, and so contaminating the race. Of course she understood it. She could hardly remember the time when she didn't. Years ago, centuries, there wasn't much difference in a place where time was endless. His lecture finished, her husband smiled and grew almost cheerful. "Now that you're going to have a child, that's all in the background again. Do you know, Effie, that when I first came in, I had some very good news for you. I'm to become a member of the junior committee, and the announcement will be made at the banquet tonight." He cut short her mumbled congratulations. "So brighten yourself up and put on your best dress. I want the elder juniors to see what a handsome wife the new member has got." He paused. "Well, get a move on." She spoke with difficulty, still not looking at him. "I'm terribly sorry, Hank, but you'll have to go alone. I'm not well." He straightened up with an indignant jerk. "There you go again. First that infantile, inexcusable business of the shutters, and now this. No feeling for my reputation at all. Don't be ridiculous, Effie. You're coming." "Terribly sorry," she repeated blindly, "but I can't. I'd just be sick. I wouldn't make you proud of me at all." "Of course you won't," he retorted sharply. "As it is, I have to spend half of my energy running around making excuses for you. Why you're so odd, why you always seem to be ailing, why you're always stupid and snobbish and say the wrong thing. But tonight's really important, Effie. It will cause a lot of bad comment if the new member's wife isn't present. You know how just a hint of sickness starts the old radiation disease rumor going. You've got to come, Effie." She shook her head helplessly. "Oh, for heaven's sake, come on," he shouted, advancing on her. "This is just a silly mood. As soon as you get going, you'll snap out of it. There's nothing really wrong with you at all." He put his hand on her shoulder to turn her around, and at his touch her face suddenly grew so desperate and gray that for a moment he was alarmed in spite of himself. "Really?" he asked, almost with a note of concern. She nodded miserably. He stepped back and strode about irresolutely. "Well, of course, if that's the way it is." He checked himself, and a sad smile crossed his face. "So you don't care enough about your old husband's success to make one supreme effort in spite of feeling bad?" Again the helpless headshake. "I just can't go out tonight under any circumstances," and her gaze stole toward the lead shutters. He was about to say something when he caught the direction of her gaze. His eyebrows jumped. For seconds he stared at her incredulously, as if some completely new and almost unbelievable possibility had popped into his mind. The look of incredulity slowly faded, to be replaced by a harder, more calculating expression. But when he spoke again, his voice was shockingly bright and kind. "Well, it can't be helped naturally, and I certainly wouldn't want you to go if you weren't able to enjoy it. So you hop right into bed and get a good rest. I'll run over to the men's dorm to freshen up. No, really, I don't want you to have to make any effort at all. Incidentally, Jim Barnes isn't going to be able to come to the banquet either. Touch of the old flu, he tells me, of all things." He watched her closely as he mentioned the other man's name, but she didn't react noticeably. In fact, she hardly seemed to be hearing his chatter. "I got a bit sharp with you, I'm afraid, Effie," he continued contritely. "I'm sorry about that. I was excited about my new job, and I guess that was why things upset me. Made me feel let down when I found you weren't feeling as good as I was. Selfish of me. Now you get into bed right away and get well. Don't worry about me a bit. I know you'd come if you possibly could, and I know you'd be thinking about me. Well, I must be off now." He started toward her, as if to embrace her, then seemed to think better of it. He turned back at the doorway and said, emphasizing the words, "You'll be completely alone for the next 4 hours." He waited for her to nod, then bounced out. She stood still until his footsteps died away. Then she straightened up, walked over to where he'd put down the wristwatch, picked it up, and smashed it hard on the floor. The crystal shattered, the case flew apart, and something went zing! She stood there, breathing heavily. Slowly her sagged features lifted, formed themselves into the beginning of a smile. She stole another look at the shutters. The smile became more definite. She felt her hair, wet her fingers and ran them along her hairline and back over her ears. After wiping her hands on her apron, she took it off. She straightened her dress, lifted her head with a little flourish, and stepped smartly toward the window. Then her face went miserable again, and her steps slowed. No, it couldn't be, and it won't be, she told herself. It had just been an illusion, a silly romantic dream that she had somehow projected out of her beauty-starved mind and given a moment's false reality. There couldn't be anything alive outside. There hadn't been for 2 whole years. And if there conceivably were, it would be something altogether horrible. She remembered some of the pariahs, hairless, witless creatures, with radiation welts crawling over their bodies like worms, who had come begging for succor during the last months of the terror, and been shot down. How they must have hated the people and the refuges. But even as she was thinking these things, her fingers were caressing the bolts, gingerly drawing them, and she was opening the shutters, gently, apprehensively. No, there couldn't be anything outside, she assured herself wryly, peering out into the green night. Even her fears had been groundless. But the face came floating up toward the window. She startled back in terror, then checked herself. For the face wasn't horrible at all, only very thin, with full lips and large eyes, and a thin, proud nose like the jutting beak of a bird. And no radiation welts or scars marred the skin, olive in the tempered moonlight. It looked, in fact, just as it had when she had seen it the first time. For a long moment the face stared deep, deep into her brain. Then the full lips smiled, and a half-clenched, thin-fingered hand materialized itself from the green darkness and rapped twice on the grimy pane. Her heart pounding, she furiously worked the little crank that opened the window. It came unstuck from the frame with a tiny explosion of dust and a zing like that of the watch, only louder. A moment later it swung open wide, and a puff of incredibly fresh air caressed her face and the inside of her nostrils, stinging her eyes with unanticipated tears. The man outside balanced on the sill, crouched like a fawn, head high, one elbow on knee. He was dressed in scarred, snug trousers and an old sweater. "Is it tears I get for welcome?" he mocked her gently in a musical voice. "Or are those only to greet God's own breath, the air?" He swung down inside, and now she could see he was tall. Turning, he snapped his fingers and called, "Come, puss." A black cat with a twisted stump of a tail, and feet like small boxing gloves and ears almost as big as rabbits, hopped clumsily in view. He lifted it down, gave it a pat, then nodding familiarly to Effie, he unstrapped a little pack from his back and laid it on the table. She couldn't move. She even found it hard to breathe. "The window," she finally managed to get out. He looked at her inquiringly, caught the direction of her stabbing finger. Moving without haste, he went over and closed it carelessly. "The shutters, too," she told him, but he ignored that, looking around. "It's a snug enough place you and your man have," he commented. "Or is it that this is a free love town or a harem spot, or just a military post?" He checked her before she could answer. "But let's not be talking about such things now. Soon enough I'll be scared to death for both of us. Best enjoy the kick of meeting, which is always good for 20 minutes at least." He smiled at her rather shyly. "Have you food?" "Good, then bring it." She set cold meat and some precious canned bread before him, and had water heating for coffee. Before he fell to, he shredded a chunk of meat and put it on the floor for the cat, which left off its sniffing inspection of the walls, and ran up eagerly mewing. Then the man began to eat, chewing each mouthful slowly and appreciatively. From across the table, Effie watched him, drinking in his every deft movement, his every cryptic quirk of expression. She attended to making the coffee, but that took only a moment. Finally, she could contain herself no longer. "What's it like up there?" she asked, breathlessly. "Outside, I mean." He looked at her oddly for quite a space. Finally he said flatly, "Oh, it's a wonderland for sure. More amazing than you tombed folk could ever imagine. A veritable fairyland." And he quickly went on eating. "No, but really," she pressed. Noting her eagerness, he smiled, and his eyes filled with playful tenderness. "I mean it, on my oath," he assured her. "You think the bombs and the dust made only death and ugliness? That was true at first, but then, just as the doctors foretold, they changed the life in the seeds and loins that were brave enough to stay. Wonders bloomed and walked." He broke off suddenly and asked, "Do any of you ever venture outside?" "A few of the men are allowed to," she told him, "for short trips in special protective suits, To hunt for canned food and fuels and batteries and things like that? Aye, and those blind-souled slugs would never see anything but what they're looking for, he said, nodding bitterly. They'd never see the garden where a dozen buds blossom where one did before, and the flowers have petals a yard across, with stingless bees as big as sparrows gently supping at their nectar, housecats grown spotted and huge as leopards, not little runts like Joe Louis here, stalk through those gardens. But they're gentle beasts, no more harmful than the rainbow-scaled snakes that glide around their paws, for the dust burned all the murder out of them as it burned itself out. I've even made up a little poem about that. It starts, "Fire can hurt me, or water, or the weight of the earth, but the dust is my friend." Oh yes, and then the robins like cockatoos and squirrels like a princess's ermine, all under a treasure chest of sun and moon and stars that the dust's magic power changes from ruby to emerald, and sapphire and amethyst and back again. Oh, and then the new children. You're telling the truth? She interrupted him, her eyes brimming with tears. You're not making it up? I am not, he assured her solemnly, and if you could catch a glimpse of one of the new children, you'd never doubt me again. They have long limbs as brown as this coffee would be if it had lots of fresh cream in it, and smiling delicate faces and the whitish teeth and the finest hair. They're so nimble that I, a sprightly man and somewhat enlivened by the dust, feel like a cripple beside them, and their thoughts dance like flames and make me feel a very imbecile. Of course they have 7 fingers on each hand and 8 toes on each foot, but they're the more beautiful for that. They have large pointed ears that the sun shines through. They play in the garden all day long, slipping among the great leaves and blooms, but they're so swift that you can hardly see them, unless one chooses to stand still and look at you. For that matter, you have to look a bit hard for all these things I'm telling you. But is it true? She pleaded. Every word of it, he said, looking straight into her eyes. He put down his knife and fork. What's your name? He asked softly. Mine's Patrick. Effie, she told him. He shook his head. That can't be, he said. Then his face brightened. Euphemia, he exclaimed. That's what Effie is short for. Your name is Euphemia. As he said that, looking at her, she suddenly felt beautiful. He got up and came around the table and stretched out his hand toward her. Euphemia, he began. Yes, she answered huskily, shrinking from him a little but looking up sideways, and very flushed. Don't either of you move, Hank said. The voice was flat and nasal, because Hank was wearing a nose respirator that was just long enough to suggest an elephant's trunk. In his right hand was a large blue-black automatic pistol. They turned their faces to him. Patrick's was abruptly alert, shifty, but Effie's was still smiling tenderly, as if Hank could not break the spell of the magic garden and should be pitied for not knowing about it. You little... Hank began with an almost gleeful fury, calling her several shameful names. He spoke in short phrases, closing tight his unmasked mouth between them, while he sucked in breath through the respirator. His voice rose in a crescendo. And not with a man of the community, but a pariah. A pariah! I hardly know what you're thinking, man, but you're quite wrong. Patrick took the opportunity to put in hurriedly, conciliatingly, I just happened to be coming by hungry tonight, a lonely tramp, and knocked at the window. Your wife was a bit foolish, and let kind-heartedness get the better of prudence. Don't think you've pulled the wool over my eyes, Effie, Hank went on with a screechy laugh, disregarding the other man completely. Don't think I don't know why you're suddenly going to have a child after 4 long years. At that moment the cat came nosing up to his feet. Patrick watched him narrowly, shifting his weight forward a little, but Hank only kicked the animal aside without taking his eyes off them. Even that business of carrying the wristwatch in your pocket instead of on your arm, he went on in channeled hysteria. A neat bit of camouflage, Effie, very neat. And telling me it was my child, when all the while you've been seeing him for months. Man, you're mad. I have not touched her, Patrick denied hotly, though still calculatingly, and risked a step forward, stopping when the gun instantly swung his way. Pretending you were going to give me a healthy child, Hank raved on, when all the while you knew it would be, either in body or germplasm, a thing like that. He waved his gun at the malformed cat, which had leaped to the top of the table and was eating the remains of Patrick's food, though its watchful green eyes were fixed on Hank. I should shoot him down, Hank yelled, between sobbing, chest-racking inhalations through the mask. I should kill him this instant for the contaminated pariah he is. All this while Effie had not ceased to smile compassionately. Now she stood up without haste and went to Patrick's side. Disregarding his warning, apprehensive glance, she put her arm lightly around him and faced her husband. "Then you'd be killing the bringer of the best news we've ever had," she said, and her voice was like a flood of some warm, sweet liquor in that musty, hate-charged room. "Oh, Hank, forget your silly, wrong jealousy and listen to me. Patrick here has something wonderful to tell us." Hank stared at her. For once he screamed no reply. It was obvious that he was seeing for the first time how beautiful she had become, and that the realization jolted him terribly. "What do you mean?" he finally asked, unevenly, almost fearfully. "I mean that we no longer need to fear the dust," she said, and now her smile was radiant. "It never really did hurt people the way the doctors said it would. Remember how it was with me, Hank? The exposure I had and recovered from, although the doctors said I wouldn't at first, and without even losing my hair? Hank, those who were brave enough to stay outside, and who weren't killed by terror and suggestion and panic, they adapted to the dust. They changed, but they changed for the better. Everything—" "Effie told you lies," Hank interrupted, but still in that same agitated, broken voice, cowed by her beauty. "Everything that grew or moved was purified," she went on ringingly. "You men going outside have never seen it, because you never had eyes for it. You've been blinded to beauty, to life itself. And now all the power in the dust is gone and faded, anyway, burned itself out. That's true, isn't it?" She smiled at Patrick for confirmation. His face was strangely veiled, as if he were calculating obscure changes. He might have given a little nod. At any rate, Effie assumed that he did, for she turned back to her husband. "You see, Hank, we can all go out now. We need never fear the dust again. Patrick is living proof of that," she continued triumphantly, standing straighter, holding him a little tighter. "Look at him. Not a scar or a sign, and he's been out in the dust for years. How could he be this way if the dust hurt the brave? Oh, believe me, Hank, believe what you see. Test it if you want. Test Patrick here." "Effie, you're all mixed up. You don't know," Hank faltered, but without conviction of any sort. "Just test him," Effie repeated with utter confidence, ignoring, not even noticing, Patrick's warning nudge. "All right," Hank mumbled. He looked at the stranger dully. "Can you count?" he asked. Patrick's face was a complete enigma. Then he suddenly spoke, and his voice was like a fencer's foil, light, bright, alert, constantly playing, yet utterly on guard. "Can I count? Do you take me for a complete simpleton, man? Of course I can count." "Then count yourself," Hank said, barely indicating the table. "Count myself, should I?" the other retorted with a quick, facetious laugh. "Is this a kindergarten? But if you want me to, I'm willing." His voice was rapid. "I've 2 arms and 2 legs, that's 4, and 10 fingers and 10 toes. You'll take my word for them? That's 24. A head, 25, and 2 eyes and a nose and a mouth. With this, I mean," Hank said heavily, advanced to the table, picked up the Geiger counter, switched it on, and handed it across the table to the other man. But while it was still an arm's length from Patrick, the clicks began to mount furiously until they were like the chatter of a pygmy machine gun. Abruptly the clicks slowed, but that was only the counter shifting to a new scaling unit, in which each click stood for 512 of the old ones. With those horrid, rattling little volleys, fear cascaded into the room and filled it, smashing like so much colored glass all the bright barriers of words Effie had raised against it. For no dreams can stand against the Geiger counter, the 20th century's mouthpiece of ultimate truth. It was as if the dust and all the terrors of the dust had incarnated themselves in one dread invading shape that said in words stronger than audible speech, "Those were illusions, whistles in the dark. This is reality, the dreary, pitiless reality of the burrowing years." Hank scuttled back to the wall. Through chattering teeth he babbled, "Enough radioactives. Kill 1,000 men. Freak, a freak." In his agitation, he forgot for a moment to inhale through the respirator. Even Effie, taken off guard, all the fears that had been drilled into her twanging like piano wires, shrank from the skeletal-seeming shape beside her, held herself to it only by desperation. Patrick did it for her. He disengaged her arm and stepped briskly away. Then he whirled on them, smiling sardonically, and started to speak, but instead looked with distaste at the chattering Geiger counter he held between his fingers and thumb. "Have we listened to this racket long enough?" he asked. Without waiting for an answer, he put down the instrument on the table. The cat hurried over to it curiously, and the clicks began to mount in a minor crescendo. Effie lunged for it frantically, switched it off, darted back. "That's right," Patrick said with another chilling smile. "You do well to cringe, for I am death itself. Even in death I could kill you, like a snake." And with that his voice took on the tones of a circus barker. Yes, I'm a freak, as the gentleman so wisely said. That's what one doctor who dared talk with me for a minute told me before he kicked me out. He couldn't tell me why, but somehow the dust doesn't kill me. Because I'm a freak, you see, just like the men who ate nails and walked on fire and ate arsenic and stuck themselves through with pins. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, only not too close, and examine the man the dust can't harm, Rappaccini's child, brought up to date, his embrace, death. And now, he said, breathing heavily, I'll get out and leave you in your damned lead cave. He started toward the window. Hank's gun followed him shakingly. Wait, Effie called in an agonized voice. He obeyed. She continued falteringly. When we were together earlier, you didn't act as if— When we were together earlier, I wanted what I wanted, he snarled at her. You don't suppose I'm a bloody saint, do you? And all the beautiful things you told me? That, he said cruelly, is just a line I found that women fall for. They're all so bored and so starved for beauty, as they generally put it. Even the garden? Her question was barely audible through the sobs that threatened to suffocate her. He looked at her, and perhaps his expression softened just a trifle. What's outside, he said flatly, is just a little worse than either of you can imagine. He tapped his temple. The garden's all here. You've killed it, she wept. You've killed it in me. You've both killed everything that's beautiful. But you're worse, she screamed at Patrick, because he only killed beauty once, but you brought it to life just so you could kill it again. Oh, I can't stand it. I won't stand it. And she began to scream. Patrick started toward her, but she broke off and whirled away from him to the window, her eyes crazy. You've been lying to us, she cried. The garden's there. I know it is, but you don't want to share it with anyone. No, Euphemia, Patrick protested anxiously. It's hell out there, believe me. I wouldn't lie to you about it. Wouldn't lie to me, she mocked. Are you afraid too? With a sudden pull, she jerked open the window and stood before the blank green-tinged oblong of darkness that seemed to press into the room like a menacing, heavy, wind-urged curtain. At that, Hank cried out a shocked, pleading, Effie! She ignored him. I can't be cooped up in here any longer, she said, and I won't now that I know. I'm going to the garden. Both men sprang at her, but they were too late. She leapt lightly to the sill, and by the time they had flung themselves against it, her footsteps were already hurrying off into the darkness. Effie, come back! Come back! Hank shouted after her desperately, no longer thinking to cringe from the man beside him, or how the gun was pointed. I love you, Effie! Come back! Patrick added his voice. Come back, Euphemia. You'll be safe if you come back right away. Come back to your home. No answer to that at all. They both strained their eyes through the greenish murk. They could barely make out a shadowy figure about a half a block down the near black canyon of the dismal, dust-blown street into which the greenish moonlight hardly reached. It seemed to them that the figure was scooping something up from the pavement and letting it sift down along its arms and over its bosom. Go out and get her, man, Patrick urged the other. For if I go out for her, I warn you I won't bring her back. She said something about having stood the dust better than most, and that's enough for me. But Hank, chained by his painfully learned habits and by something else, could not move. And then a ghostly voice came whispering down the street, chanting, Fire can hurt me, or water, or the weight of the earth, but the dust is my friend. Patrick spared the other man one more look. Then without a word he vaulted up and ran off. Hank stood there. After perhaps a minute he remembered to close his mouth when he inhaled. Finally he was sure the street was empty. As he started to close the window, there was a little mew. He picked up the cat and gently put it outside. Then he did close the window and the shutters and bolted them and took up the Geiger counter and mechanically began to count himself. End of The Moon is Green by Fritz Leiber. Recorded by J.G. Parenti.
Come Into My Brain by Robert Silverberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Come Into My Brain by Robert Silverberg. Dane Harrell held the thought helmet tightly between his hands, and before putting it on, glanced over at the bound, writhing alien sitting opposite him. The alien snarled defiantly. "You sure you want to go through with this?" asked Dr. Phelps. Harrell nodded. "I volunteered, didn't I? I said I'd take a look inside this buzzard's brain, and I'm going to do it. If I don't come up in half an hour, come get me. Right. Harold slipped the cool bulk of the thought helmet over his head and signaled to the scientist, who pulled the actuator switch. Harold shuddered as psionic current surged through him. He stiffened, wriggled, and felt himself glide out of his body, hover incorporeally in the air between his now soulless shell and the alien bound opposite. Remember, you volunteered, he told himself. He hung for a moment outside the alien's skull. Then he drifted downward and in. He had entered the alien's mind. Whether he would emerge alive, and with the troop deployment data, well, that was another matter entirely. The patrol ships of the Terran outpost on Planetoid 113 had discovered the alien scout a week before. The Dimelian spy was lurking about the outermost reaches of the Terran safety zone when he was caught. It wasn't often that Earth captured a Dimelian alive, and so the outpost resolved to comb through as much information from him as possible. The Earth-Dimel War was 4 years old. Neither side had scored a decisive victory. It was believed that Dimel was massing its fleet for an all-out attack on Earth itself. Confirmation of this from the captured scout would make Terran defensive tactics considerably more sound. But the Dimelian resisted all forms of brainwashing until Phelps, the base psych man, came forth with the experimental thought helmet. Volunteers were requested. Harold spoke up first. Now, wearing the thought helmet, he plunged deep into the unknown areas of the Dimelian's mind, hoping to emerge with high-order military secrets. His first impression was of thick gray murk, so thick it could be cut. Using a swimming motion, Harold drifted downward, toward the light in the distance. It was a long way down. He floated eerily in freefall. Finally he touched ground. It yielded under him spongily, but was solid. He looked around. The place was alien. Coarse, crumbly red soil, giant spike-leaved trees that shot up hundreds of feet overhead, brutal-looking birds squawking and chattering in the low branches. It looked just like the tridym solidos of Dimel he had seen. Well, why not? Why shouldn't the inside of a man's mind, or an alien's for that matter, resemble his home world? Cautiously, Harold started to walk. Mountains rose in the dim distance, and he could see glittering on a mountaintop far beyond him the white bulk of an armored castle. Of course, his imaginative mind realized at once that here was where the Dimelian guarded his precious secrets. Up there, on the mountain, was his goal. He started to walk. Low-hanging vines obscured his way. He conjured up a machete and cut them down. The weapon felt firm and real in his hand, but he realized that not even the hand was real. All this was but an imaginative projection. The castle was further away than he had thought. He saw this after he had walked for perhaps 15 minutes. There was no telling duration inside the alien's skull either, or distance. The castle seemed just as distant now as when he had begun, and his 15-minute journey through the jungle had tired him. Suddenly, demonic laughter sounded up ahead in the jungle, harsh, ugly laughter. And the Dimelian appeared, slashing his way through the vines with swashbuckling abandon. "Get out of my mind, Earthman!" The Dimelian was larger than life and twice as ugly. It was an idealized, self-glorified mental image Harold faced. The captured Dimelian was about 5 feet tall, thick-shouldered, with sturdy, corded arms and supplementary tentacles sprouting from its shoulders. Its skin was green and leathery, dotted with toad-like warts. Harold now saw a creature close to 9 feet tall, swaggering, with a mighty barrel of a chest and a huge broadsword clutched in one of its arms. The tentacles writhed purposefully. "You know why I'm here, alien. I want to know certain facts, and I'm not getting out of your mind until I've wrung them from you." The alien's lipless mouth curved in a bleak smile. "Big words, little Earthman, but first you'll have to vanquish me." And the Dimelian stepped forward. Harold met the down-crashing blow of the alien's broadsword fully. The shock of impact sent numbing shivers up his arm as far as his shoulder, but he held on and turned aside the blow. It wasn't fair. The Dimelian had a vaster reach than he could ever hope for. No, he saw there was no reason why he couldn't control the size of his own mental image. Instantly, he was 10 feet high and advancing remorselessly toward the alien. Swords clashed dangerously. The forest bird screamed. Harold drove the alien back, and the Demelian was 11 feet high. "We can keep this up forever," Harold said, getting larger and larger. "This is only a mental conflict." He shot up until he again towered a foot above the alien's head. He swung downward two-handedly with the machete. The alien vanished, and reappeared 5 feet to the right. "Enough of this foolishness, Earthman. Physical conflict will be endless stalemate since we're only mental projections. You're beaten. There's no possible way you can defeat me, or I defeat you. Don't waste your time and mine. Get out of my mind." Harold shook his head doggedly. "I'm here to do a job, and I'm not leaving till I've done it." He sprang forward, sword high, and thrust down at the grinning Demelian. Again the Demelian sidestepped. Harold's sword cut air. "Don't tire yourself out, Earthman," the alien said mockingly, and vanished. Harold stood alone in the heart of the steaming jungle, leaning on his sword. Maybe he was only a mental projection, he thought, but a mental projection could still get thoroughly drenched in its own mental sweat. The castle still gleamed enigmatically on the distant mountain. He couldn't get there by walking. At least it hadn't seemed to draw any nearer during his jaunt through the jungle. Hand-to-hand combat with the alien appeared fruitless. A fight in which both participants could change size at will, vanish, reappear, and do other such things was as pointless as a game of poker with every card wild. But there had to be a way. Mental attack, perhaps that would crumble the alien's defenses. He sent out a beam of thought directly up at the castle. "Can you hear me, alien?" Mental laughter echoed mockingly back. "Of course, Earthman. What troubles you?" Harold made no reply. He stood silently, concentrating, marshalling his powers. Then he hurled a bolt of mental energy with all his strength toward the mocking voice. The jungle shuddered as it struck home. The ground lurched wildly like an animal's back. Trees tumbled, the sky bent. Harold saw he had scored a hit. The alien's concentration had wavered, distorting the scenery. But there was quick recovery. Again the mocking laughter. Harold knew that the alien had shrugged off the blow. And then the counterblow. It caught Harold unawares and sent him spinning back a dozen feet to land in a tangled heap beneath a dangling nest of vines. His head rocked, seemed ready to split apart. He sensed the alien readying a second offensive drive and set up counter-screens. This time he was ready. He diverted the attack easily and shook his head to clear it. The score was even, one stunning blow apiece. But he had recovered, and so had the alien. Harold aimed another blow and felt the alien sweep it aside. Back came the answering barrage of mental force. Harold blocked it. "Stalemate again," the alien said. "We're evenly matched," Harold replied, "but I'll beat you." He looked up at the far-off castle on the mountainside. "I'll beat you yet." "That remains to be proven, troublesome Earthman." Harold tramped on through the jungle of the alien's mind for a while, and then, realizing he was getting no closer to the all-important castle on the hill, stopped by a brook to wipe away his perspiration. It was hot on this accursed world. Hot, muggy, dank. He knelt over the water's surface. It looked pure, cool. A sudden thought struck him, and he ripped a strip from his shirt and dipped it into the water. The plastic cloth blackened and charred. He let it drop, and the water quickly finished the job. Pool? No. Concentrated sulfuric acid, or something just as destructive. Smiling grimly at his narrow escape, he wiped his perspiration with another strip torn from his sleeve and kept going. Several hours at least had passed since he entered the strange world within the alien's mind. That meant one of two things. Either the time scale in here was different from that outside, or his half-hour limit had elapsed in the outer world, and Dr. Phelps had been unsuccessful in bringing him back. That was a nice thought. Suppose he was stuck here indefinitely, inside the mind of an alien being, in a muggy jungle full of sulfuric acid brooks. Well, he thought, I asked for it. The stalemate couldn't continue indefinitely. If he had swallowed some of the acid, that would have ended the contest without doubt. He wouldn't have had time to cope with the searing fluid. The answer lay there, surprise. Both he and the alien were mental entities who could do battle as they pleased. But in this conflict, it was necessary to take the opponent by surprise before he could counterthrust or vanish. He began to see a solution. Up ahead lay the castle, unreachable through some trick of the aliens. Very well. Harold's brows drew together in concentration for a moment. His mind planned a strategy and formed men to carry it out. There were 6 of him, suddenly. 6 identical Harolds, identical in size, shape, form, purpose. They would attack the Demelians simultaneously, or at least 5 of them would, creating a diversionary action, while the 6th, Harold Original, made a frontal assault on the castle. Harold Original faced his 5 duplicates and briefly instructed each in his job. They were like puppets. Harold 1, you're to attack in conjunction with Harold 2 on the mental level. Take turns heaving mental bolts at the alien. While one of you is recharging, the other is to unload. That won't give him time to get any sort of defense organized, and certainly no counterattack. Harold 3 and Harold 4, you're to attack physically, one armed with sword and one with blaster, from opposite sides at once. That ought to keep him busy while he's fighting off the rest of you. Harold 5, your job is to serve as frontrunner, to find the Demelian and engage him in conversation while the other 4 are getting ready to attack. Make him angry, get him concerned about what you're saying. The instant his defenses drop, the other 4 of you jump in. All of you got that? They nodded in unison. Good. Meanwhile, I'll make an assault on the castle, and maybe I can get through with you 5 running interference for me. He dismissed them, and they set out in different directions. He didn't want the Demelian to find out what was up. If the alien saw the strategy and had time to create duplicates of its own, the conflict would end in stalemate again. Harold waited while his 5 duplicates went into action. Through the mental link with Harold 5, he listened as his duplicate said, "The time has come to finish you off, alien. I'm glad I found you. That acid trick almost got me, but not quite." "A pity," the alien replied. "I was hoping the ruse would finish you. It's becoming quite irritating having you in here. You're starting to bore me." "Just you wait, you overstuffed warthog. I'll have those tentacles of yours clipped soon enough." "Empty words, Earthman. You've run out of strategies. Your best course is to get out of my mind and forget this entire silly affair." "Oh no, I'll have those secrets pried out of you quicker than you think." "How?" "I'm not giving away my secrets, alien. I'm here after yours." Harold readied himself. He gave the signal. Now. Harold 1 and Harold 3 appeared. Harold 1 loosed a bombardment of mental force that shook the alien. Harold 3 dashed forward, wielding a machete. Harold 2 and Harold 4 went into action. Harold 2 following up with a second mental bolt, Harold 4 firing a blaster. The bedeviled alien looked from side to side, not knowing where to defend himself first. The scenery began to rock. The alien was going down. Harold took to the air. Levitating easily above the jungle, he found the castle and zeroed in on it. As he dropped downward, it changed, from a vaulting, proud collection of spires and battlements to a blocky square building, and from that into an armored box with a padlock. The Demelian stood before it, struggling with the 5 duplicate Harolds. Harold stepped past, through the writhing group. The Demelian's defenses were down. The secrets were unguarded. He wrenched the padlock off with a contemptuous twist of his hand. The box sprang open. Inside lay documents, neatly typed, ready for his eye. The alien uttered a mighty howl. The forest dissolved. The universe swirled around Harold's head. He woke. It seemed to be months later. Dr. Phelps stood by his side. Harold took 2 or 3 deep breaths, clearing his head. "I've got them," he said. "Information on troop movements, plan of battle, even the line of journey across space." "Good work," the psych man said. "I was worried at first. You had some expressions of real terror on your face when you put the helmet on." "Dead?" "I'm afraid so." Harold grinned weakly. "I guess I was just too many for him. The shock of having the core of his mind penetrated." Tiredly he said, "Doc, how come you didn't get me out at the half-hour mark?" "Eh? I told you to pull me out after half an hour had gone by. Why didn't you? I was in there half a day at least, and I might have stayed there forever." The psych man was looking at him strangely. "Half a day, you say?" "No, Lieutenant Harold. The total time elapsed from the moment you donned the helmet to the instant the alien screamed. Why, it was less than 10 seconds. End of Come Into My Brain by Robert Silverberg. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Metamorphosis by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. Metamorphosis by Charles V. DeVette. The man I searched for could be anybody at all. If I didn't find him, there'd be nobody at all. One more city. The pattern went on. One more city to search for a man I did not know, whose face I would not recognize. I had no copy of either his fingerprints or encephalograph, or any other clue to his identity. Yet he had to be found. At one time he had been my best friend. His name was Howard Zeely then. He wouldn't be using the same name now. And the bug in his brain would by this time have made him a stranger. There was only one way the job could be done. I had to make contact, even though I might not be aware of it at the time, reveal who I was, and hope he'd come out after me. I rented a room in a cheap hotel, but not so cheap that it wouldn't have a grid connection with information service. I wrote my name, big, on the register, Max Kaloff. There was always the chance that he would see it. He would remember the name. The room was small, a standard living-in cubicle, which was all right. I didn't intend to sleep here. I hadn't slept in 9 years now, a year before the chase began. I kicked off my saddle shoes and walked on stockinged feet to the vidcoin slot and dropped in $50. The screen flickered once, and the face of a beautiful, smiling woman came into focus. "May I help you, sir?" she asked, in a pleasant, very friendly voice. I realized that the woman was not actually speaking, as she appeared to be doing. She was merely a woman image, with her voice and facial expressions synchronized in some way with the word impulses coming from Information Central. I stretched out on the bed, folding the pillow under my head to have an unobstructed view of the screen. "Give me the names of the city's 200 most prominent male citizens," I said. There was no sign of surprise on the woman's face, but I got the usual expressive long pause from Central. The request was unusual. Central relays always had trouble with the proper definition of prominent. "Any particular category?" the woman image finally asked. "All categories," I answered. Another pause. Even a mechanical brain would take a bit of time to assemble that information. But get it I would. After a while the woman began. Edward Anderson, Russell Baker, Joseph Dillon, Francis. As her gently modulated voice went on, I closed my eyes, keeping my mind blank, letting each name pass without resistance through my consciousness. Sometimes a hunch came that way. There was no need to make a written list. I had total recall. I became aware that I had opened my shirt collar and that I was perspiring. I hadn't noticed how hot the day was, or that the room had no air conditioning. I took a minute to concentrate. The perspiration dried, and my body adjusted itself to the room's temperature and humidity. When I was comfortable again, I returned my attention to the woman's voice. At the end of the reading, no name had stayed with me. I opened my eyes. "Eliminate all except those within the age range of 20 to 40, I said. Zeely would be 37 by now, but probably appear younger. "Got that?" "Yes, sir." "How many left?" I asked. 64. It was always a temptation to cut the list further. I was weary of the seemingly endless repetition of the same routine and the frustrating lack of any results. 8 years is a long time to search for a man. Yet I could not afford to be careless. I was gambling everything on my having figured out the way Zeely's mind operated, how he would act, where he would hide. When the woman finished speaking, I walked to the vid and switched it off. I noted by the wall clock that it was almost noon. I hadn't had breakfast yet. In the back of my mind, as I ordered a meal, was the certainty that someday this appetite too would grow sated and dull. There were so few satisfactions left. The first name on my list was Edward Anderson, the city's mayor. It took me 2 hours to get into his office and 2 minutes to be on my way out again. I had asked my questions and met the usual blank response. On the street, I spent another hour strolling through the shopping district. No shadower picked me up, which pretty well eliminated Anderson, or anyone in close contact with him. Second name, Russell Baker, industrialist, Minneapolis Mining and Allied Products. I got as far as his secretary, John Roessler. "What can I do for you?" Roessler asked. He was a big-boned, handsome man with an air of sleepy indolence. He cleaned and trimmed his fingernails with a small gold penknife. "I'd like to see Mr. Baker," I said. "What about?" "Confidential business. No one gets in to see a man like Mr. Baker that easy. If they could, he'd be pestered by every crackpot in town." This was as far as I was going to get. I had to make the best of it. "Will you give him a message, then?" I asked. Roessler shrugged. "If I think he should have it." "I would advise you to deliver it," I said, making my tone as impressive as possible. "If he doesn't get it, you may be out of a job." His eyebrows raised slightly. "Tell him," I said, "that Max Kaloff wants to see him," and spelled my last name for him. "And what should I say you want to see him about?" I had caught a slight break in Roessler's composure. "About a mutual friend, Howard Zeely," I replied. "I think he'll be interested." Roessler hid a yawn behind a well-manicured hand. "We'll see," he said, and I went back out. Twice within 10 minutes I observed the same pale-faced youth trailing me, and my pulse gave a great racing bound. This could be it. I stopped and studied the men's hats in a shop window. From the side of my eye I saw the youth stop also. He leaned against a traffic light stanchion and kicked idly at a scrap of paper on the sidewalk. I wandered through a department store, stopping to purchase a toothbrush and a handkerchief, and he followed, keeping always a discreet distance behind. My last doubt was removed. I returned to my hotel. With luck, the hunter would now become the hunted. In my room, I pulled a grip from under the bed, and took out a rubber-handled screwdriver and a pair of pliers, a pocket knife, several lengths of copper wire, and a small instrument in a black case, about the size of my fist. Climbing on a straight-back chair, I removed the frosted globe from the room's centre light. I bared the wires, carefully spliced on 2 pieces of wire, connected the black box, and replaced the globe. I had a little more trouble with the electrical clock's wiring, but at the end I was satisfied. The time was 2:15. I made my setting for 3 o'clock. Zeely should be here before then. If not, I could always set the timing back. There was nothing to do now except wait. Nearly a half-hour passed from the time I finished my preparations, and I was beginning to think Zeely would be late, when the door of my compartment was kicked savagely open. The man who followed the kick was lean and dark, with wavy brown hair combed meticulously into place. A bent nose dispelled any illusion of softness. I was disappointed. If this was Zeely, it was not at all the way I had expected him to look. I had thought he would be more polished, perhaps, more intelligent, with more of the outward signs of success. This weighing I did with a fleeting glance, and passed to the 2 men who followed my first visitor, Roessler and the pale-faced youth. Roessler was wearing a yellow hat. I swung my legs over the side of the bed where I'd been lying and sat up. "Come in," I said. The sarcasm was not wasted on Roessler. He kept his gaze on me, but spoke to the 2 men with him. "Stay by the door, George," he ordered the boy. "You, Steve," he addressed the lean man. "Get on the other side of him. Stay close." He let himself ease into the lounge chair behind him. I decided to stir things up a bit. "I see you brought a boy," I said, nodding at the one by the door. "This might turn out to be a man's job." Roessler glanced aside at the youth, whose lips pulled away from his teeth and eyes filled with quick hate. He pulled a switchblade knife from his pocket and snapped it open. I found myself making a swift reappraisal. The lad was not the simple hood type I'd first judged him to be. There was a flat look about the wide whites of his eyes that warned of something apart from courage. "Not yet, George," Roessler said. and his voice, though almost gentle, stopped the boy before he took a step. Roessler pulled his penknife from a coat pocket and began trimming his nails. "Someday you're going to run out of fingernails," I said. Roessler laughed soundlessly, amused. I glanced unobtrusively at the clock. 10 minutes to 3. Time passed slowly in a situation like this. Roessler regarded me speculatively. "You don't seem very nervous," he said. "Should I be?" "I would think so," he said. "If I were in your position, I think I'd be nervous." "Would you?" "Take off your clothes," he said, with no change of tone. I took in a long breath and began opening my shirt. Another glance at the clock told me I needed at least 8 more minutes. I had to stall. Roessler made no attempt to hurry me. He was a man certain of his control of the situation. I kicked off my shorts, the last of my clothes, and for the first time felt ill at ease. Standing stripped to the raw before these men put me at a mental disadvantage. I feared them only to the point of discretion, but I had lost a bit of my poise. I sat back on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette, doing my best to appear unconcerned. Roessler turned to the dark man. "The shade, Steve," he directed. "Pull it down a minute." Steve did as he was told. The fact that my skin glowed with a faint phosphorescent sheen in the semi-darkness was no surprise to me. Roessler leaned forward, and the penknife, which he had set on one knee, slipped off. Without attention, he caught it before it touched the floor, which confirmed my original suspicion. No one had reflexes that fast, except Zeely, and myself. I had estimated him correctly then. He had been too clever to expose himself to any searcher. He had disdained the prestige he might have acquired, stayed in the background, but in a position where he could observe any pursuer if and when he appeared. Roessler Zeely had noted the brief play of understanding on my face, and he nodded. "I had to be certain, Max," he said. "You've changed too, you know." Which was true. The mites in our veins had altered us both considerably through the years. We had developed some small empathy with them, and they often performed as we wished. It was not that they could read our thoughts. Their activities were probably only reactions to our emotional and glandular functions. Moreover, they acted as often in ways that suited their own designs, changing our body structures and regulating our metabolisms, seemingly at random. "What did you want with me, Max?" Zeely asked, still being very pleasant. "Did you come to join me in conquering the world?" He was being facetious, and I did not answer him. He knew why I was here. Overhead, a faint click came from the light globe, a sound that probably only I noticed, and I knew that my alarm had gone off. I judged it would take the police only a few minutes to reach here. "Or are you going to pretend that the medics have found a way to boil the bugs out of us?" Zeely asked. Did I detect a concealed pleading for just that assurance? I shook my head. "No, they haven't found any way, Howard." I obliterated the hope. Good old Max. Bitterness crept into his voice. Faithful, selfless old Max. Going to save the world. Going to save the whole of humanity, he amended expansively. He hadn't changed too much. Sarcasm had always come natural with him, which made it no more likeable. He might have said, dull, stupid, cloddish old Max. The words would have better matched the tone of his voice. At that, he might be right. The authorities back on our homeworld of New Nebraska had said pretty much the same thing, only more diplomatically. You and Zeely are different, I'd been told. That was one of the reasons we made you a team, originally. Zeely was clever and imaginative, but basically an egotist. To hell with the other fellow character. Fortunately, you're not like him. You're a man who accepts his responsibilities. A man with a strong sense of duty. We know we can trust you. Whether it was actually trust, or only that they had little choice, I had not let myself decide. We had such high hopes, Zeely was reminiscing, speaking more to himself than to me. We'd been a two-man survey crew, mapping out new territory for the future expansion of the human race. On a world listed only as TR768-L-14 on the star maps, we had run into disaster. We found the planet unfit for human habitation, but not before we'd been bitten several times by things we never did see. No infection had resulted, and we thought little about it until we were a good part of the way home. Gradually then we noticed a quickening of our sensory processes, a well-being of body too pronounced to be normal. During the next several weeks of flight, Zealy wrote a historical novel that I was certain would turn out to be a classic. I found myself mastering, without difficulty, higher math, which had always been beyond me before. At the end of the third month, we stopped needing sleep. During the days and nights that followed, we conversed brilliantly on subjects that had not interested us before, and the depth of which we couldn't have fathomed if they had interested us. We were at a loss to explain the reason for the change, though we knew it tied in somehow with our stay on TR768-L-14, and probably with the things that had bitten us. The cause was of secondary importance. The marvel of the reality was what intrigued us. We looked forward with poorly restrained excitement to displaying our new mental and physical dexterity. The Space Bureau authorities were every bit as impressed as we had anticipated. The medics readily found that we had been infested by a germ, but by a benevolent germ, a true symbiote. That discovery was followed by months of tests and examinations. Between sessions with our own medics and laboratory men, and various visiting specialists, we amused ourselves by showing our new abilities. At least a dozen times a day, I had to put someone down in an arm wrestle. Even when they devised a way to pit two against me at a time, I had little difficulty besting them. Zealy's displays tended toward the more flamboyant. One of the tricks he delighted in was taking a razor blade and, while his audience watched with repelled fascination, cut a long gash in his forearm. For an instant, the blood would ebb out, then quickly clot and cease to flow. The next day he would show them the arm, where a thin red line at the most would remain to mark where the wound had been. Apparently Zealy's reminiscing had kept pace with my own. "It seems such a shame, doesn't it, Max?" he asked. He was genuinely sad. So was I. Test results and theories developed fast in those early days. The findings showed that the symbiotes repaired damage and faults in our systems and protected us against disease. It was even hazarded that they would prolong our lives indefinitely. Yet we were warned against complacency. The bug, we always spoke of it in the singular, even though we knew the original mites had spawned in our bloodstreams, could not act quickly enough to save our lives in the event of major damage to essential organs or the brain. Also, we could drown, or we could die in a fall from a great height, or starve to death. The first intimation we had that all was not well had started as a rumour. Two of the staff biochemists had been experimenting with transplants of the bugs in fruit flies. They had turned up something sensational. Zealy was not present when I received the disastrous news. At the end of what would normally be a 20 or 30-year cycle, the chemists were not able to estimate it any closer, the symbiotes evolved into tiny winged insects. At that stage, they acquired size and flying strength by devouring the tissues of their hosts. In 20 or 30 years, then, our benign cohabitants would kill us and spread out by the millions to infest other available animal life. Unless they were destroyed, not only would Zealy and I die, but all humanity on all the worlds would face the prospect of becoming infested. Zealy must have surmised what was coming. He had disappeared a week earlier. Before he left, I had noticed considerable change in our body and facial features. He would very soon be impossible to identify. The only lead the authorities ever got on him was that he had fled to Earth. At that particular time, Earth and New Nebraska were involved in one of the more serious interworld bickerings. Citizens of each were denied admittance to the other, which was probably the reason Zeely had chosen Earth as a haven. New Nebraska's authorities called me in and briefed me on what I was to do. They were able to smuggle me to Earth with forged papers that identified me as a citizen of another planet. Zeely had to be found, and I was their one hope. "You have some interest in that clock." Zeely's words jarred me out of my retrospection. Silently, I cursed myself for letting my thoughts and eyes stray. I was dismayed, too, to find that only a few minutes had passed since I'd last looked. Even so, the police were taking longer than I had calculated. Zeely abandoned all pretense of joviality. "Now, George," he said to the pale-faced youth, who still stood by the door with his knife in his hand. The boy started toward me, and I tensed, shifting my feet to face him. Something crashed against my right temple, and only then did I remember Steve, the man behind me. The force of the blow knocked me sideways, but not unconscious. I started to turn, and a second glancing blow split the skin across my forehead. I slid off the bed on the side away from him. I retained just enough control of my faculties to get to my feet as the youth reached me, and to grab him in a bear hug, but not fast enough to keep the long blade of his knife from ripping into my stomach. The symbiote, though able to repair damage, was not able to block pain. The bite of the knife clenched my muscles in a spasm of agony, and dimly I heard the youth give a grunt of distress as my arms squeezed and bent him back at the waist. Something landed on my foot. His knife. With blackness closing in, my arms lost their strength, and I slid down his body. I blanked out, but only for an instant. The kid had fallen with me, and my hands clutched his ankles as I fought to stay conscious. I stood up, still holding his ankles. Putting everything I had into the effort, I swung him round and sent him crashing into Steve, who was just rounding the foot of the bed. They went down together. I gasped in air, clutching the gash in my stomach with hands that were sticky and wet with blood. I turned towards Zeely. He was still seated in his chair, still smiling. One hand, resting negligently in his lap, held a snub-nosed pistol. He could have killed me any time before this, but he had wanted the fun of watching me fight for my life. He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it abruptly, as someone pounded at the door. "Come in," I shouted, through the froth in my mouth. "Damn you," Zeely said softly. He wiped the pistol on his trousers and slid it across the floor away from him. The door burst inward. "These men tried to kill me," I told the two police officers. Zeely's bland features simulated surprise. "I?" he asked. "I heard noise in here as I was passing in the hall. I came in to see what the trouble was." "He's lying," I said, as the policeman turned inquiringly toward me. "He's with them." Zeely shook his head sadly. "He must be delirious," he began. But the evidence was all on my side. "Shut up," one of the officers said, grabbing him by the shirt front and jerking him to his feet. I had started dressing immediately. I wanted to hide the wound in my stomach. It burned, but I kept my face blank. Zeely was silent now. If I had been just superficially wounded, his bluff would have worked. I'd have healed right there and then. I hadn't, so he had to wait for developments. I hoped I could give him some. While one of the officers worked to revive the youth, the thug named Steve was already on his feet. I went to the bowl in the alcove and washed the blood off my hands and stomach. They had the kid upright when I turned around. "Are you hurt bad?" the policeman holding Zeely asked me. "Not too bad." I managed to keep my voice steady. "I'll be all right until you can send an ambulance." He stood uncertainly for a moment. "I don't like to leave you alone, but I can put in a call from our cruiser. The ambulance should get here within 10 minutes. "I'll be okay," I said. The sound of the closing door was the only way I had to know they were gone. For the past half-minute, my tight grip on the bed headboard was all that held me erect. Now the starch went out of my body and I crumpled to the floor. This time I did not blank out, but lay twisted and tight, waiting for the pain to stop. or to kill me. A small easing of the torment came, and I forced myself to relax. I was able now to steel my mind against the racking spasms and pull myself to my feet. I was not at all safe yet. Even if I was not mortally wounded, it would take the symbiote hours to repair the damage. I managed to pull on my clothes with numbed, awkward fingers and get out of the room before the ambulance arrived. I took with me only my grip. I would still need that. There was small chance that the police could hold Zeely. He would probably be free on bail this same afternoon. The odds were against me. I was fighting in Zeely's own backyard, wounded and entirely alone, while he must have been prepared for this contingency for years. But I had succeeded in the first part of my plan. I had found out who he was, and I had put him in a position where he could not use his superior resources, for a time at least. Now I had to get to him before he was able to mobilize those resources. In the street, I had a violent attack of cramps in my upper diaphragm, and I got down on one knee and made a pretense of adjusting a shoe strap as I fought the torment. Perspiration gathered in clammy globules all over my body. When the pain left, I rose and pushed grimly on. Opposite Minneapolis Mining's main offices, and a quarter of a block down, I found the type of commercial building I was looking for, and went in and sought out the building superintendent. "Do you have an office for rent on one of the lower floors?" I asked him. "One that faces the front street?" "We have several," he answered with professional courtesy. He thumbed through a row of cards and pulled out one with a small brown envelope attached. "Here's a fine office on the 6th floor. It's only one room, but—" "I'll take a look at it," I interrupted him. "Of course." He tore open the small envelope and took out a brass key. "I'll take you up." "I'd rather go alone." As he hesitated, I took out my billfold and separated a $100 bill from two others of its kind and laid it on his desk. "I'll leave a deposit in case I should like it," I said, taking the key from his hand. "I suppose it will be all right," he murmured doubtfully. "Thank you," I called back over my shoulder. "I may be a while. I want to look it over carefully." I ignored the fact that he seemed to have more he wanted to say. The office was small, but that made little difference to me. There was a clear view of the street from the window. That was all I cared about. In one corner was a small packing case, left by the former tenant. I dragged it over by the window and sat down. From my grip, I took a rifle barrel and stock and assembled them, and filled the magazine with ammunition. I kept part of my attention on the building down the street while I worked. I hoped I had guessed right, that Zeely would get free of the police and that he would return to his office. The day shift workers had begun to pour from the mining building before a taxi drew up to the curb and a man in a yellow hat alighted. Zeely had come. He was alone. I aligned the sights of my rifle on his head, waited until I had a clear shot, and squeezed the trigger. The yellow hat sprang upward, and Zeely sank from sight among the hurrying workers. The job was done. Finding a way back to New Nebraska took me a year, for I no longer fitted my passport picture and description at all. "Except for the danger to others," I said when I reported in, "I wouldn't have bothered coming back." "A good thing for you that you did bother to come back here," I was told. The biochemists had gone on with their work through the years I'd searched for Zeely. They had learned that the symbiote's life cycle developed in 3 distinct stages. 5 years of propagation, 15 years in a dormant aging process, an undetermined number of years in the final form. If the blood of a carrier was replaced any time during the first 5 years, the bugs in the residual blood in the body began to propagate again, delaying the aging process another 5 years. In other words, I was told, we can control the symbiote. Mankind can reap the benefits with not a single one of the dangers. Except poor Zeely, I thought pityingly but wonderingly. The hogs, the smart boys who have every angle figured in getting the jump on everybody else. How is it they never figure the last angle? He should have waited instead of grabbing. End of Metamorphosis by Charles V. DeVette. Narrated by Chris James.
The Brave Walk Alone by John McGreevy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Gill. The Brave Walk Alone by John McGreevy. He was a coward not only in the eyes of his men, but his father as well. Yet sometimes fear can be mistaken for the honor badge of great courage. Dirk Jemson pressed his forehead against the cool metal of the astrochart and hoped that he was not going to be sick. At any moment the space cruiser would be entering the gravity field of Caliban, and if he were ordered to assume control, he shuddered at the prospect. Around him in the cabin, the other members of the crew went quietly about their duties. Alan, the astrogator, worked over his charts and calculations. Kennedy, the autocanic, squinted worriedly at the readings on his gauges. Tabor, the biophysicist, was engrossed in a book. They were men handling routine assignments automatically. If they felt any of the fear, the impending nausea which constricted Dirk's stomach, they gave no outward indication of it. He straightened himself and closed his eyes. These others were at home out in space, unperturbed by the thought that they were rushing now at the speed of light toward an unknown world, the dark satellite of Caliban. They could not understand this space sickness which held him in a vice. They were like his father. Dirk looked apprehensively toward the audio visor above Alan's head. Momentarily, his father's face would blur into that screen. His father's voice would saw into the quiet of the cabin with a command, and all of these men would come to attention and listen, for this would be the face and voice of Commandant Jemson, Terra's most renowned and daring space explorer. Dirk's gaze roamed the cabin. These others, Alan, Kennedy, even Tabor, who was only an observer, would listen to the words of the Commandant, but they would know that his message was meant only for Dirk. Dirk Jemson, the Commandant's son. Wave upon wave of the sickness swept over him, and he fought desperately against the impulse to call out for help. He imagined the surprise on their faces as they assisted him, and then, afterward, the polite pretense that nothing had happened. Why couldn't they leave him on Terra, doing the things he wanted to do, the things he could do well? He was an alien here. He had been an alien in the service from the beginning. The agonizing days at the Strato School on Mars still stood vividly in his memory. They had expected such great things of him. After all, he was the son of Commandant Jemson, and his brother Ken had been one of the most brilliant graduates the school ever had. Now, young Dirk was there to carry on in the Jemson tradition, to make good for the Commandant and for the gallant Ken, who had lost his life in the first attempt made to land on Setebos. They had expected great things, but they had been disappointed. Of course, his panic on the trip to Mars had been understandable. The first experience in space. It often happened so. Soon he'd be as calm and unaffected as the others. Then there had been the practice flight to Deimos. For Dirk, it still had the immediacy of a nightmare, It was 5 years now, more than 5, and yet he could still visualize the cramped quarters of that training ship. The instructor had been a fish-faced young man named Petley. Ensign Petley. He had seen in Dirk Jemson a chance for advancement. Give the Commandant's son the breaks, he had told himself, and you'll get a promotion. As the trainer approached Deimos, Petley had turned from the Visishield and smiled patronizingly at the tensed class who crowded around him. "We're approaching Deimos, class," he said, and his lips made little smacking noises as he spoke. "I'm going to let Dirk show us how to make a landing. Dirk, take the controls." And with that, he had gestured to Dirk and stepped back. The silence in the training ship had been absolute. The other 13 in the class stared at the recipient of this signal honor. Who but the son of the Commandant would be trusted to land a ship on his first training flight? Who but the heir to the space mantle of Commandant Jemson? Dirk remembered the sticky perspiration that had drenched his uniform as he had stared in disbelief at the beaming Petley. He had stammered some excuse, but Petley had smiled and firmly insisted. This was no time to be modest. Dirk had closed his eyes, moved to the controls. Through the Visishield, the gray orb of Deimos rushed toward him. The black maw of space was a swirling, twisting, rotating nightmare that blurred up at him. In the background, Ensign Petley had murmured explanations to the watchers. Closer and closer whirled Deimos. Dirk's hands had faltered over the degravitator. Somehow the movement of the universe had communicated itself to him. His mind, his heart, his stomach, all swam in a whirlpool of black motion. "Now, Dirk!" Petley's voice was sharp. "Now! Show the class!" The eyes had been on him. The urgency in the voice had been great. But the hypnotic spinning of Deimos in the Visishield was irresistible. With a little sigh, Dirk had blacked out. There had been very little said, naturally. Petley had broken the rules in turning a ship over to a boot, in the first place, and one of the other trainees had saved them by seizing the controls at the crucial moment and decelerating. Dirk had asked to be transferred to another class, and his request was granted. He was, after all, the Commandant's son, and allowances must be made. Enough allowances were made to permit him to graduate from the Strato School. He was a great theorist. His instructors agreed. Perhaps he lacked a little of his father's daring and drive, but he had the same comprehension, the same interstellar grasp. And after graduation, nothing sensational. A little routine work between Mars and Luna, work which permitted him to stay in the navigator's cell, away from the Visishield, away from the twisting whirlpool of space. For after all, promotions must not come too rapidly. He was the son of a famous man, and sons of famous men are closely observed by the universe. When he rose, it must not be the result of family, but because he was well qualified and experienced. His days as a lunar navigator were as happy as any Dirk had known, but they were not to last. Commandant Jemson was planning another voyage of exploration, the most audacious in his long and brilliant career. The goal was the dark satellite known as Caliban. A space armada would accompany the Commandant on this, the climatic space trek of his colorful career, and in charge of one cruiser in the fleet would be Dirk Jemson, the Commandant's brilliant but untried son. And now they were approaching Caliban. "What do you think we'll find on Caliban, Doc?" Kennedy addressed his question to Tabor, who had closed his book with a little sigh and was staring dreamily ahead. "Very little." Tabor pursed his lips in an academic pout. "It is my theory that the atmosphere on Caliban will not support organic life as we know it." "But there could be other kinds, like the Venusians maybe, or those things from Circe I've seen at the zoo?" Tabor nodded. "That's what makes being a part of this expedition so stimulating. When we reach Caliban, I will be the first biophysicist to be permitted to examine the satellite. I'll be the first to coordinate fact and theory." Alan peered through the visishield. "You can start coordinating pretty soon, Doc. Caliban's just ahead." As Alan spoke, the audio visor above his head hummed and flickered. Dirk tensed himself. This was it. In a few seconds, that humming and flickering would materialize, and he would be watching his father's face, hearing his father's voice. As with a single impulse, the other 3 men in the cabin turned and regarded Dirk. They seemed to sense that the moment was his. Alan stepped back from the visishield. Kennedy turned from his gauges. Commandant Jemson's face spread on the screen like a slow stain. He cleared his voice. This was a strong face. The eyes were compelling, the nose generous, and the mouth firm. Steel gray hair, cut short, completely the impression of controlled power. "Attention," the voice said, and it too was dynamic, forceful. "Attention, all participants in Operation Caliban. We are now approaching our objective. The flight thus far has been distinguished by its orderliness. We know that the landing will be equally well organized. The High Command has decided that the space cruiser Icarus, piloted by Lieutenant Dirk Jemson, shall have the honor of leading the Armada in. If that is clear, we will rendezvous on Caliban." The image flickered for a moment and then dwindled away. The die was cast. Shakily, Dirk rose to his feet. There had been a second when he had harbored the wild hope that his father might reserve the honor of the first landing for himself. That hope had foundered and gone down. The echo of the older man's pride hung suspended in Dirk's mind. Why couldn't the Commandant understand that with Dirk it was different? Why couldn't he see the difference? "Are you all right, sir?" That was Alan, struggling to mask his concern with an air of forced casualness. "Yes." Dirk's voice sounded strained and taut. "Yes, I'm all right. I'll take over, Alan." He moved toward the visishield, and Alan retreated. They were staring at him now, as those fellow students had stared long years before. But now it was Caliban which bobbed in the visishield, not Deimos. This was the lead ship in the Jemson Armada, not a trainer. They were all waiting for him. Dirk Jemson, the Commandant's son, to lead them in. He clutched at the controls. His mouth was dry and his eyes ached. He longed desperately to close them, to shut out the spinning universe before him. He stared at his hands on the controls, and they seemed detached, as if they belonged to someone else. Alan was at his shoulder with a suggestive clearing of his throat. "Are you sure, Lieutenant, that you're well?" Impatiently, Dirk nodded. Why didn't they leave him alone? Why couldn't they all leave him alone? The audio visor hummed. "We're waiting, Icarus. Go ahead." They were waiting on him. This was the moment. the moment he had hoped to avoid, when the other men depended on him to put them into a safe harbor in space. His father was testing him. He was supposed to show the superiority of the breed, the special gifts that made the Jemison men apart. He closed his eyes for a moment and began to decelerate. "Careful of the flagship." Kennedy's voice was low but tense. "You're cutting in on him." Dirk forced himself to open his eyes. The universe spun and whirled in a confused circle before him, and in the center of that gyrating mass was the flagship. Somehow he missed it. "Steady on your course, Icarus." This was the crisp instruction on the audio visor. Caliban rushed toward them, but all space between was a twisting, withering spectrum of color. Dirk's mind was a pinwheel, spinning in reckless abandon toward oblivion. He couldn't keep his eyes open. He was sick, really sick. A sob tore through his clenched teeth. He slumped over the controls. "Lieutenant." That was Alan's voice, and then something shoved him to the floor. There was a retching tearing of metal and a sickening lurch. Resolutely, Dirk kept his eyes tight shut against what he might see when he opened them. There was a murmur of voices, Kennedy, Alan, Tabor, and then, gradually, a deceleration as the ship settled into Caliban's atmosphere. It had happened again, only not in an isolated training ship with a fish-faced instructor, but before the entire armada. They all knew now, and Dirk was almost relieved. It was as if he had relinquished a role that he had been ill-suited to play. "Lieutenant Jemison," a voice said close to his ear. "Lieutenant, are you all right?" It was Tabor, the biophysicist. Dirk opened his eyes. Alan and Kennedy were at the controls. The cruiser was settling on its tail for a landing. Tabor's face was a study in embarrassed concern. Dirk nodded. He must say something. Sure. I'm all right. Anyone else hurt?" Tabor shook his head. "We speared a fin off the flagship, but no one was injured. What happened to you?" Dirk closed his eyes again. What answer could he give? "Just space dizziness," he said. "That's all, space dizziness." He looked to catch Tabor's reaction. The scientist nodded, but behind his eyes was a puzzlement. Space dizziness and a lieutenant of the Federation Space Armada? Space dizziness and the son of Commandant Jemison? "All clear." Alan and Kennedy were scrupulously avoiding his eyes, busying themselves with the reports and logs. Suddenly, he wished that he could make them understand. He wished that there were words which would communicate to them the sinking feeling that had seized him as he gazed into the visishield. But there were no words. These were men inured to space. They could not appreciate the shattering malady that gripped him. Tabor rose and moved over to the others. They conversed quietly, and once or twice Dirk saw them nod in his direction. Then he closed his eyes again. It was better that way. Soon enough he would have to face his father. And what could be said? There were no excuses. He had failed. If Alan had not been quick, the Icarus would have been lost. Perhaps the entire armada jeopardized. No, there was no excuse. And he could expect no forgiveness. If it was difficult for these men now with him to understand his weakness, it'd be impossible for his father. Why couldn't Ken have lived? He wondered. He was the son of Commandant Wanted. He had the dash and the spirit. He was never troubled by consequences. He acted on impulse, bravely, daringly. The trio was donning spacesuits, preparing to venture out onto Caliban. He half-raised himself. "Going with us, Lieutenant?" Alan asked the question for the others. Dirk hesitated, and Kennedy interposed. "Maybe you'd rather have us send a med over to take care of you." The lieutenant shook his head tiredly. "I'll be all right. Thanks." They turned away in relief and zipped on the space uniforms. Just as they were preparing to enter the compression chamber, the audio visor hummed. They paused and looked back expectantly. The sleek face of the Commandant's orderly blurred into focus. "Lieutenant Jemison will report to the Commandant aboard the flagship." That was all. The picture faded. Instinctively, the trio in the doorway looked toward Dirk. He managed a smile and waved them on. After a moment's hesitation, they stepped into the compression chamber and out of sight. With fumbling hands, he put on his own spacesuit. What would his father say? What could he say? Words would only make it worse. And Commandant Jemison was not a man to seek out the kind word, the gentle phrase. His speech resembled his tactics, raw, direct, uncompromising. Slowly, Dirk moved into the compression chamber and from it, into the murk of the world known as Caliban. Even protected as he was by his spacesuit, Dirk could sense the slimy chill in the atmosphere. It was as if wet, fibrous hands pushed at his suit, as if oozing tendrils slithered across his visor plate. The footing was insecure as well, and he had the unpleasant sensation that he was walking on raw eggs. Dark Caliban, he thought, pushing his way through the gray-brown fog. Dark Caliban, scene of Dirk Jemson's final shame and disgrace. Poor Dad. This was to have been his crowning achievement, and all it had been was a blow to his pride. Impatiently, Dirk swiped at his glass visor plate with his swathed hands. Some substance, gelatinous and moist, seemed to have formed there. The guard at the flagship was expecting him, and he quickly entered the compression chamber and doffed the uniform. As he put it on a hook to await his return, he noticed with a little shudder of revulsion that the jelly-like things he had noticed on his visor were also clustered here and there in the folds of his spacesuit. This was probably the life to which Tabor had referred. The orderly outside his father's office saluted, but Dirk thought he sensed in the click of the heels, the tilt of the chin, just a nuance of disrespect. As an executioner might salute the criminal just before the disintegrating switch were thrown. Commandant Jemson was seated at an enormous table of batik wood from Thule. He didn't look up when Dirk closed the cabin door behind him and waited at attention. The Commandant was not a large man, yet he managed somehow through the sheer force of his personality to convey the impression of a giant. Seated now behind the great table, he seemed some remote demigod, omnipotent and untouchable. Just as Dirk was about to clear his throat to ease the tension, his father spoke. "Come to the table." That was all. The voice was carefully modulated and controlled. Too carefully. Dirk was face to face with his father across the glistening batik wood. Looking down into its polished surface, he could see his own white face, as well as each movement of his father's hands. "You disgraced me." The 3 words were thrown at him with electric force. Never before in his life could Dirk remember hearing 3 words spoken with such intensity and emotion. All of his father's life was summed up in that anguished declaration. All the hopes that had been sabotaged, all the dreams that were now derelict, and yet the 3 words were spoken so quietly, they scarcely carried across the room. He wished his father would look up at him. If he could see the eyes, it might be easier. You shouldn't have expected me to do it. You had no right to expect it of me. No right? The Commandant stood abruptly, his knuckles white against the wood of the table as he leaned forward. What do you think I had left in my life but you? And the things you might do? What do you think I built my world on after Ken was killed? No right? The eyes raked him now with a barrage of contempt and hurt. You would have killed those men. Killed them because you're a weakling. A coward. The words fell into the silent room like coiling snakes. Dirk stepped back. The hate, frustration, and disappointment which radiated from the older man was almost unbearable. You can't understand, Dad, he faltered. No, I can't. And don't call me Dad. You're no longer my son. No Jemison could put the lives of his men in jeopardy, no matter how stricken he might be. This isn't the first time. I've closed my eyes. I told myself you were young, that you'd grow into this as you matured. You shouldn't have tried to make me a space pilot. It's not for me. I could have found some other life on Terra, something that I could have done well, could have made you proud. Proud! The square shoulders sagged, and the old man sank down into his chair. Proud. Proud of a weakling who puts his own comfort before the lives of his crew? He stared again at the polished table surface, as if he might read there an answer to the dilemma. If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. Not all men are alike, Dad. You must see that. But Dirk knew it was hopeless. His father knew only one life, and that his son could want another was beyond his comprehension. You'll never have a chance to fail anyone else. What do you mean? The Commandant pushed a parchment across the table. Your discharge. Dishonorable. You'll return to Terra at once. They're fueling a small ship for you now. You'll have to manage it alone. I can't spare anyone to pilot it for you. Dirk picked up the parchment with a trembling hand. Dad, we can't separate like this. I'm sorry I failed you. You just gave me a job that was too big for me. There was a pause, and when the Commandant spoke again, it was in a voice so low that Dirk could scarcely hear him. What I've done, I did not for myself, but for my sons. What fame I've won, I didn't seek selfishly, but only in order that my sons might inherit a name for honor, for courage, for integrity. I've devoted a lifetime to establishing a name to pass on to my sons, a name the universe could speak with pride. The strong voice broke. The Commandant raised his eyes and regarded Dirk. I've wasted my life building something for my sons. Wasted it, because both my sons are dead. Dad! Dirk's voice snapped in the quiet room like a whip. Lieutenant, you are dismissed. The Commandant regarded the tabletop. Listen to me, please. Dirk leaned across the table. I know what it's meant to you, Dad, but I can't help myself. You've got to believe that I've tried. All these years, I've tried to be what you wanted, what you thought I was. But it's hopeless. I said you were dismissed, Lieutenant. Take off for Terra as soon as your ship is fueled. Dirk stood staring in disbelief at his father for a long moment, and then he turned and walked slowly to the door. He paused with his hand on the latch. I'm sorry, Dad, he said, and turning swiftly, went out of the room. The flagship was strangely quiet as he walked down the passageway to the compression chamber. It was as if the entire crew mourned with the Commandant the passing of his son. You disgraced me. You disgraced me. You disgraced me. The phrase whirled and circled in his mind. The guard outside the compression chamber stood stiffly at attention as Dirk approached. Looking at the impassive young face, Dirk felt a sudden twist of envy. Here was a man happy in his chosen duties, working out his destiny in an honorable and satisfying way. Inside the chamber, Dirk began automatically to put on his spacesuit. What possible future could there be for him on Terra? If he changed his name, perhaps he could find a little happiness. But could he ever erase the picture in his mind of his father's face? Or the sound of a low voice ceaselessly repeating, You disgraced me. On the floor beneath the peg on which he had hung his spacesuit, he noticed a puddle of ooze. The colorless gelatin he had seen on his visor. Was his imagination working overtime? Or was there more of it now than when he had gone in to talk to his father? It couldn't be. And yet he had thought there were only a few blotches of it on his suit. The world of Caliban was always in half-darkness. Dirk found this somehow comforting as he pushed through the murk to the command center. He actually felt less alien here than on sunlit Terra. His father had already taken action, he learned from the officer in charge. A small SD-4 reconnaissance ship had been placed at his disposal. It was fueled and he could blast off whenever he chose. The officer avoided his eyes, Dirk noted, and there was between the two of them an elaborate pretense that nothing had happened. With his orders, Dirk returned to the Icarus for his gear. He hoped that the others would not have returned, but he was disappointed. Tabor was in the cruiser when he stepped aboard. The biophysicist was crouched over his microscope, concentrating intently on some specimen he had found. He was scarcely aware that Dirk had come in. There weren't many things to collect. An officer in the Space Armada learned to travel light. He didn't hurry. He was reluctant to leave the Icarus, to isolate himself in the cramped quarters of the SD-4, to leave behind forever the life which he had tried to take as his own. Tabor huddled over his microscope, punctuating the silence with little exclamations of surprise. The specimen on the slide was apparently proving of interest. Another happy man, thought Dirk. He hesitated in the doorway and looked back. Goodbye, Tabor. The man at the microscope only half turned. This is the most amazing cell I've ever examined. Incredible. Apparently it's the effect of oxygen on the organism. What a sensational announcement this will be on Terra. Sensational. Dirk nodded at Tabor's back. Why should he have thought the scientist would be interested in his going? He was just another space officer washing out. Warily, he donned his spacesuit once more. The gelatin was everywhere. An expanding pool of it stood in the compression chamber. Idly, he wondered if it could be the specimen causing Tabor's excitement. Parties were already outcombing Caliban. This would be another triumph for Commandant Jemison, Another glorious achievement for the grand old man of space. The reports need carry no mention of the disgrace and shame of a lieutenant in the Commandant's armada, an ex-lieutenant whose name also happened to be Jemson. Dirk stopped beside the trim little SD-4. What if he went back to his father? If he begged for another chance, a chance to prove that he was a Jemson, worthy of the name? The answer was there in the crawling dark of Caliban. There was no second chance. His father had made a decision. Slipping out of his spacesuit in the narrow confines of the little reconnaissance ship, Dirk noticed that the omnipresent gray ooze had clung to his suit and boots. It lay in quivering globules on the floor. Automatically, he checked his controls and got a clearance from the command center. The takeoff was uneventful, and with the speed of light he slipped through the atmosphere of Caliban and into the whirling void of space. Quickly, he made his calculations and set his course for Terra. No margin for error in an SD-4. The fuel tank held only enough for the one-way trip to Terra. Any miscalculation might prove fatal. Once set, however, the controls were foolproof. He could relax, forget the spinning galaxies around him, forget that he was a lost mote in the infinite void. He could close his eyes and forget the last 24 hours, or even the last 24 years, for after all, the error over Caliban was only the climax of his many years of maladjustment. His father would be all right. He would still have his beloved armada, and there would always be new worlds to conquer. Until after one such expedition, the Commandant would fail to return, and that was the way he'd want it. Yes, his father was all right. His life was too solidly based to be shaken. But what of himself? What lay ahead for him on Terra? A space pilot with a dishonorable discharge? For some time he had experienced a growing sensation that he was being observed, that someone or something was behind him, watching. He closed his eyes. Space nerves. That's all it was. There was no one else in the SD-4. He was alone. And yet the feeling persisted. He felt the small hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and a cold shiver shook him. He had to turn around. He couldn't resist the impulse. Slowly, he opened his eyes and swiveled in his chair. The floor in the corner where he had hung his spacesuit was alive. A spreading, pulsating jelly, quivering in the half-light of the cabin. This was a living thing, growing. For a moment, all he could do was sit and stare in hypnotic horror at the tremoloid monstrosity quaking in the corner. Even as he watched, another section of the floor was obscured by the viscous transparency. He crouched against the instrument panel and drew his dysentery. Fighting down the sick panic that swelled in his throat, he fired, time after time, into the undulating, pulpy mass on the floor. The impact had no visible effect. Still he could see it growing, spilling with soft, slobbery noises across the ship toward him. Frantically, he threw up a temporary barricade between himself and the thing. Some filing cabinets, a desk, an upended chair. Perhaps that would check its terrible oozing progress for a little while. At the instrument panel, he checked his position. With a little luck, he might reach Terra before the thing got through to him. It depended on how rapidly it was growing. As he strained to hear, a sort of sucking sound came from it now as it worked behind the barricade. His audio visor suddenly flickered and hummed. Who would be calling him? Only someone on Caliban. His father? But why? Unless... The face rippled onto the screen. His father's face. But it seemed that the face had aged 20 years since the interview short hours before. "Dirk," the voice said. "Dirk, have you checked your ship?" He pushed the talk back. "Yes, Dad. There's something that looks like jelly. It's growing. The dysentery doesn't stop it." "You've got to turn back, Dirk. Nothing will stop that jelly thing. As long as it gets oxygen, it keeps growing. You've got to turn back to Caliban." Dirk's eyes flickered to the gauges on the panel. "There's not enough fuel to get me back to Caliban. I can feel the pull of Terra's solar system already." The visor went abruptly blank, and then Tabor's face replaced his father's on the screen. "Listen to me, Dirk," Tabor said, and the academic hesitancy had been discarded for a terrible urgency. "That stuff in your ship is wild cells. They're the only life on Caliban. Oxygen has a peculiar effect on them, makes them multiply by geometric progression. Do you understand that?" "I understand." Dirk's voice was a thing remote from him, apart. "There's nothing you can do to stop that growth. The dysentery won't help. You've got to get it back to Caliban. Out of oxygen." "I can't. I haven't enough fuel, Tabor." Dirk fought to keep his voice controlled and calm, but he could see already a crystalline ooze seeping under the desk, the filing cabinet. It couldn't be stopped. "Can you reach Terra?" Tabor's face was knit into a perplexed maze of wrinkles. "I might, if the thing doesn't grow too fast." Tabor nodded. "If you can get through to Terra, you'll live a little longer at least." "What do you mean, a little longer?" Tabor's face seemed to fill the screen and his eyes caught and held Dirk. "Don't you see? Even if you get out of the ship on Terra, the thing will follow. There will be no stopping it. Eventually, it will engulf the whole Earth." "No." Dirk's voice was a hoarse whisper. "No." "There will be nothing to stop it there. It will have all the oxygen it needs. I didn't know you were taking off. I'd have warned you. It's my fault." Tabor's voice trailed away, and again the visor went blank. "No," Dirk said softly. "It's my fault. All my fault. Not only have I failed Dad, but now I'm going to destroy Terra." He stared at the slime as it inched with increasing speed across the cabin. The sucking, bubbling noise was quite dear now. With an effort, Dirk pulled his eyes away from the thing and looked through the visishield. Dead ahead lay the disk that was Terra, his home, a chance at life. To the left was the glimmering white brilliance of the sun. "Dirk," the Commandant's face blurred back on the audio visor. "Dirk, are you sure you can't get back here? Can't you try?" "I know I can't," Dirk answered, and his tongue seemed to cling to the roof of his mouth. "Maybe you can hit a spot on Terra that isn't thickly populated. Maybe they'll be able to devise some way of stopping it." The Commandant's voice sounded lame, strained. For a moment, Dirk was unaware of his father's face on the audio visor, unaware of the sucking mass that crept closer and closer to him, unaware of the swirling universe outside. Dirk remembered only the spring green of the low, rolling hills around his home, the smell of lilacs battered by April rains, the cry of fledgling birds in the pink gray of summer dawns, the crisp sound of snow under sled runners, and the gentle caress of water in a blue-green lake. Dirk remembered these things, and abruptly, He changed his course. "What are you doing?" His father checked him from the audio visor. "You've changed your course. You're headed for the sun, Dirk." "I can't land on Terra, Dad. You heard Tabor. I can't destroy Terra to save my own skin." He looked down at his shoes. The first jellied tentacle had slipped over his foot. With a wild kick he threw it off. The floor was almost covered now, and it was rising on the walls. By geometric progression, Tabor had said, it would go rapidly toward the end. "You're going to crash into the sun. You're going to destroy the thing, Dirk." His father's voice was hoarse. If only there was something I could do to help. Dirk turned and looked full in his father's face. "There's nothing, Dad. And I think it would be better if you didn't look anymore. I'll smash the audio visor." He raised the butt of his disinterray. "Son, wait!" His father's voice stopped him as surely as if he had restrained him with his hand. "Son, I said some terrible things to you. I can only beg you to forgive me." "I knew, Dad. I understand." The voice rumbled on, and tears formed in the steely eyes. "I beg you to forgive me. You're the bravest of the Jemsons, Dirk. The bravest. I'm proud of you, son. Understand? Proud of you." Dirk managed to nod. The gelatin lapped, now over the top of the desk. The ship was filled with a terrible sucking, bubbling noise. Then, with the butt of his disinterray, he smashed the audio visor. He was alone with the horror that inched toward him. He concentrated on the visishield. The disk of terror was plainer now, but safely to his right. Ahead lay the blazing furnace of the sun. Dirk braced himself and waited. He tried not to think of the smothering ooze which crept slowly up to possess him. Instead, he thought of the purifying, purging white heat of the sun toward which they plunged. He thought of the sound of his father's voice saying, "I'm proud of you, son. I'm proud of you." Dirk closed his eyes and smiled. End of The Brave Walk Alone by John McGreevy.
In the Control Tower by Will Moeller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the Control Tower by Will Moeller. Shadows haunted the dying alleys, madness stalked the wide streets, and what lay at the city's heart? 1. Dewforth had almost lost the habit of looking from windows. The train which took him to the city every morning passed through a country in the terminal stages of a long war of self-destruction. Whatever had been burned, botched, poisoned, or exhausted in that struggle had been filled along the right-of-way, among drifts of soot and ground mists of sulphurous smoke and chemical flatulence, to form a long tedious mural, a parody of cloud-born Asiatic hills, precipitous and always so close to the tracks that their tops could not be seen. This was almost merciful, considering what had been done to the sky. When the train did not sneak between hills of slag, cinders, rubbish, garbage, dross, and the bloody brown carrion of broken machinery, it shot like a bolt in the groove of an arbalist between unbroken barriers of advertising or through deep concrete troughs and roaring tunnels full of grimy light and grubby air. There was one inconsistency in this scheme of things. Just as the train emerged from a deep valley of slag hills and swung into a long curve, passengers on the left side had a panoramic view of the city, a frozen scene of battle between geometrical monsters, made remote and obscure by the dust of 1,000,000 merely human struggles, too small to be visible from the crusty windows of the train by the merely human eye. They had about 1 second in which to absorb this vision of corporate purpose. Then they were plunging into a final stretch of tunnel to the center of the city itself, where no surface was ever more than 15 paces away, and where there were no horizons at all. Dewforth was excited by this view, even though it reached him in a fragmentary and subliminal way. Day after day, he told himself that he would have all his faculties at the ready before the train swung into the curve. But morning after morning, he was still emerging from the stale fumes of the preceding night's beer, or he allowed himself to be hypnotized by the sound at the wheels or fascinated by the jiggling of another passenger's earlobe at that critical moment. The train had always entered the clangorous colon of the city before this resolve could crystallize in his mind, and he was left with an impression which lay somewhere in the scale of reality between the after-image of a light bulb and the morning memory of a fever dream. He could never have described the scene except in loose generalities, about buildings of contrasting height and unemphatic color. The single memorable feature of the panorama, looming above the rest, was not even a building. It eluded all familiar categories. It was, like the other components of the picture, rectangular, but it was a displaced rectangle. A shining thread of morning sky could be seen beneath it. It was only logical to suppose that it stood on legs of some kind, a complicated process of girders. The upper part appeared to be made of corrugated metal, but, as with the matter of the legs, it was impossible to separate what was actually seen and what was merely inferred. The only other structures Dewforth had seen which resembled it at all were water towers and shipyard cranes, but these had been mere toys compared with the thing that hovered over the center of the city. Its purpose could not be guessed, but what disturbed Dewforth more was the fact that he could not be sure that it existed. He was a precision draftsman, more or less resigned to deteriorating eyesight, and his usual abstracted state of mind during that segment of his day had also to be considered. He hoped that someone else would mention the structure. Once, only once, a man sitting on the opposite seat had made a comment, which could have applied to it. It turned, he said, just as the tunnel swallowed the train. Dewforth would have liked to ask the other passenger what he had meant. Had he seen the same thing? Had he seen anything at all? And what had he meant by turned? But he had not asked. The other had been not merely forbidding, not merely repugnant, but alternatingly forbidding and repugnant. In daylight, an impeccable burgher sitting tall and righteous under a tall hat. In tunnels, a hunchbacked gargoyle, picking its nose in the fickle darkness. If Dewforth had been the only passenger on the train, or indeed the last man in the world, he could not have been more alone with his wonder. You did not ask whimsical questions of strangers nowadays. You did not ask many questions of friends. All uncertainties incubated in private darkness. They lived and grew and even put forth new appendages. Not a building, not a water tank, not a crane. Perhaps it was only an illusion. Illusion or not, it wanted a name so that it might be at least catalogued in his own mind. Therefore, on a morning since forgotten, and for reasons never closely examined, he decided to call it the Control Tower. 2. There was an unholy Friday restlessness upon Dewforth. To make matters worse, it was the last Friday in March. Logically, perhaps, this should not have made any difference, because Dewforth worked in one of a number of identical windowless rooms in a building from which all natural rhythms had been rigorously excluded. From skylights high in the ceilings of the drafting rooms came a light which had been pasteurized and was timeless. It could have been artificial. His work provided no refuge for his thought. It was demanding, but only mechanically so. Strictly speaking, he did not know what he was doing. No one did, apparently. He did not have the satisfaction of knowing that what he did was real. He filled large sheets of plastic with tracings of intricate, interconnected schematic hieroglyphs, but he knew that in another place a template would be laid over his work, an irregular portion like a piece of a jigsaw puzzle would be cut out of it, and the rest, perhaps more than half of his work, would be destroyed. It was even possible that all of it was destroyed. Dewforth worked for a firm which made components. Of what? No one said, no one asked. Components, Inc., the firm was called. He knew that the finished products were small, heavy, and very complicated. Their names were mute combinations of letters and numbers, joined by hyphens or separated by virgules. Some said that these components performed no functions. Others said that they worked, but their operations corresponded to no known human need. It was known that some of the finished products themselves were destroyed. Some maintained that they were dissolved in vats of hydrofluoric acid. Others argued that they were encased in cement, then taken out to sea in speedboats on moonless nights and jettisoned. The favorite rumor was that the entire firm was a decoy to bewilder agents of foreign powers and preempt their espionage efforts. There is neither proof of this nor evidence to the contrary. The penalty for circulating this last rumor was immediate dismissal with prejudice. In another place, another time, Dewforth might have spread the burden of his mood by confiding in other workers, but not under the circumstances so painstakingly arranged by Components, Inc., in the interest of what was called the Interloathing Index, or II. It was an axiom of modern industry that a high II meant high productivity and also tighter security. The latter was as much the measure of the importance of an industry as what it made or how much. That there was design in the egg box compartmentation of workspaces, for example, was obvious enough. Less overt were the lengths to which personnel had gone to discourage the exchange of information or confidences among employees. Under the guise of aptitude testing, the psychologists had been able to select and organize teams consisting entirely of mutually incompatible individuals. So well had they succeeded that most workers could barely stand the sight of one another, and so were driven back upon themselves and their work. Only by practicing in almost egg-like self-containment could a draftsman or other worker hope to get through the day without open conflict and disaster. Latent antipathies among workers were further intensified by means of the annual proficiency competitions. At the conclusion of these tests, all employees, save 2, were given proficiency stars. Of the remaining 2, one was invariably a person who had shown signs of becoming too popular among his fellows. He was given a leadership star, and because an affable man was usually less rather than more efficient than the rest, this made of him a lonely little air bubble in a sea of resentment. The second of the 2 workers was always discharged. Thus, a dash of anxiety was added to the proceedings. The visible manifestations of high II were hectic color, a characteristic ferocity of eye, and throbbing jaw hinges. Often, the jaw hinges of an entire team would be pulsating at once, sometimes even in unison. This spectacle emanated an overwhelming feeling of earnestness and purpose. Executives were fond of pointing out this phenomenon to visiting dignitaries. "Observe their jaw hinges," they would say. Another factor which isolated employees from one another was the peculiarly virulent form of halitosis, which afflicted all workers without exception. The company cafeteria was the source of this malady. Thus, if Dewforth had been the only employee in that vast complex of buildings, or in the world, he could not have been restless. Add to this the fact that it had been his misfortune to win the leadership star in the proficiency competitions only 3 days earlier. He did not have to trace the bitter stream of his mood any further back than that to find the vile source. The object of the contest had been to draw a single line 28 5/8 inches long and 1/15,000th of an inch thick, a feat which is starkly simple in conception but only theoretically feasible. The draftsman had spent hours preparing the surfaces of paper, straining ink through filters, honing drawing pens with emery and polishing them with rouge, drawing practice lines and scrutinizing them with powerful bench microscopes. They did Balinese finger exercises, Chinese body coordination exercises, Hindu breathing exercises, and Tibetan spiritual calisthenics to dispel their incipient shakes. When the great moment came, A solemn little group of executives entered the drafting room and stood about in attitudes of grave ceremonial courtesy. The draftsmen then drew their lines. When it was over, the judges examined and graded the lines, and the scores were announced by Mr. Schrank, the foreman. The better scores prompted little flutters of restrained applause from the executives. This moist and muted sound had reminded Duforth of a hippopotamus venting its wind under water, and in a moment of thoughtless exhilaration he had even thought of sharing this bizarre notion with his wife. He never did so, as it happened. Why had he ever told his wife about that wretched leadership star? Her laughter persisted through his dreams, or through his dream. He only had one. In this dream, she was always a massive machine which ingested songbirds between steel rollers and stamped them into pipe flange gaskets at a rate of 120 per minute. And the prize-winning line he had drawn? It revealed its true nature in the perspective of days. There was no mistaking what it was. It was the abyss. It could widen and it could engulf. How much light would a leadership star cast in that bottomless inkiness? Acute restlessness had the effect of sending Duforth frequently to the lavatory, not so much for physiological reasons as because there was no other place to go, and he had to go somewhere when the white walls of the drafting room threatened to crush him. He went as often as he thought he could without attracting the attention of Mr. Schrank, or eliciting ponderous jocosities from the other workers. After several visits, however, he did begin to question himself. What drew him to that bleak refuge again and again? He was not aware of bladder irritation. He had no infantile obsession about such facilities. Was he driven by an aggregation of petty forces, each too small to make sense by itself? Or was there one reason, hiding behind a cloud of small rationalizations? There is a difference in the air in the lavatory, and in the sound, the undifferentiated background sound which came from nowhere. Nowhere? It came through a window. He had been staring at a window, probably the only one in the building, and it had failed to register on his mind at the time because he had not expected it to be there. It was not part of the habitual pattern. He had seen a window. He had, moreover, looked through a window. What had he seen? He thought about this, and at the same time he thought about being sick. Administratively sick. He succeeded in working up a palpable fever and a windy yawning beneath the diaphragm. Before taking any action, he would have to confirm what he had seen through the window of the lavatory. On his last trip to the lavatory, he climbed up onto the slippery wash basin and looked through the high window. His position there would be impossible to explain, of course, if anyone should come in. He was past caring about that. The unpasteurized air made him a little drunk, and the sound, the immense, distant sighing groan, like a giant's whisper, filled his brain. It made him want to expand to meet it somehow. Only one immense skeleton foot was visible, but there is no question about exactly what it was. No conventional structure would curve upward in that way. There is no point of reference by which to determine how far away it was, and the air was blue with haze, giving everything an appearance of remoteness and of unreality. He had never seen the city from that angle before, but if what he saw was what he thought it was, how could it have been so close without his knowing about it before this time? It was a thing which belonged to vast distances, spatial distances, and other kinds of distance as well. Now it was close, or he was closer to it than he had ever imagined he would be in his life. It was accessible. Duforth left at 3:30 when the somnolence of afternoon was heaviest on the heads of the other draftsmen. He did not speak to Mr. Schrank about it. He did not clear with Miss Pluck in the dispensary, nor with Mr. Furt in personnel, nor with Miss Yurt in wage readjustment, nor with Miss Bort in sick leave subdivision, nor with Miss Five in special problems, nor with Mr. Feister in sick claims, nor with Miss Grope in employee grievances, nor with Miss Rupnick in company grievances, nor with Miss Gugward in allowance reductions, nor with Mr. Droon in privilege curtailment, nor with Miss Tremolo in psychological counseling, nor with Dr. Schreck in spiritual aid subdiv. He did not even trouble to see Miss Nosemilker, who kept the time book. He just left. 3. "Nobody goes up there," said the hulking oyster-eyed man in the burlap overcoat. The bum's eyes cleared long enough for him to peer into Dewforth's eyes, in order to see if his madness was worth sharing. Then they filmed over again, as he decided that it was not. Dewforth crowded past him and walked on. He was making real progress. He had at last found someone who acknowledged that there was something up there above eye level. The others, old lost children, figures of scab and grime, had been unaware of anything but inner cavities of craving and fear above the sidewalk firmament of trodden gum discs, sputum stars, and the ends of twice-smoked cigarettes. He could not have lost sight of the control tower. He had never realized what streets were. Before that time, he had known a single well-policed block between the station and his place of work. He still thought of streets as more or less open strips along which people moved, north or south, east or west, purposefully from point A to point B, with perhaps one right-angle turn, 2 at the most, pausing only to tip hats or look into shop windows. Now it developed that streets were sewers, battlegrounds, lairs, abattoirs, cesspools, lazarettes, midways of deformity, and brawling markets where nightmares and spiral sheets were sold. The city had not less than 3 dimensions. He had not been fully prepared for the implications of this, either. Existence in 3 dimensions does not necessarily mean 3-dimensional vision. The sky was not visible through the maze of girders, stairways, and catwalks overhead. Dewforth tried to orient himself by the direction of shadows, but this was misleading. It was the heart of the shadow district, and the play of shadows was the order of things. The rules were the rules of phantoms. Flesh lived there in subjection. Long miscegenation with shadow had made phantoms of them all, and endowed all shadows with the menace of the real. Everything was equivocal as hell. Dewforth wandered in a cavern without walls. He saw bulky overcoats with defeated hats or defeated heads, long-legged dwarfs in black leather jackets, willowy chorus boys with platinum ringlets, waiting in their niches for the gift of violence, scuttling trolls with horse-blanket jackets and alpine hats, deposed patriarchs under the small shelter of black derbies, hiding from persecution behind the Spanish moss of consolidated beards, headless things and thingless heads, importuning, threatening, watching, or just standing there, those that were able. In his search for a way out of the darkness, he was obliged to turn back time and again. If gangs of shadows fought with knives at the end of a street, which had at first looked promising, what business had shadows cursing or screaming or bleeding? If the madman who enjoined the mob to fight in the service of nothingness was only a mouse dancing on a summit of garbage, why did they cheer? At the end of still another street, a mass rape may not have been in progress. The participants may not have waited sullenly in a long line. A macrocephalic gnome in a plaid suit may not have actually moved up and down the line, selling tickets at a reduced rate, and explaining that the outrage had been in progress since the preceding Christmas Eve. But why was the unreality so consistent? And if no one was in fact being ravaged, why did everyone look as though they had been? All these spectacles had tested Dewforth's courage, but they dimmed his resolve not at all. At last he found a deserted street. He followed it, and he was rewarded with encouraging signs. There was more bird-lime underfoot, and the inhuman yammering of the streets was replaced with echoing silence, and that silence was invaded by the sound, the voice of the Colossus, remote and terrible. Dewforth asked directions again, this time of a pear-shaped figure, which may or may not have had legs, and which sat in the mouth of an iron cave, and smoked what appeared to be a twist of hemp. "Where?" Dewforth began. "Nobody goes up there," the hemp smoker answered without looking up at him. "Where do they come down, then?" asked Dewforth, trying a new approach, but with little hope. There was a long pause. The pear-shaped man didn't have arms either, Dewforth noticed. Hands, but no arms. "Well now, some got it, some ain't," he said. "How's that?" asked Dewforth. The pair blew out a cloud of smoke, sulphurous, with viscous strings through it. I knowed a guy caught it from a drinking glass once. This dialogue might have gone on much longer if Dewforth had not just then noticed that his non-informer was sitting on the bottom step of a long, dark stairway, which led up and up into a jungle of lacy girders and shadows above them. He did not bother kicking the pear-shaped man. He stepped over him and ran up the stairs 2 at a time. His footsteps rang on the iron stairs and carried through the structure. It sounded like the bells of a sunken cathedral ringing in the tide. On the second level there was more light and more air. It was colder. There were loiterers on the second level too, but these were far from menacing. They clung to things and pressed themselves against things, and they stared with unfocused eyes at something which had been there before but was not there now. These men seemed to be wearing greasy fezzes and dark, baggy long underwear with buttons and vestigial lapels. As he approached them, Dewforth saw that the fezzes were actually felt hats with the brims atrophied or rotted away, and the funereal long johns were the weather-beaten remains of those suits which are designed for young men on the way up. As though by tacit agreement of long standing, these men did not look directly at Dewforth as he passed, nor he at them. There was no difficulty about finding a stairway to the next level, but there was a rusty chain across the entrance. Dewforth's foot caught in this chain as he stepped over it, and it shattered like a chain of stale pretzels. There were no more people beyond the second level, none that could be seen. He soon lost count of levels. Stairs became narrower and more heavily encrusted with birdlime and rust as he ascended. In some places there were long sweeping ramps which led to blind sacks or reached out unsupported into space, and he was forced to retrace his steps. At no time did he look down, even when it was possible. There were usually high barriers along the platforms and ramps. These were covered with layers of old advertising posters, which peeled and were torn by the wind, revealing still more ancient posters underneath. They seemed to have grown there by themselves, like lichen. It seemed entirely reasonable to Dewforth that the writing on the older posters underneath were runic or demotic, and the faces were ochre-stained skulls, but his impulse was to hurry past and not study them too closely. At last he found a long steep ladder running up the outside of one of the legs of the control tower. Only huge, slowly circling birds and low-flying clouds came between him and the underside of the control house at the top of the structure. Before beginning the climb, he admonished himself not to look down, and not to ponder what he was doing. In order to keep climbing, however, he had to keep admonishing himself, thereby only reminding himself to look down and to ponder, to the detriment of its equilibrium and confidence. Was it vertigo, or did the ladder or the tower itself sway in the singing wind? Who was to say that the earth itself did not heave like fermenting mash? Was any object inherently more solid than any other object? What was stability? When he looked down at the city, he could not pick out the building in which he had worked. There is nothing in any feature of the landscape. Nothing. If his position, clinging to a girder high above the city, made no sense, it did not make less sense than the position of a man, or a Dewforth, sitting in a blind cell among thousands of other blind cells down there, drawing tiny lines. Nothing bound him to the drafting room, nor even to the Dewforth of the drafting room. Not so much as a spiderweb or a shaft of light. The light pointed to itself. The wind got under his shirt and chilled his navel, a poignant reminder of disconnectedness. An eagle glided close and screamed at him. It was like the laughter of his wife. He resumed his climb, looking down no more. The last few yards of the climb were the worst. Some bolts holding the ladder in place were shapeless little masses of rust. The 11th rung from the top broke under his weight, and for the last 10 steps he had to lighten his body by means of a technique of autosuggestion and will projection, which he invented on the spot, demonstrating what could be done under pressure of extreme necessity. He could see above his head a tiny balcony not more than a yard square, at which the ladder terminated. The floor of this balcony appeared to be made of long, weather-beaten cigars, which reason told him were badly corroded iron bars. Reason also told him that there would be a door there. He could not see a door through the skeleton floor of the balcony, but the idea that there would not be a door there was, under the circumstances, insupportable. There would be a door, he told himself, as he made his way upwards by means of levitation and the most tentative of steps. It would probably have an inhospitable sign on it. No trespassing. Authorized personnel only. Danger. Or perhaps, high voltage. It might prove to be locked. If so, he would pound on it until someone opened it, he decided. There is even an outside possibility that no one would be inside. He had never considered that possibility before that time. He decided that it was not the time to consider it now. When Dewforth heaved himself up onto the small projecting platform, he felt the ladder give under his feet. It was not just another rung. He saw the entire ladder go curling away into the emptiness like a huge broken spring. Then he lay on the platform face down with his eyes closed, fingers clutching the sill of the door, for a long time. New sounds invaded his personal darkness as he lay there. He heard bells, buzzers, klaxons, whistles, and slamming relays. There were voices from loudspeakers, imperious and hopeless, angry and feeble, impassioned and monotonous, arrogant and anguished, in a synthetic language made up of odd phonemes long since discarded from 1,000 other languages. When he looked up, he saw no door, but only a rectangle of darkness with erratic flashes of colored light. Having no choice, he entered on his hands and knees. 4. Dewforth wandered in a labyrinth of control panels which reached almost to the ceiling, but did not entirely shut out the light. This light was like skimmed milk diffused in shadow. He reasoned that it came from windows, but when he tried to remember whether the control cab had windows, he could not be sure. He had no visual image of windows seen from the outside, but he had supposed that such an edifice would hardly be blind. Somewhere beyond this maze of control panels, he also reasoned, there must be an area like the bridge of an enormous ship, where the clamor of the bells, buzzers, klaxons, and whistles, and the silent warnings and importunings of dials, gauges, colored lights, ticker tapes which spewed from metal mouths, the palsied styles which scribbled on creeping scrolls, were somehow collated and made meaningful, where the yammering loudspeakers could be answered, and where the operators could look out and down and see what they were doing. Where were the operators? The noise was deafening. Unlike the noise of machinery in a factory, it was not homogeneous. Each sound was intended to attract attention and to evoke a certain response. But what response, and from whom? Long levers projecting from the steel deck wagged back and forth spastically like the legs of monstrous insects struggling on their backs. Several times Dewforth was temporarily blinded by an explosion of blue light as a fuse blew or something short-circuited among the rows of knife switches and rheostats on the panels. One would never really get used to the sporadic sound or to the lights. There was no knowable pattern about them, about what they did or said. When he closed his eyes and tried to compose himself, the words "out of control" flashed red against the back of his eyelids. But he told himself that this was foolish. How was one to adjudge a situation to be out of control when one did not know what constituted control, over what or by whom? Furthermore, he rebuked himself, if the panels, never mind how many or how forbidding, with their lights, bells, buzzers, switches, relays, dials, gauges, styles, tapes, pointers, rheostats, and buttons, had any meaning, and in fact if the tower itself had any meaning at all, that meaning was control. How arrogant it had been of him to imagine, even briefly, that because he, a green intruder in that high place, had not immediately comprehended what it was all about, the situation must be out of control. Absurd! There were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of little labels attached to the control panels, presumably indicating the functions of the buttons, switches, and other controls. Dewforth leaned close and studied these, but found only mute combinations of letters and numbers, joined by hyphens or separated by virgules. They made him feel somewhat more fragile, more round-shouldered and colder, but he resisted despair. It was getting a little darker, though. The skimmed milk light above him was taking on a bluish tint. He had no way of knowing how long he had wandered among the control panels. His time sense had always been dependent upon clocks and bells, and upon the arrivals and departures of trains. It was a sound which finally led Dewforth out of the maze of control panels. It was not a louder sound, nor more emphatic, imperative, or clear than the others. It was formless, feeble, and ineffably pathetic. It was its utter incongruity which reached Dewforth through the robotic clamor, and which touched him. A mewing, as of a kitten trapped in a closet. It came, as he discovered, from the operator. He was quite alone among his levers, wheels, switches, buttons, cranks, gauges, lights, bells, buzzers, horns, ticker tapes, creeping scrolls, barking loudspeakers, and cryptic dials. Dewforth saw him sharply silhouetted against a long window, through which bluish-grey light poured, but through which nothing could be clearly seen from where he stood. The operator sat on a high, one-legged stool. His head was drawn into his shoulders, which were crumpled things of bird-like bones. His head was bald on top, but the fringe was long and wild. He had big simian ears, set at right angles to his head, and the light shone through them, not pink, but yellowish. There is an aureole of fine hairs about them which gave them the appearance of angels' wings. With enlarged hands at the ends of almost fleshless arms, he clutched at the knobs of rheostats and the cranks of transformers, hesitantly, spasmodically, and without ever quite reaching anything. Each time he withdrew his hands quickly, as though he had been on the point of touching something very hot. His arms might have been elongated by a lifetime of such aborted movement. Just as Dewforth began to wonder how his sudden appearance there would affect the old man, feeble and distraught as he already was, the operator whirled on his stool and stared at Dewforth with eyes so round, so huge, and so terrified that the rest of his face was not noticeable at all. He shouted something that sounded like "Huzzah!" but almost certainly was not, then stiffened, then fell to the steel deck with no more fuss than a bag of corn husks would have made, and died. One would think that a windowed control cab or wheelhouse atop the loftiest structure in a city, or in an entire landscape, would afford a man an Olympian view of the world below and of its people and their activities. Dewforth must have believed this at one time, but he found that it was not so. The entire lower portion of the windows was covered with thin pages of typescript, mostly yellowed, dusty and curled at the edges. Orders, instructions, directives, memoranda, all urgent for immediate action, important, priority, on no account, or at all costs. The texts of these orders, instructions, directives, or memoranda consisted of mute combinations of letters and numbers, joined by hyphens, or separated by virgules. Through the upper portion of the windows, Dewforth could just make out the horizon and a narrow strip of darkening sky, which were silent and which demanded nothing of him. Amid the continuing clamor of all the signal devices, he tried to recapture the last utterance of the operator. The former operator. Huzzah was out of the question. Who's there, or who's that, were more likely, but, as he thought of it, weren't who's what, what's where, where's what, or even who's where just as likely? Of these possible last words, who's where echoed most persistently in his memory. Dewforth might have torn away the pages of meaningless orders and looked down upon lights as darkness fell, but he did not. Opaque as they were in form and content alike, there was something reassuringly familiar in the lines of inane symbols, and they were all that stood between him and the approaching tidal wave of night, and beyond the night, the winter with its storms. End of In the Control Tower by Will Moeller. Recording by Katrina Begg, Ontario, Canada.